All right, let's blast off. Let's blast off. There's a lot going on. Chatters need to watch the I've Had It to understand the average Dem mind. Yeah. I aggressively denounce this on the hunt. I know. This is going to be the pivotal this is going to be the pivotal defining issue, politics defining issue for all Americans, okay? Will you condemn Hamas Piker, Hasanabi Piker, or not? And why won't you condemn Hamas Hasanabi Piker? We'll get to that in a second. Let's blast it off. Zoran crushes debate. GOP brands no Kings as an un-American. Plattner outed as a commie. Zelenskyy at the White House again. Shutdown continued. Freaky Friday. Get in now. Do parades have a right to exist, chat? Okay. All right. All parades matter. I heard the mafia in Italy has put omerta upon you on behalf of Cuomo. Yeah, he kissed me. He kissed me in the mouth. He gave me the kiss of death. Hey, how you doing? Commie who kills the Rockies for Blackwater. That's the real incoherency you're talking about. I know, brother. I know. I think you need to understand. Like, I don't think he was a commie when he was doing that. So fucking. I get it, dude. I have the same concerns. Okay, please. I do not think he was a card-carrying socialist when he was doing his military service. Okay? I will, however, say that leftists who immediately cast aside veterans as war criminals across the board, okay? Leftists who cast people aside as war criminals no matter what, and immediately go, oh, you have a military record? And Plattner is the most aggressive version of this because Blackwater is a bridge too far, right? Because it is literally like signing on to do War Crime Simulator, okay? But like, if you think that you can't have comrades who have served in the military, I don't know what the fuck we're doing here. You know, you just can't. Like, we should just pack it up. Pack it up right now. Please stop. Everyone has the capacity to change. It's up to all of us to figure out if it's a genuine change or not, okay? Having said that, I will get into it, but it seems to me like there's motherfuckers in here. How is it any different than the IOF? Great question. What have I always told you? Even if someone was literally a part of the fucking Israeli occupational forces and then spends their life going against that, then that's fine. Okay? You don't have to agree with me on this. This is just my standard. I do not place that much emphasis on what people have done in the past, especially if they have learned from their experiences and have decided that that was wrong and they work to atone. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's my attitude. If you have a difference in opinion on this, then that's fine. Don't come in here and use like extreme idiotic examples like, what about Adolf Hitler or some shit like that? It's just stupid. Okay? But like, I believe in rehabilitation across the board. I believe that people's material conditions lead them down different paths in their lives. Okay? And what you have done only matters as much as like what you are continuing to do now. Okay? Fuck. This is probably one of the most annoying aspects of the left broadly. And it might be valid. Like, scrutiny in this regard for Graham Plattner might even be valid. And I think it probably is to a certain degree. Like, I understand the skepticism. Because, again, Blackwater is like, I'm not doing defense for someone who is a fucking military contractor for Blackwater, right? I'm not doing that at all. But you have to take people, you have to approach people with a broadened understanding. Okay? That's it. And nobody fucking wants to do that. And it pisses me off because I feel like it's poisonous. Not for Blackwater in general, okay? But there are people who automatically take this position where it's like, well, you've done military service. It's over. I'm not one of those people, okay? I'm not one of those people. I am not going to automatically cast someone aside because of their background, because of what they've done. because of who they used to be. Okay. I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation. And as someone who is a firm, committed believer in rehabilitation, I believe that people have the capacity to change. My starting point has always been the broad recognition that people are ultimately going along with their own material conditions. Like, they are still at the mercy of their own material circumstances. And anyone that can overcome that is good in my book. Okay? Rehabilitate the country, bro, and support Janet Mills. Yeah. Which is why I believe Janet Mills is the right choice. We need a 77-year-old or an 80-year-old to run the show over there. Anyway, I joined up due to material conditions. Once I was in my lib ass, saw how absolutely awful the military really is, and I spent my life opposing it. Yeah. An excerpt from the Hollywood Reporter article. Oh yeah, I gave a speech at the Hollywood Reporter top 50 influential influencers dinner, and I was on the panel there. And in that interview, I talked about, after mentioning his experience with cyberstalkers, Piker revealed that he doesn't usually have security, though he tried to secure it for the weekend's No King's protest because of Charlie Kirk stuff. But then we go to the security teams and they're like, well, we're cops and you're going to an anti-cop rally. We can't secure you at an anti-cop rally. He also commented that with the new designations for what constitutes terrorism on U.S. soil being a checklist of the things he regularly says he expects, I'm going to get it worse than Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah. Yeah, we were looking at getting private security detail for the No Kings rally, and many people were like, nope. Nope. We'll do it for other shit and not for that. Are you still defending the Blackwater shit? He sure is. Brother, why do I need an active team of cyber stalkers when I have brain broken, busted ass leftists in the chat who refuse to hear my words ever? Okay? We are never going to get anything. We are never going to get anything done. I'm not even saying support Graham Plattner. I'm just explaining something that I believe, okay? Are you still defending the Blackwater shit? I just got here. There has never been a moment where I have defended the Blackwater shit. Not even once. Every single time I've talked about Graham Plattner, I've not even brought this up. I've not even defended it a little bit, okay? And yet, all of you fucking brain-broken, baby-brained, moronic leftists immediately hit that note. Okay? I feel bad. I feel weird talking about Graham Plattner without like making a better assessment. I feel weird making like a firm commitment to Plattner in general without like personally meeting him or interacting with him. And I'm holding out on that until I do so. But I do get very annoyed when people jump to that conclusion automatically, because it's important to make a full assessment of what a person is, what their experiences were, regardless. Like, I think a lot of people just immediately go, no, this is a op, this is a psyop. I don't know if there's any need for a COINTELPRO in this day and age. I think we do enough by ourselves to disrupt and destroy. There is no functional working class movement in this goddamn country, and there never will be one. We're absolutely fucking cooked. Everything sucks. And yeah. And fascism is here. Fascism is fucking here, baby. Anyway. Lower lip sins is insanity. No, I'm an upper decky boy. All right. We're not gonna do Graham Plattner yet, but we'll do Graham Plattner in a second. But here is I got interviewed by the Hollywood Reporter. Collapse of America. That's what they kind of I'm consuming every day, nonstop.
Being a political content creator, what's your reaction to this political moment that we're in, and how do you try to inspire your audience to step towards a brighter future?
The most inspirational thing. These are his statements, and this is indefensible. Dude, please shut the fuck up about Graham Plattner right now, okay? We're done with the Graham Plattner shit. You can be as annoying as you want to when we get to it, okay? Please shut the fuck up about Graham Plattner. I want to fucking Brian kill me. I want to Brian kill me. I can't stand any of you dumb fucks in this goddamn chat. Oh my fucking God, I hate the left. I hate liberalism. I hate everything that's going on every single fucking day of the goddamn week. I hate my life. I hate fucking streaming. I hate socialism. I hate every single fucking person who thinks that the peak of activism is just being the most annoying, holier than thou, the most ultimately woke leftist. It's just, you did it. You did it. You have unlocked the fucking nihilism within me, okay? I am black-pilled. Nothing will ever get better. We are never going to make it out. We can't even have a normal fucking non-hostile goddamn conversation on any of these issues. Everybody just simply wants to fucking chirp into the wind because they have no power and they recognize their utter powerlessness in the face of unjustifiable constructs that we fucking exist under. And the best possible fucking thing you can do is just be goddamn annoying. Okay? Oh, God. Right when the reporter is asking you about optimism, I want to just shut it off, dude. I want to shut everything off. I just want to go away. If I wasn't so goddamn stubborn, I would have a long time ago. Oh my Lord, dude. The most inspirational thing for me and the most hopeful thing for me is whenever I attend protests and rallies and things of that nature, seeing solidarity in action out in the real world is some of the few moments of hope that I see. Being surrounded by people that have the same values, recognize right from wrong, recognize that things are not all right at a time when it feels like a lot of people are just like kind of sleepwalking through this process has been very inspirational.
What's the path you see for yourself? Do you think you'll always stay in the digital space and on social media, or would you ever transition into having a show on traditional media?
No, I'll be on digital because for me, I have unlimited editorial control, unlimited freedom, as long as I stay within the confines of the terms of service established. Whereas, like, if I was a part of a legacy publisher, I 100% think you should someday go on sub-only mode. What do you mean? The most annoying people are literally like the 40-month subscribers. The person that caused me to fucking spiral just now is Hideo Offliner or whatever. And that is like a routine nuisance and an offliner in this community. Okay? He is a consistent voice of nuisance. Okay? What are you talking about? The people that actually brick me, the people that actually cause me to fucking spiral out of control are always the people that have been in this fucking community for years, who never shut the fuck up. I have banned him before. It's literally just, like, I'm not even singling him out. He's just one example. But this happens all the fucking time, bro. Anyway, one of the worst aspects of like this kind of gathering online is that I think people don't behave like this in the real world. That's unironically what I was talking about. That's why I have so much hope for the future of America when I'm out in the fucking streets, right? Because I see grandparents and I see kids and I see regular ass folk that see right from wrong and they say, fuck this. What do you mean? You're just like kidnapping my neighbors. Get the fuck out of here. And they protest. And that gives me confidence. And then when I go back to the internet and I get fucking yelled at by a bunch of screenager iPad babies who are 38 years old, who think that the most like radical socialist position is to constantly chirp in a fucking Twitch streamer's chat and hyper scrutinize everything and then like refuse to understand like broader points. Okay? Refuse to be open-minded. Then I'm black-pilled again. It's virtually impossible not to be black-pilled if you're online all the fucking time. Everything that we do here is so bad. It's so fucking bad. There are people who are professional contrarians. It just comes from the same place of like broad recognition that you don't have any power. Okay? A lot of people wear that shit on their sleeve, like being a constant nuisance, like they got the fucking CIA handbook for disrupting revolutionary organizing. They just like literally are always like picking it apart. Me, nonstop, non-fucking stop. we do need some semblance of authoritarian discipline in all leftist modes of communication. You know, I don't think a lot of people do that to simply trigger me, for the record. I don't. I think that they genuinely think that this is the most appropriate way to make their criticism and discontent visible. I think the person that figures out the way to create a broad and stable popular front that will be able to welcome people of all different backgrounds, okay? The way that the person that is able to unlock a popular front that will welcome different ideological backgrounds, different tendencies, will successfully bring about a socialist revolution in not only this country, but just all around the world. That's what Obama did. Yeah, for sure.
A lot of limitations to what I can say and what I can do. And right now, we're in an unprecedented moment where I, from my living room, from my studio, actually command the attention of a larger audience than many television networks do, especially in the 18 to 35 demographic. So I don't really see any reason to make that transition anymore. There is a move in the direction of digital as opposed to pivoting to legacy media. And it does feel to me like legacy media is falling behind significantly, and that's why there's more outreach to digital content creators nowadays. Like, you got Midas Touch's Adam Mockler, who's on CNN as a panelist, as a regular occurring guest at this point. You have Anna Kasparian for the Young Turks. You have Emma Vigeland from The Majority Report, also going on MSNBC and CNN. So, like, they're coming to us more than ever to also participate in that conversation.
Yeah.
The president.
All right. Trump said to meet with Zelenskyy as he renews focus on Russia-Ukraine war. You are a little baby. I am a little baby. Everyone's dressed clean and you showed up in pajamas. Yeah, bro. That's just how I roll, big dog. What do you mean? Fuck you mean, big dog? That's just how I roll. All right, we're gonna talk about, how do you feel about Anna saying she's beefing with you? I don't care. I don't care. Anyone, guys, remember, I will never care about that shit. I will never talk about that shit. Okay? I don't give a shit. I maintain revolutionary optimism because of you, so you are not allowed to be black pilled, sir. I mean, it's just hard. It's just hard to fucking not be black pilled when you're spending a good deal of time online. It's just so fucking hard because people are so cynical. It's difficult. It's difficult to overcome. That's it. But yeah, I think that's why things like No Kings protests are good. Like, I will never cast the No Kings protests aside and say, oh, it's a op. Oh, it's a federal operation or whatever. Okay? Because it's good. It's objectively good. Your grandparents taken to the streets is a good thing. Okay? And it is upon all of you to also participate in this stuff and use that as an opportunity for outreach. Use that as an opportunity to instill solidarity. Okay? Same thing with the Bernie Sanders stop oligarchy rallies, right? Like, those are great opportunities to communicate with people, to organize further, to engage in direct action. Same with the fucking No Kings protests. Okay? It is very, very important that we show our discontent with this administration. I hate that people just think that, these things are cynical and we should just like cast it aside as, what is this? Hot take? Palpatine pilled. Hot take. Hasanabi is Israel propaganda sent to discredit the actual anti-Israel movement. Yeah. No, you're right. That's precisely the reason why every pro-Israel outlet is talking about how I'm a fucking dog abuser. Yeah. That's the real psyop, dude. Is the consistent smears and slanders I've received for many, many years now, especially these past 2 years, for being a fucking advocate for Palestinian emancipation, was actually a big psyop all along to belittle the pro-Palestinian position, as opposed to, I'm sure, your pro-Palestinian position, which is the appropriate one. I finally caught a crash out live. Lamau, love it. And you sound ignorant when speaking about anything military. Brother, I don't think I'm the ignorant one. I think you literally didn't understand the point I was making. I was actually talking about the fucking holier than thou attitude that a lot of woke leftists have, while simultaneously talking about how it's silly to immediately brush aside people who come from veteran backgrounds when you know they have the capacity to change their minds about their own service. But I think you are so fucking horny to automatically assume that I'm wrong, that you're too stupid to hear the words that are coming out of my mouth or my advocacy in this moment. We got to move on because this is just some 45-year-old. Sure, buddy, keep talking about military some more. It makes you sound dumber. Nice talking with you. Have a great day. Okay. Thanks. You too. Please move on. Time to blast off. You forgot to blast off? No, I did. I did blast off. I just didn't spam it that much in the chat. I did blast off. It's been 58 minutes. I blasted off already. Here. I think the increasing resistance to your message is only because if it's more increasing its reach and effectiveness, what you're doing is working better than ever. It just sounds fucking hopeless sometimes, I'll be honest. Tyrell MLI, thank you for the 25. Get the subs. I think America being a nation of treatlerites contributes to how we even approach leftist values as well, by purity spirals and voicing minor inconveniences. Yeah. I'm a prime example. Born in Texas, joined Marine Corps, and now after watching you for years, I'm an advocate for educating others on the military-industrial complex. Yeah, it's just, kindly, didn't you say put our energy towards the right, or was that someone else who said that? No, I always say that. All of your anger, all your anger and animosity should be directed at those who hold the power, and those who are actively using the power that they hold to diminish your liberties. Okay? That's it. Meanwhile, a lot of people actually stay focused on some of the pettiest things. A lot of people stay focused on some of the silliest things because it's something that's like much easier. Your chat is unhealthy because of your illogical and irrational behavior. It must be exhausting living such an emotional instability. Or it's because there are multiple different factions here with their own personal perspectives, and leftism historically has had a very tough go trying to organize under one banner, even when it comes down to combating fascism historically. This is definitely my main concerns are your microaggressions. Okay, like, see, this is a clear case of someone jokingly trying to trigger me. This is just how it's always been. No matter what, you got anarchists, Marxist Leninists, people who like Stalin, people who like Trotsky. You have ultra left. You have left comms. You know, there are just a Maoist third worldists, a million different variants and a million different ideological tendencies. And instead of trying to design a strong, united front, recognizing the moment, recognizing the necessity for a popular front, a lot of people would much rather fight amongst themselves over their marginal differences, making it out to be a much larger problem, much more consequential issue. Anyway, there's that one guy who's into Kropotkin. They're one man spamming every YouTube video you make. I love that. What, Kropotkin you mean? Yeah, they're the bread lovers. I'm a bread lover too. All right. But isn't this what you wanted? This is the left-wing pipeline in effect? No, what I want is for people to fucking become adults, okay? What I want is for people to understand the severity of the crisis as liberal capitalism is falling apart. What I want for people is to analyze the material conditions that we exist under currently and unite under a singular banner, a singular movement, to move this country and every other country in the direction of socialism. That's what I want. And many people, on the other hand, simply think that the best possible way to do this is by, I don't know, chirping in a fucking chat. See, not uniting under a John, this person says. You're not uniting at all, okay? Yes. I'm a John. You're a Swerve. I got it. You're gonna find the perfect leftist one day, okay? You will. What is a John? A John is a person that has a John is a person that is like engaged with sex work in any capacity. If you go to a strip club, or if you go to a brothel, you're a John, okay? And I, as an advocate for sex work, have been to a brothel in 2010. I have also dated sex workers. I am pro sex work. It is the endless tool of swerves to consistently fucking come in and chirp at me over this instead of just trying to understand where I'm coming from. Swerves are sex work exclusionary radical feminists. Do you view OnlyFans as sex work? Yes, of course OnlyFans is also sex work. Online leftists talk about the revolution like evangelicals talk about the rapture. Kind of, yeah. Really. Yep, there are radlibs who really think you hate women. I saw TikTok with a lot of likes and everyone was like, tell me more so I can hate him more. I know. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. It does not. A lot of people are just angry. That's it. They're just mad. And they don't know where to direct their anger. So they just like direct it at whoever is in front of them. Whoever resembles the attitudes of those who have wronged them in the past. Okay? How does it make you feel? It's irrelevant. My feelings on the matter are completely irrelevant. Yeah. I can't believe it. Now I brought the swerve take down. So now everyone's going to... Bro, it made me kind of sad when you said you hate streaming. Of course there are moments like this where of course I hate it. Obviously. It's just fucking annoying. And everyone loves bringing up like all these different groups and all these different factions that claim to be a part of a broad leftist movement that fucking despises me. And it's like it's a constant thing. It's a constant negativity cycle that we have to go through every fucking day. And I can't stop myself from like reacting to it over and over again. And it's just really fucking annoying. I really got to stop. All right. Trump is set to meet with Zelenskyy as he renews focus on the Russia-Ukraine war. The president is also turning his attention back to Ukraine after a phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin yesterday. Trump says they will soon meet in person in Hungary. But today he meets with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy at the White House. And that is where we find our Nancy Cordes, as we often do. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. Yeah, talks with Russia and Ukraine appeared to have stalled out over the past couple of months. But now President Trump is trying to revive them. After speaking with Russian President Vladimir Putin for 2.5 hours yesterday, he has agreed to another meeting with him.
Within 2 weeks or so. Pretty quick.
It'll be the second one-on-one this year for President Trump and Vladimir Putin. This time, they'll meet in the Hungarian capital of Budapest, hosted by strongman Viktor Orban.
Because of my relationship with President Putin, I thought this would be very quick. And it's turned out to be.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Sex work is dehumanizing and supports human trafficking. Maybe research that a bit more before supporting it publicly. You're right. I haven't actually done my research. You have. Okay? You got me. Thank you. I had no idea. I tapped the fucking glass. Does this research actually require me to only research anti-sex work advocates? Or is it appropriate to listen to sex workers themselves? Because my attitude on this issue revolves around what sex workers have explained. And time again, the anti-sex work attitude is the one singular thing that they say makes their job, makes their lives far worse, because it pushes them into an unsafe environment when there's no protection for them. Okay? If I was in your position, I wouldn't touch sex work like it's the fucking plague. It's the can of worms you can never close. I know. Especially like in America, because we're like extra puritanical as well. Anyway, let's just continue.
Who would think I did Middle East before I did this?
After the two last met in Alaska in August, Putin rejected Trump's plans for a sit-down that included Ukraine's president. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says that has not changed. Did Vladimir Putin commit to sitting down with President Trump and President Zelenskyy?
He committed to sitting down with President Trump, as President Trump's Truth Post put out for you.
Ukrainian officials say a massive overnight strike on Wednesday exposes Moscow's real attitude towards peace. Russia's attack on energy and infrastructure facilities involved 320 drones and 36 missiles. Today, in the Oval Office, Zelenskyy will likely ask again for long-range Tomahawk missiles capable of striking deep into Russia. Trump has said repeatedly that he's thinking about it.
Look, if this war's not going to get settled, I'm going to send them Tomahawks. I may say that. The Tomahawk is an incredible weapon, very offensive weapon. And honestly, Russia does not need that.
Trump says he actually warned Putin on the phone yesterday that he might give Ukraine the Tomahawks. But then he told reporters that the U.S. also needs a major stockpile of them. So it's just not clear, Tony, that Trump is ready to take that step.
Nancy, and what can you tell us about this latest military strike on a boat in the Caribbean?
Yes, a U.S. official confirms that a new strike has been carried out. That's happened yesterday. And for the first time that we know of, Tony, there were survivors aboard the vessel. Now, this marks the 6th U.S. attack since early September on boats that the administration claims are carrying drugs. At least 27 people have been killed in these strikes, according to the administration. But the number of people on board the boat that was hit yesterday and how many actually survived that hit, that is all still unclear. In a surprise move on Thursday, Admiral Alvin Halsey, the regional commander who's been overseeing these escalating attacks, he announced that he is stepping down after only a year into what is typically a 3-year job. He didn't publicly state the reason for his departure, so we still have a lot of questions this morning, Tony.
It does raise questions. Nancy, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much.
President Trump participates in a bilateral launch with the president of Ukraine. Poor dudes, imagine being a fisherman getting blown to bits just to live and become the face of South American drug trafficking. It is completely unjustifiable. It is completely unjustifiable, completely unacceptable that the administration is very openly killing people overseas, violating the sovereignty of a foreign nation, while simultaneously just like killing people. And saying that they're killing people and even making jokes about killing people and jokes about their innocence, the innocence of those they have killed. Donald Trump, on numerous occasions at this point, has made jokes about how, maybe fishermen should think twice before going out to fish off of the coastline of Venezuela. It's fucking insane, completely insane. Like, even in the maximalist position of what they're claiming is taking place here, even if these guys are like rugged drug traffickers, okay, straight up, what they're doing here is completely unacceptable, okay? If they are actual drug traffickers, the thing you're supposed to do is communicate with the sovereign nation in an effort to exhaust all options, to say, hey, these are drug traffickers coming from your shorelines. Please, can you apprehend them? And if they don't do that, you're supposed to track these drug traffickers and then intercept their boats once they get to international waters, for example. There is no world where you just go, I've decided these random fishermen are drug traffickers and we're going to fucking kill them. Okay? That is crazy. Like, and I'm saying even if they were drug traffickers as the administration is claiming without any evidence whatsoever, I can't believe it. Like, it's so fucking ridiculous. Aren't these war crimes? Yes, they are. On True and On a few years ago, I predicted if JSOC started doing strikes against drug cartels in Latin America, it would immediately come out that all the victims were innocent people, which never happened in Southwestern Asia because of the much larger cultural and linguistic barriers. This is correct. Our airstrikes do not hit who we say they will hit, and they do not work strategically. We are going to learn that well as this keeps up. It's like governments in general treat human life with no respect, and especially the American government, whether it be our own citizens, whether it be our own military, and certainly those in the crosshairs, okay? We just straight up have no respect for the dignity of human life. We do not care about it at all, and I don't think this is appropriate, and I don't think this is going to I don't think that this is a moral thing. I don't think that this is appropriate, and I think it's going to get worse. the less restrained this administration becomes, the worse things are going to get, because the next stage in this, the extrajudicial killings of random people overseas, will inevitably loop back around. First, you drone strike random fucking fishermen. Then you start drone striking Americans. And a lot of people don't understand that. And at that point, it's too fucking late anyway. That is not that far-fetched or as big a leap as you think it is. Okay? Make no mistake. Look at the terrorism designation. Post 9/11, the terrorism designation was a vague standard applied to anyone and everyone that the American government wanted to zap off the planet. Okay? And they did so. And over the course of 25 years, we greatly expanded who we called terrorists. And now the Trump administration is using that same vague designation in an unconstitutional manner on enemies that he considers at the domestic level to be terrorists. We didn't get here out of nowhere. This wasn't an overnight change. It's completely ridiculous. We have to put a stop to this. A Louisiana man arrested by FBI for alleged October 7 involvement. What the fuck are you saying, bro? What do you mean October 7 involvement in Louisiana? What? Why are you spamming this? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Much, everybody. It's an honor to be with a very strong leader, a man who has been through a lot, and a man who I've gotten to know very well, and we've gotten along really very well. And we had a big call yesterday, as you know, with President Putin, and we'll be talking about it. President Zelenskyy of Ukraine has endured a lot. I mean, he really has. He's endured a lot, and we've endured it with him. To be honest, it's been a long time, and I think we're making great progress. So we're going to be talking about that today. We'll be talking about what took place yesterday with my phone call with President Putin. And I think that things are coming along pretty well. It began with Alaska, where I think certain guidelines were discussed, and we want to see if we can get this done. This was long ago into the Biden administration. I came here and we inherited this, and we'd like to see if we could finish it, end it. We want it ended.
Fox News poll of New York City mayoral race Jewish voters. Margin of error is 9%. 42% Cuomo, 38% Mamdani.
So many people have died in this war, and we're gonna get it ended. So I just want to thank you all very much. If you have a couple of questions, go ahead, please. In fact, before I do that, let me just ask the president to say a few words. Thank you, President.
Pleasure. Glad to meet you again, Mr. President. Thank you very much for the invitation. Again, my congratulations with your successful ceasefire in the Middle East.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you did it. And I think this is the momentum to finish Russia's war against Ukraine. I think that, yes, we understand that Putin is not ready. I think not ready, but I think that I'm confident that with your help, we can stop this war. And we really need it. We see that they don't have successful steps on the battlefield, and it's good. I think that their army is weak now, but a lot of losses. They have a lot of losses and in economy and people, and I think this is a very important moment. And I wanted to thank you, Mr. President, after our phone calls. Yesterday I had a good opportunity to meet with a big American energy company.
You're joking, right? Mamdani hasn't denounced Sharia law, just saying. For your live show, let's not forget Sharia law court judges in 2020 married over 50,000 children to adults in nations like Palestine, Jordan, Africa, and Iran. What the fuck are you saying, bro? What the fuck is happening? It's just...
companies, and they're ready to help us. Yes, after all these attacks on our infrastructure, Russian attacks, and etc. And I had also meetings, thanks to your team. We had meetings with the good military companies. We spoke about air defense, and I want to share it after with details where we are. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I think it looks beautiful in his jacket.
Yeah?
It's beautiful. I hope people notice. It's actually
my
very
God.
stylish. I like it. Please go ahead.
This is the big deal, man. This is the big deal, that he's wearing a fucking jacket.
Was fearing of a possible escalation. They were not allowing the Ukrainians to strike into Russia, fearing of this escalation.
Yeah.
Would your administration allow Ukrainians to strike deep into Russia?
We're going to be talking about that. That's something we'll be talking about. You're right. It's an escalation, but we'll be talking about that because it's a leader that we like. We like Viktor Orban. He likes him. I like him. It's a country that's a safe country. Done a very good job. He's been a very good leader in the sense of running his country. He doesn't have a lot of the problems that other countries have. And so we've decided that we'll be going to be with Viktor Orban, and he will, I think he'll be a very good host.
President Trump, President Trump, President Trump, right here.
It's
President Trump.
Hungary, yeah. We're doing Hungary, yeah. To be determined, but I would say most likely it's going to be a double meeting. It'll be a double meeting, but we will have the president, Zelenskyy, in touch. There's a lot of bad blood with the two presidents.
I mean, it's a flex, and it's an expansion of like what previously would be unfathomable. Just like when Benjamin Netanyahu flies to the United States of America, even though it's not a party to the Rome Statute, so like, or it's not under the ICC jurisdiction. That's an expansion. That's a flex. That's to say, like, yeah, we are able to do war crimes, be branded a war criminal, and still get protection, political protection from the most powerful nation on the planet. And this is working in an identical fashion where after years and years of valid concerns and posturing, even though it is hypocritical for the Western world to posture against anyone doing war crimes, because they do it themselves as well. But regardless, like war crimes are still war crimes, okay? It is valid for Vladimir Putin to be branded a war criminal, 100%. And this basically is another expansion of what previously was considered unfathomable. He's going on European soil. He's going on European soil as someone who is supposed to be branded a war criminal by the ICC to basically have a meeting with the president of the United States of America. That's it. That's like, I don't know. I just, I understand. I understand that in order for peace to prevail, you do need to communicate with the adversaries. I am in favor of this. I'm in favor of treaties. I'm in favor of peace. I'm in favor of longstanding ceasefires, no matter where it is, right? And I've been an advocate since day one, and I've been yelled at quite a bit by pro-NATO people for this position, saying that I want Ukraine to fall into the hands of Russian control or some shit like that. But I don't even think that this is actually anything beyond Putin taking advantage of Trump once again by claiming that he will be more receptive to Trump's advances while still continuing his strategy on the ground. And with less power in the hands of the United States of America around the global stage, Putin gets away with this. And in the absence of America bringing China to the table, like bringing all parties involved in this to the table to commit to longstanding peace, offering a favorable deal to all parties without completely eroding Ukrainian sovereignty, I don't believe that there is going to be a just or equitable or any solution whatsoever. But I don't think America is going to do that because they're still playing a different ball game. They're still behaving with the rules of post-World War II. Like, they're still operating on the Cold War boundaries or beyond Cold War boundaries. Like, they're still operating like it's the post-Cold War era of peak neoliberalism from like the 80s and 90s all the way to the early 2000s, the 2010s, where there's only one game in town, and that's the United States of America. There's only one player in town that, and when they say jump, everybody says how high, and it's gone. It's over. This is not how it works anymore. That's it. If you are a foreign adversary that is a nuclear superpower and you want to engage in irredentist behavior against your neighboring nations, as Russia has done, you get to do it. And there are enough economic, there is a powerful economic counterbalance to America's global prominence here that can back Russia, and that is China. So unless you actually try to reach a reasonable deal with China and bring them to the table, it's just not going to work. It's just not going to happen. And Russia will continue to say, oh yeah, we want peace. We want peace for sure. We want to stop the war. We want to stop the war for sure, without actually doing that. And if you have shown over the past couple of years that you are not capable of striking an economic blow that is significant enough to Russia to force them to stand down, and you can't present a strong enough defensive force against Russian military incursion into Ukraine, as the past couple of years have shown, have demonstrated, then you have to look for a different alternative. That's it. America is not recognizing that we are no longer living in a world where it is the hegemonic superpower. We are living in a multipolar world, and the American government doesn't recognize that and postures as though they are the singular power still. They're not. The faster they recognize this, the easier things will be, but it kind of feels like America's just going to refuse to do that and continue bullying our allies, continue bullying the countries that are vassal states, demanding more tribute from them, with hopes that that kind of reinforcement of power, prominence, and influence will cause others to remember who's really in charge. But I think all that does is ultimately shorten the timeline of American empire, because eventually there are going to be actors in these countries that demand sovereignty and will say, all right, we're done. We're done with this shit. Continue to suffer. Hasanabi, you deserve it. Turkey, the plastic table. I mean, when America suffers, the whole world suffers, as you can see, because the decisions that we make are consequential for everyone. And empires do not go away quietly. They oftentimes actually become increasingly more violent. Okay?
And I'm not speaking out of turn when I say it's a very difficult situation. You know, we just settled the war, and after thousands of years, I guess. People say anywhere from 500 to 3,000 years. And I was in rooms, as you saw, because you were with me, a lot of you were with me last week, with leaders that didn't like each other, but they were able to get along. These two leaders do not like each other, and we want to make it comfortable for everybody. So one way or the other, we'll be involved in threes, but it may be separated.
President Trump. Mr. President. President Trump.
Was he what? Where are you from?
From Ukraine. He actually had a
Okay, good.
conversation with me.
Good, yeah.
What if Mr. President Putin doesn't agree to peace in Hungary? What do you do then? Do you have...
Well, let's see what happens. I mean, you know, what if? I think he will. I think that President Putin wants to end the war, or I wouldn't be talking this way. I think he wants to end the war. I spoke to him yesterday for 2.5 hours. We went through a lot of details. He wants to get it ended. I think that President Zelenskyy wants to get it ended. Now we have to get it done.
I have even less confidence, judging by what he has done so far, and also judging by how little power of influence he has over Vladimir Putin here, in the absence of trying to set a side deal with China. Okay, that's a big if, and he's not going to do that regardless. I have even less confidence that he is going to secure a ceasefire here than maintaining a permanent ceasefire between Israel and the Palestinians. Okay? Because remember, America could stop Israel with one phone call, but America cannot stop a foreign adversary with one fucking phone call. It doesn't work that way. Okay? So he has even less leverage in this situation. He has no leverage whatsoever in this situation in terms of like telling Putin what to do and what not to do. He has zero fucking leverage. Okay? So you must gain leverage. How do you gain leverage? You bring other larger parties, larger backers. Okay? One other way to try to escalate the tariff regime is by going to the secondary markets that Russia utilizes. India, right? But that is far too consequential for America's relationship with India, because if Russia is using India as a secondary market to allow its oil and gas industry to enter the international marketplace as a mediator, right? And America wants to put an end to that, that is going to cause financial harm to India. India is obviously still self-interested. And they're going to go, yeah, we're not going to do that. Okay? They're going to say, we're not going to fucking do that. Sorry, big dog. That's not happening. Or they're going to reconsider who they want to be in the sphere of influence of. Right now, they're fine with being in the sphere of influence of the West, while also simultaneously playing in the, playing the middleman role that they have, a bulwark against China, but also they're also simultaneously too close to China in proximity to take a stronger stance against China to begin with, and especially if China seemingly is demanding less restraint, or if China is seemingly not pushing ridiculous conditions on India when America is pushing conditions on India that they consider to be unfathomable, then that's going to ruin America's influence over India as well. It's going to hurt America's influence over India in general. Because in the past, when you were the singular hegemonic superpower, everyone had to deal with you. But now there is an alternative. And when there is an alternative, every action that you take needs to walk a fine line. If you are too heavy-handed with other regional powers like India, if you are far too aggressive in your approach and you make demands that they consider to be bad for their own sovereignty, for their own people, for their own economic outlook, then they have another person that they can go to. So far, from the perspective of at least the European vassal states, they have not moved in the direction of China. Okay? They are still very much servile to Western interests. I think xenophobia and Orientalist frameworks play somewhat of a role in this calculation for sure. And I think they're also terrified of living under a unipolar Chinese global rulership, because they've benefited greatly from Western power exchanging hands, but only going back to another Western country like the United States of America. And they are too fearful of having to deal with China, even as an even competitor. And they're especially fearful of having to be servile to Chinese foreign policy and Chinese interests. Okay? But India might have different considerations. India is too close in proximity to China. India has also shown time and time again that in spite of their, in spite of their back and forth with China, that they are willing to leverage a relationship with China. They're willing to leverage that to get better deals from the West. So this is something that Donald Trump has to consider.
Over from Lindell TV, and although I love asking
my point
you
is,
questions
I don't
today,
think
my
they
question
can.
is-
I don't think they can rely on anti-China tendencies. I don't think they can rely on like the existing anti-China tendencies of India for as long as they have, especially if China decides to offer better deals to India, for example, or a lot less restraint than America is offering.
Is for
President Zelenskyy
Sure.
of Ukraine.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Our President Zelenskyy, President Trump, just brokered a peace deal in the Middle East that all Americans,
Lindell
both
TV,
sides of
hell
the
yeah.
aisle, are very proud of. But to meet that deal, both sides had to make concessions. Our president has stuck out his neck in many ways to make a peace deal for your war as well. What specific concessions are you willing to make to end this war with Russia? Will you give up joining NATO? Americans have foreign war fatigue, and our president, as he said, we need our tomahawks too.
To me.
Yes, you, President Zelenskyy.
Thank you very much.
Concessions will you
That's some question. Right?
So many
Thank
questions
you.
in one. Thank you very much for your question. First of all, I think we need to sit and speak. The second point, we need ceasefire. Even now, you see in the Middle East, it's very difficult to hold ceasefire. Everywhere, in every war, it's very difficult. We want peace. Putin doesn't want. That's why we need pressure on him. We will speak with President today what we need. We understand what we need to push Putin to negotiation table. And as I said previously, so we are ready to speak in any kind of format, bilateral, trilateral, doesn't matter. Matter just peace. This is important. And we don't speak about NATO or NATO. For Ukrainians, it's very important. Of course, it's our decision, decisions of allies to decide where we are.
But are you willing to give up
Yes,
joining
but the
NATO?
most important thing for people in Ukraine, which are under each day's attacks, to have really strong security guarantees. NATO is the best, but weapon is very important. Allies on our side is very important, and between us, for us, bilateral security guarantees between me and President Trump is very important. I don't know, we didn't speak with details about it, but this is the most important document because the United States is very strong.
Sir, President Trump, you are the middleman right now, hoping to end this conflict. Who is doing a better job negotiating, President Zelenskyy or President Putin?
I think they're both doing a great job in that sense. We have to get it done. We've got to take some of the hatred of each other. You know, they don't like each other. I say that in front of President Zelenskyy, but I say it in front of President Putin too. They have tremendous bad blood. It's really is what is holding up, I think, a settlement. I think we're going to get it done, and we have to make it long-lasting. As I said in the Middle East, everlasting, right? Everlasting. And the Middle East is a much more...
What concessions can Trump give to India to make them more favorable to their position? I do not know. Someone in the chat asked that question. I actually don't know. But what I do know is India currently enjoys the leveraged position that it has between China and the United States of America, and it certainly enjoys cheap oil and gas coming from Russia. So demanding that they actually stop that, trade and shut off Russia's entry point into the international market is probably a non-starter, and therefore I'm not so sure how Trump is going to get to do that. Maybe I do think that as far as Russia goes, even without Chinese backing, they do have the power to influence they have the power to influence like a global oil shock if they wanted to. I mean, I don't know how much power they have at OPEC Plus. I mean, they still have a lot of power. America obviously has a lot of allies there too. Having said that, Russia still has the capacity to influence these decisions. And therefore, cutting them out from the international market is going to be very difficult. Cutting them out and cutting their oil and gas from the international market is going to be impossible. Okay? But that is like one of the last tools in the tool belt that America has, because they already deployed the mother of all sanctions on Russia. Like, there are still some things that they can do to fuck with Russia's bag. But the mother of all sanctions did not work, seemingly, right? And if anything, it might have actually played a formative role in the creation of this secondary market outside of the swift back petrodollar system. So every single day that goes by, I feel like America's leverage power is waning on the global stage, and they are not cognizant of this, I don't think, or at least they're behaving as though that's not a reality. Isn't that kind of good? I mean, broadly, a multipolar world, depending on how both parties that are both parties that at least still control certain parts of the planet operate, could be a better future. It's just that no one seemingly wants to engage in a collaborative effort here, and everyone is simply posturing, especially America. America's getting increasingly belligerent. Yeah, a multipolar world under capitalism is not good. Just different bad is right.
More complicated situation. You know, we had 59 countries
Make
involved,
America
and every one of
great
them
again. I know, because I'm American. Islam's got to go back to their country. Make me imagine a religion that allows marrying children allowed to be in America crazy. I agree. It is pretty crazy, which is why we should actually make it illegal for Christians to have child brides. Like, we should make it illegal across the board. Do you agree that we should be prosecuting Christian child brides in this country? You know, if there are Muslim child brides as well, we should prosecute that as well. But I'm pretty sure that if there's one party that actually has any sort of political prominence in this country, outsized political power, it's usually the Christian nationalists that are the ones who are advocating for child brides, not the Muslims, not the Islams, as you said. Do you have a take on that? Or is it okay when Christians do it? Because it kind of feels like you're advocating. If you're a anti-child marriage advocate like myself, you're going to actually get into a lot of trouble. You're going to have to advocate to prosecute in jail a lot of right-wing Christian nationalist pastors, prominent politicians. Am I wrong? Did you hear the words that were coming out of my mouth? I don't think you have a lot of comprehension skills.
agreed. And it's, it's sort of amazing. Most people didn't think that was doable. This is going to be something I really believe that's going to get done. I had a very good talk yesterday with President Putin. I think he wants to get it done.
And right behind you, when we were in Israel with President Trump earlier in the week, we heard a lot about the difference in diplomacy between President Trump and President Joe Biden before him.
Yeah, child marriage is legal in 34 states with parental consent. Who do you think petitioned for this to happen? Do you think it was the Mohammedan influence, or do you think it was prominent Christian nationalists, different Christian sects, that ensured that this took place? That's one of the funniest lines of attack against Democrats in general. One of the funniest lines of attacks against Democrats in general from conservatives has been like this notion that like Democrats are pro-pedophilia or some shit. It's like, dude, if you look at numbers on the board, pedocon is a theory like the theory of gravity is a theory, okay? Every other week, there's another prominent Republican influencer, prominent Republican pastor that was like Trump's spiritual advisor at a certain point, getting outed as a child molester. And you're over here being like, but the Democrats. Get the fuck out of here.
What do you see as the biggest difference in diplomacy between President Trump and President Biden?
President Trump has a big chance now to finish this war. President Biden.
Yeah, young Republicans can be an age range all the way up to 40, but you're a woman all the way after the age of 14 in the eyes of many Republicans, it seems. Very strange inconsistency. That was a good one.
Now is not the president, so he doesn't have a chance to finish this war. And President Trump is really showed for the world that he can manage ceasefire in Middle East. And that's why I hope that he will do this, and we will also have such big success. For Ukraine, it's a big chance. And I hope that President Trump can manage it.
I would say the biggest difference is one is extremely competent and the other one is grossly incompetent.
Mr. President. Sir, a few weeks ago in New York when you two met, you said that you think Ukraine could ultimately take back all the territory that it's lost so far. Do you still think that's the case, or do you think there'll have to be some sort of
You never know. Look, war is very interesting. You never know, do you? You just never know with war and peace, but you never know. Please, Russia, who are you with? You Ukraine?
Yes. But Russia continue even using the missiles as an opportunity to equalize the possibilities of Ukraine and Russia and push Moscow to the negotiation table?
Sure. We're going to be talking about that. That's why we're here. Okay? Fair question. Exactly as he told you to say it. But we're going to be talking about it. Okay? Yeah, please. You said India and Hungary? That's an interesting... India and Hungary. It's an interesting combination. Well, India is not going to be buying Russian oil anymore. And Hungary is sort of stuck because they have one pipeline that's been there for years and years and years, and they're inland. They don't have sea. They don't have sea. And I spoke with the very...
That's crazy that he has a lower standard for Hungary purchasing Russian oil as opposed to India. I mean, that's when he says India's not buying any more Russian oil, I don't know how much I believe him. I feel like he's just saying that at the domestic front in an effort to make it seem like he's doing things. Okay? That's what it feels like to me. It feels like to me he's just kind of saying that so that people feel like he's doing something. MAGA believes this? I mean, yeah, MAGA believes that Donald Trump is not Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, okay? They're stupid. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about that. Like, there's got to be a certain point where you have been there's got to be a certain point when you've been the recipient of so many awards where eventually, you know, you've been fooled so many fucking times. Like, at a certain point, I'm gonna start believing that you enjoy it. You enjoy being fooled. Okay, you're kind of a cultist. Yeah, if you're looking like Admiral Zhukov with the Fell For It Again awards all over your fucking chest, maybe you enjoy it.
Great leader of Hungary, and they are, you know, it's very hard for them to get oil. I understand it. Hungary's in a very interesting position because they can't have ports.
Sorry, not Admiral. Field Marshal Zhukov.
You know, they're surrounded by land. So we'll see what happens there. But India will not be buying oil from Russia. And they've already de-escalated, and they've more or less stopped. They're pulling back. They bought about 38% of the oil, and they won't be doing it anymore.
Has been helping you in achieving peace in Ukraine.
Who has?
First Lady Melania Trump has been helping in returning abducted Ukrainian children from Russian captivity. President Zelenskyy, do you appreciate those efforts? How do you assess them? And did you ask her to step in and to help you?
No, she wanted to do it. She felt very strongly about the children, and she's done a really good job, I think, in bringing it to the fore. You know, we have a lot of children involved. Now, it's some people say it's 20,000 and some people say it's 300. There's a big difference between that, so nobody really knows. But she felt very strongly about the children. She thinks about the children all the time.
Tomahawks. What's going to happen if the United States is in a conflict and we need the Tomahawks? Do we have enough?
That's a problem. We need Tomahawks, and we need a lot of other things that we've been sending over the last 4 years to Ukraine. We've been, you know, we gave them a lot. Now we have a different situation. We send it to the European Union. They pay for it and all that, and they have plenty of money. But it's beyond the money. You know, we need Tomahawks, or we need a lot of other weapons that we're sending to Ukraine. One of the reasons we want to get this war over is exactly that. It's not easy for us to give. You're talking about massive numbers of very powerful weapons. So that's one of the things we'll be talking about. Hopefully they won't need it. Hopefully we'll be able to get the war over with without thinking about Tomahawks. I think we're fairly close to that. Yeah, go ahead.
President,
yeah, please.
Just to understand. So for today, of course, we want to finish this war, but the war is another technological war. You don't use just Tomahawks. If you want to target a military goal, you need thousands of drones. It goes together with such missiles. Ukraine has such thousands of our production drones, but we don't have Tomahawks. That's why we need Tomahawks. But United States is a very strong production, and the United States has Tomahawks and other missiles, very strong missiles. But they can have our thousands of drones. That's why where we can work together, where we can strengthen American production.
And so just so that I understand, so you're suggesting kind of a trade. If President Trump okays Tomahawk missiles to help you launch,
yes, it's about Russia, military goals. It's only about military goals.
Right, but then you would authorize some kind of an exchange where
yes, of course.
The US
yes, we have proposition. We have big proposition with our drones.
President Trump, I don't mean to be brokering an arms deal here, but is that something that you would be interested in, Ukrainian drones?
We are, yeah, we would. We have a lot of drones right now. We build our own drones, but we also buy drones from others. And they make a very good drone. I mean, drone warfare has really come to the fore over the last couple of years because of this war. I will say, there's nothing like the jets. You know, we knocked out a lot of drones in Israel. We were knocking them out for Israel, and we were doing it with extremely fast and powerful jets, following the drones and knocking the hell out of them. So, it's, you know, we know a lot about the drones, and we know a lot about the great jets, the great ones.
Not invited to TwitchCon. That was the controversy 2 weeks ago, where I personally chose not to go to TwitchCon publicly in order not to put others in potential crosshairs. And then people yelled at me for it. But that was 2-3 weeks ago. You're a mobile chatter, I think. Yeah. Lock in. The new controversy is that I'm torturing this dog with my zapping powers like that. Another victim of the rewind. Yeah, he hit the rewind like 20 streams ago.
The ones, well,
actually, we moved back. We've moved past that. We actually moved past that. The Dogtober as well. Now is Cuomo. It's Cuomo over.
And the B-52s, which were totally they were stealth. They were undetectable. So we have a lot of different weapons. And, you know, I have an obligation also, though, to make sure that we're completely stocked up as a country, because you never know what's going to happen. In war and peace, right? You never know what's going to happen. So we're going to be talking about Tomahawks and with...
I mean, just say you don't want to get shot, bro. That other people could be in the crosshairs as possible, but you don't want to die, right? I don't have a fear of that. I don't care necessarily. I will continue doing, public shit.
Much rather have them not need Tomahawks. Would much rather have the war be over, to be honest, because, you know, we're in it to get the war over. We're not.
Wait, I thought they were saying the talking point that you weren't doing it for attention. Now they're saying you weren't invited. I don't know. Maybe they moved the talking points.
We're selling a lot of different types of weapon, as you know, to the European Union. We're not in it for that. We're in it to get it over. We're losing thousands of people a week, thousands of people. Russian, Ukrainian, mostly soldiers. I mean, mostly soldiers. But we're in it to see that end. And if we can end quickly, and I think we can. I mean, I had a very good talk yesterday. We're going to be talking about it. But I had a very productive talk yesterday with President Putin. We'll see what happens. But the war in the Middle East was far more complicated. We got that one done. And I think we have a good chance. I think President Zelenskyy wants it done, and I think President Putin wants it done. Now all they have to do is get along a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think... I think Zelenskyy wants to get it done more than Putin. I think Putin wants to take as much territory as he can while extending the timeline over and over again with like these unique gestures of goodwill that Trump takes sincerely every single time. Not to sound like a NATO Andy, but there was an opportunity to do this when Trump became president, and I even gave him credit for at least talking to Vladimir Putin directly, something that I wished the Biden administration did on numerous occasions, because you do have to talk to the opposition here. You have to talk to the belligerent here in order to cut a treaty, in order to have permanent peace. Having said that, given the lack of leverage that America has, especially because they've exhausted almost all of the options, you know, it's just, we're kind of cooked. I'm a Hasanabi head, but why is it so hard for you to, oh my God. I'm a Hasanabi head, but why is this so hard for you to apologize that you did your pet wrong, brother, and you're going to do better in the future? It would help you, and it would strengthen the trust and relationship with your reviewers if you apologize for your mistakes. No, that is a Hasanabi head. That's like legitimately a long-term community subscriber who seemingly hasn't seen me take accountability for not immediately going over to Kaya to check in on her. That is true. But I did take accountability for that. Now, if you want me to take accountability for being a dog abuser, well, then that's not accountability. That's just me agreeing to the insane hallucinations of seemingly that person as well as the rest of the people online. Why are her eyes closed and she's not moving? She's dead. I shocked her so hard that she died.
Can you give us an update on the trade negotiations with China, or perhaps Secretary Bessent?
Yeah, I will, and I'm going to let Scott do that. But I think we're doing very well. I think we're getting along with China. China would like to have something. As of this moment, we'll be meeting in a couple of weeks. We'll be meeting in South Korea.
You think
myself.
Will go forward?
I think so. It looks like it's going forward. I think so. They want to meet. We like to meet. I have a very good relationship with President Xi, and we're going to see what happens. But, for years we were taken advantage of by China very badly. We were losing hundreds of billions of dollars a year to China. We really built their military, if you think about it. The kind of money that presidents allowed to be lost to China was just insane. And then when I came into office, as you know, I put very severe tariffs. So we took in hundreds of billions of dollars in my first term from China. Biden let that go because it was so much. He let it continue, but he gave all sorts of exceptions. And by the time you looked at it, Scott, I would say it wasn't the same thing. He would give an exception for anything. If you got up and went out to dinner, he'd give you an exception. So it wasn't the same thing. But I put on very serious tariffs. So we took in hundreds of billions of dollars, and then I left office. The election was rigged. I left office, and that was the story. Now I come back, and we are in a very strong position because of tariffs. We're in a very powerful position because of the fact that we have tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, we would be in a very weak position. We would be in a weakened state. But with tariffs, we've made hundreds of billions of dollars, not only from China, but from others. And China wants to talk, and we like talking to China. So we have a very good relationship, and we're going to be meeting in South Korea a couple of weeks. And I just got back from a long trip. I'm going on another long trip. And Scott, you want to say a few words on that, please?
Yes, sir. So the entire relationship stems from the great respect that the two leaders have for each other. China did a substantial, unprovoked escalation last week. We were unable to get
literally not unprovoked. Literally not unprovoked. And also in line with exactly our trade posture against China for decades.
For them since then, it's been IMF World Bank Week. They have had working level people here who there have been meetings.
Yeah, this is the same as Israel always does a preemptive first strike, a defensive first strike, and anyone that retaliates against the United States of America is always retaliating, but it's unfair that they're doing so. Okay? Always. Venezuela is provoking Trump by existing, for example, existing on top of massive natural oil reserves. This is a provocation that must be addressed. China, over the course of the last 3 decades, has become the manufacturing hub of the planet. This was our design for international trade. America designed the world in this way. Okay? We benefited greatly from it. Problem is, now they got too much power as the manufacturing hub of the entire planet. This is a provocation. That's fucked up. This is unfair. How dare they? This is inappropriate. We must address this. We must blow up the global trade design that we put together for no reason. Like for literally no reason other than Trump's endless need for money molestation.
Vice Premier, who is my counterpart, and I will be speaking this evening at around 8:30, 9 o'clock. and then he and I and a delegation will meet in Malaysia probably a week from tomorrow to prepare for the two presidents to meet. So I think that things have de-escalated. We hope that China will show the respect that we have shown them. And I am confident that President Trump, because of his relationship with President Xi, will be able to get things back on a good course.
Is the hope for that meeting with you and President Xi some kind of trade deal then? Or
could be.
More
Look, I think we're in a very strong position. We're getting, as you know, as of November 1st, I could move it up if I wanted, a 100% tariff over and above what we get now. So that would make it about 157%. And China doesn't want that, and they want to talk, and we're talking. And I think we'll make a deal that will be good for both. I think we will do something. But you have to understand, we never got anything from China. It was a one-way street. For many years, for decades, it was a one-way street. And they became rich because of the United States. And frankly, presidents that, let's be nice, they didn't know. They just didn't know. They didn't understand what was happening to them. But I understood it. I understood it long before I ran for politics. I used to watch in amazement at how stupid.
Is someone going to explain what's going on? Yes. Donald Trump is saying that without saying who is responsible for this, Donald Trump is attributing American international trade policy for the past 3 or 4 decades directly to Democrats and even Republicans that have played a formative role in this design, because this design has allowed China to get unimaginable power, becoming the international manufacturing hub with a robust industrial base. And instead of Donald Trump getting mad at the capital owners that played a major role in seeking out a cheaper labor market and completely restructuring the global economy to be reliant on China as the manufacturing hub, instead of getting mad at the forces of capital that have played a role in this grand design, he's just saying, oh, these guys just made they made tremendous mistakes in international trade policy. And the reason why he's saying that is because obviously, as a billionaire, he himself is also one of those people who benefited from this relationship. That's why the Donald Trump ties or any number of different like Donald Trump products were also being manufactured in China. And they still are. That's why half of his merch is coming from China. Okay? The problem with China, from the American perspective, is that they weren't kept servile. They were able to take advantage of the unlimited greed of Western capitalists to get an unprecedented amount of foreign capital to come into their country, and then use that foreign capital to engage in rapid urbanization and even development. If China had stayed unstable, if China had the same internal issues that India has, for example, that made it much easier for there to be a capitalist oligarchy style structure, then I don't think we'd be talking about China at all. Or at least we wouldn't be considering China a foreign adversary at all. We would be looking at China just like we look at India. The problem is China took that foreign capital and distributed it. China took that foreign capital and developed, not developed at the behest of their own national capital owners, but at the behest of all of China and all of the Chinese workers, uplifting the material conditions of the Chinese working class across the board. That's the real issue. And now that centralized structure of governance is tremendously advantageous, especially when there is global political competition, because China gets to make decisions at the top that are, one, beneficial for its own working class, and two, China can dramatically restructure their economy almost overnight if they choose to do so. This is not something that the decentralized system of capitalists, the decentralized system of governance that Western liberal capitalist nations have. They work at the behest of capital, where in China, capital is still a servant of the government. Now, this is still problematic in some sorts, especially if the government no longer wants to operate in the direction of uplifting the material conditions of the working class. If overnight China decided, no, we're gonna also be we're gonna operate in the same way that like a fascist government would work, they could do so. I'm sure that there would be rebellion if that were to take place, but so far they have not done so. But that is the problem with at least the American position here. It's a problem when it comes to manufacturing, because while Western liberal capitalist countries also have a system of subsidies, what corporate overlords do with said subsidies is very different than what the Chinese state forces companies to do. Okay, or I mean, it's not an enforcement necessarily, but because they control the flows of capital internally inside of the country, they can change the incentive structure to get people to move into other sectors in a way that is much faster than the ways that this would work in a Western liberal democracy. They can move the money around, and when they move the money around, they can get people to focus on building up different sectors that are necessary for whatever goals that the government has.
Our country was, how stupid they were, and we're not stupid anymore. And that includes with the European Union, that includes with Japan and South Korea. All we want to do is be treated fairly. But the fairly is hundreds of billions and even trillions of dollars coming into the United States. And it's our national security is secure because of tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, we would have no national security. So it's very important.
Will you seek China's help in ending the war in Ukraine? Do you need them to put pressure on Russia?
I'll be discussing that, but I'd love to see it ended before that. I mean, I think we have a chance of ending the war quickly. If
I think another advantage of central planning and the system of governance that China has is that it has allowed them to set in motion 15-year plans and now 5-year plans. Okay. Whereas Western liberal capitalist countries do not have that same structure. They do not have that same mechanism of control, or even if they did, because at the end of the day, states are incredibly powerful entities, right? The American government, if it chooses to do so, could actually, maybe not overnight, but and with a series of capital strikes and capital revolts, would be able to create a centrally planned economy as well. It would take a lot. It would require a lot of effort. It would require tremendous labor militancy, for example. But they could do that. It's not impossible. Every Western liberal capitalist nation could technically become a command economy, could have central planning if they chose to do so. We have a version of central planning in this country. Look at our agri sector. Look at the agribusiness, for example, right? It's just that we demand nothing in return for the subsidies, the taxpayer-funded subsidies, from the capital owners, because that's not the way this is supposed to be designed. The system is designed for capital owners to do whatever the fuck they want. And over time, we have increasingly financialized our economy and worry about fake improvements in the stock prices, because everything still goes back to improving shareholder value, increasing shareholder value. This forces the American government and the powerful, the class of capital owners in America to focus on short-term profits. This makes it impossible for the United States of America to have like a 10-year plan or a 15-year project. There is a reason why China could just like prop up the world's tallest bridge virtually overnight for pennies on the dollar, or develop thousands of miles of high-speed rail since the year 2000, whereas in the United States of America, high-speed rail projects take decades and get nothing accomplished. It's not that the government has no power. It's that the government, the purpose of the government in Western nations is not to make these sorts of projects happen. It's to keep funneling money into unnecessary and increasingly costly middlemen. What is this? It's not surprising.
Flexibility is shown on behalf, and again, we're not losing people. The United States is not, we're not losing people, we're not spending money, we're getting paid for the, ammunition and missiles and everything else that we're sending to the European Union, but to NATO. But it's very similar. If you look at the countries, it's very similar. And we just made a very fair trade deal with the European Union. And what we wanted, and we made a very good deal with NATO too. They pay for all of this. That's not what we're in this for. We're in it to save thousands of lives every week.
Yes, but sitting in a cubicle pushing pencils is far more prestigious than working with your hands. What do you suggest that the middlemen actually make something themselves? That's not even what I'm talking about. Because, this isn't even about like productive labor versus different forms of labor. I'm not even getting into that. I'm simply talking about I'm simply talking about the broader outlook here, that ultimately the American government is servile to capital and capital interests, and capital interests always revolve around improving profit margins for shareholders, increasing shareholder value. It's literally in the law. Okay? The boards have a fiduciary responsibility. If you are trying to compete against a country that doesn't have that interest whatsoever and simply wants to make government projects happen, or simply wants to outcompete Western industry in certain sectors, whether it be solar panels, or whether it be drone manufacturing, or whether it be electric vehicle manufacturing, for example, they are going to make a lot of investments into this field, and they are going to make prices so unimaginably affordable that it is virtually impossible for Western liberal capitalists to compete with them. It's just not going to happen. Unless Western capitalists either do one of two things. One, they can try to make new rules around global trade, which is what they are trying to do right now. Make it illegal, right? Make it illegal for Chinese goods to enter the European markets, for example, or the American markets, which is, once again, a nuisance for Western capital owners because of the way that they have designed global trade, right? The other thing they could potentially do is take a hard look at the way that they have approached manufacturing and the way that they have organized their system of governance under a capitalist organization of the economy, and restructure it. Restructure it so that they have they have an opportunity to actually outcompete China. Now, that's going to be very difficult because China has a 30-year, decades and decades of building a robust industrial base in their country. They have a 30-year head start, so it's most likely not going to happen.
Thousands and thousands of lives. That's why we're in it. And I think we have a very good chance of bringing this war to a conclusion.
President, and your cabinet has done honestly an excellent job. I think that a lot of people could agree to that.
Thank you.
I'm speaking as someone who lost my father in a war, so I know the human cost. What would your advice be to American leaders, to world leaders, to neocons, to TV hosts who often speak about conflict in abstract or strategic terms rather than the human cost and the human terms?
Look, my only statement is we have to get together. It's a very small group of people. It's the president, and the president. Okay, 3 presidents. And I'm the mediator president. And I'm mediating not an easy situation. It should be easy, but it's a lot easier when people understand each other, when they get together, and when they like each other. We don't necessarily have that situation as far as like is concerned. Maybe it can turn around. Maybe it can. But in the meantime, we'll have them keep a little bit of distance, and we're going to see if we can get it done. This is number 9, okay? This will be number 9 for me. I've solved 8, including the Middle East. I've solved 8. This, I thought, would have been among the easiest. We solved, President Putin mentioned yesterday Armenia, you know, all of the different wars. He said it was amazing because but the big one that he was surprised that we were able to settle was the Middle East. He thought it was incredible. He was very generous in that sense. This should be something we're able to settle, and I think we will be able to settle.
On that note, you will go down as the peacemaker, no doubt, and you will resolve this war.
Well, you know, we resolved 8 others. It's funny how people say that. If you get this one, every time I do one, they forget about that one. I solved 8 wars. Go to Rwanda and the Congo, talk about India and Pakistan, look at Thailand, look at all of the wars that we solved. And every time I solve one, they say, if you solve the next one, you're going to get the Nobel Prize. I didn't get a Nobel Prize. Somebody got it who's a very nice woman, very nice. I don't know who she is, but she was very generous. So I don't care about all that stuff. I just care about saving lives. But this will be number 9. But every time I solve one, they said, sir, if you solve one more, you're going to be known as a peacekeeper. So to the best of my knowledge, we've never had a president that solved one war. Not one war. Bush started a war. A lot of them start wars, but they don't solve the wars. They don't.
I think one of the craziest parts about this, as he angles himself as the peace president, is that there is a former president who did stop a war. His name was Joseph Robinette Brandon. That's not even a joke. Like, he did do that. And everyone yelled at him for doing it at the time, except for people like myself and like the Chapo boys and Majority Report. There were very few allies on Biden's side on that issue. And of course, Biden then turned around and destroyed his legacy that will be forever tarnished, because he turned around and gave Benjamin Netanyahu a bear hug after October 7, allowing Israel to do unlimited fucking genocide. When Donald Trump says he's the peace president, what's so crazy about it is that, like, Joe Biden could have been definitionally the peace president if he demanded restraint from Israel. Okay. If he had, the Afghan withdrawal was one, but then on top of that, if he actually immediately insta-locked Israel into a restrained position, he could have been seen as a fucking peace president. And I don't even think Donald Trump would be president right now if he had done that. Of course, for that to also happen, he would have to not be an ultra-Zionist. Of course, for that to happen, he would also have to not be incredibly old. But, you know, such is the nature of politics, I guess. But it is funny when Donald Trump tries to claim he's the peace president, when not only is he trying to wage war, in Venezuela, not only did he continue Israel's genocide for 9 extra months when he had every opportunity to stop Israel dead in his tracks as soon as he came into office, which he did entertain for a brief moment, but he's also doing war on U.S. soil. The only reason why it hasn't completely fucking turned into a full-blown war is that he's posturing and he's aggressively trying to get some kind of retaliation from the public, and the public is just not giving it to him. That's it. Because there is no other reason to send in the fucking military to all of these blue cities other than try to get the people riled up enough that, like, someone ends up getting fucking shot. That's it. There is nothing peaceful about, like, Donald Trump is unironically doing the domestic version of what he's doing in Venezuela, which is obviously supposed to be a little bit more restrained, in democratic cities right now. That's what he's doing. He's like circling around and deploying the military to blue cities in an effort to foment some sort of civil unrest. It is fucking insane. And we're supposed to sit here and be like, that's my peace president, dude.
Settle them. and especially when they're not, when they have nothing to do with us. I sell almost, I guess, just about all of these wars had nothing to do with us, but I saved tens of millions of lives. The Prime Minister of Pakistan said, I saved millions of lives in interceding on Pakistan, and you look at Pakistan and India as an example. That would have been a...
Yeah, you know what's funny about that? India denies this. Yeah. India denies that, which is funny. I retweeted Armand, the #1 China glazer, yesterday on this issue, where he actually brought this down. Arnaud Bertrand, #1 China glazer. Cambodia and Thailand, it was a border conflict that ended thanks to mediation by Malaysia. All Trump did was a phone call threatening tariffs. Kosovo and Serbia, there was no war. DRC and Rwanda, war did not end. Violence continues. Pakistan and India, India is adamant there was no U.S. mediation. Israel and Iran, the U.S. was literally a belligerent, obviously. Remember the U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. Egypt and Ethiopia, there was no war. Armenia and Azerbaijan, the peace deal hasn't actually been signed. Israel and Hamas, beyond obscene for the U.S. to take credit for ending a genocide that it was a key enabler of. Doesn't this guy own Louis Vuitton? No, that's a different Arnaud. That's so funny. Yeah. Yeah, one of the world's wealthiest billionaires who happens to sit on top of the throne of Louis Vuitton also seems to be a prolific Twitter poster who defends China all the time.
Bed with two nuclear nations, right? So I say this is pretty much the last one, although I do understand that Pakistan attacked, or there is an attack going on with Afghanistan. That's an easy one for me to solve if I have to solve it. In the meantime, I have to run the USA, but I love solving wars. You know why? I like stopping people from being killed, and I've saved millions and millions of lives, and I think we're going to have success with this war. Wait, please.
Third, you look excellent.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
This is your third time here. How different sitting across from the president is this time versus the two previous times here at the White House, and how confident are you hearing the success rate?
Okay, I can't listen to this any further. I'm sorry. I'm done. Let's get to the New York City mayoral race. Okay. Yesterday, I live reacted to the first New York City mayoral debate. Okay. Now, coming into this race, Zoran already had a significant advantage, seemingly the approval of the majority in recent polls that were conducted right before the debate. And I suspect that after the debate, his approval even went up higher. I do think that Andrew Cuomo's performance was so spectacularly bad that he will probably lose support after this debate. But who knows? People are very stupid sometimes. Now, of course, one of the reasons I suspect that Zoran Mamdani's mayoral poll leading up to this debate was at 52%, up +5. Andrew Cuomo was -1 at 28%, and Curtis Lewa was at 14% with a +3. The reason why I suspect that is because, as John DeLillo correctly pointed to, what you have to remember is this poll was conducted before Zoran refused to condemn Hassan Piker on the debate stage, which is true, because that did happen. That did happen
Look now.
On the debate stage. Zoran Mamdani, in an act of resilience, refused to condemn the dangerous Hasanabi Piker. Okay? Which is pretty fucked up, honestly. Pretty fucked up. You're going down, pretty boy? Yeah. Any moment now. Now, of course, there were some other more relevant positions, not like cost of living crisis that New Yorkers are facing. Obviously, that was irrelevant because it took 50 minutes for the debate moderators to finally get to that issue on the New York City mayoral race debate, and only like 10 minutes to get to the important issue that actually matters. Israel fears that Jewish people have, that Muslim man is scary, and Israel, will you actually defend Israel? Will you send the New York Police Department to defend Israel against other October 7th style incidents? Okay, after all, that's the only thing that matters, obviously. Will you do parades in Israel? Will you do Israel-style parades? Will you actually do fast and free buses if Israel doesn't want you to do fast and free buses? You know, things like that. Very cool. Very cool and very important issues such as that. Now, the level of discourse right now for a New York City mayoral candidate and former governor bringing up a streamer like in an official debate, and then the White House press secretary responding to a legit question with your mom. I know, it's fucking insane. Now, New York Times called him a YouTube streamer. Why wouldn't he condemn Hamas? Why wouldn't he condemn Hassan Piker, Mr. Cuomo asked, referring to a popular YouTube streamer who once said America deserved 9/11. Mr. Mamdani said that he found Mr. Piker's comments objectionable or reprehensible, but he said he stood by his remark that he would not recognize Israel's right to be a Jewish state. It's crazy that they call me a YouTube streamer. I'm a Twitch streamer, okay? Anyway, getting insulted as a YouTube streamer, getting double insulted. All right. Do you think Cuomo had an ADL handler telling him to bring you up, or does he just have Hassan derangement syndrome? I don't think Andrew Cuomo personally has a Hassan derangement syndrome. I think he has a lot of extremely online, extremely right-wing, and pro-Israel guys in his team that think that this is actually a good thing to bring up in a debate. There's no way that he personally knew who the fuck I was, and it was most likely people in his team that he's listening to, and he's very desperate, and he thinks that this would actually cause chaos or controversy, but I don't think he himself is actually I don't think he himself is actually fucking aware of who I am or anything like that. First the ADL guy calling you a gamer, and then this. This is an act of desperation. It's very obvious that it's an act of desperation because there is a reason. I mean, there's no planet where this is supposed to be like a serious blow to Zohran Mamdani. Okay? It just doesn't work that way. Especially because the overwhelming majority of people that will go through the task of trying to figure out who the fuck I am are going to be met with like a barrage of positive mainstream media coverage. Because we're talking about normies who care about what the New York Times is saying. They're not going to fucking go on TikTok to be like, oh my God, this guy's shocking his dog or whatever the fuck that people are saying on TikTok. They're going to look at what the New York Times has written, what the New York Post has written. Okay? And depending on which outlet they consider to be more reputable, they're going to see a New York Times op-ed piece. They're going to see my debate with Ross Douthat or something. And they're not going to be leaving that conversation with this notion that like this is a dangerous person. Okay? It's that simple. It's a spectacular failure of epic magnitude. Of course, the Hasbara dish rags like Jewish Insider will write about it. Mamdani distances himself from Hassan Piker's 9/11 comments in the mayoral debate, but the New York City mayoral nominee hasn't spoken against the streamer's long history of anti-Semitic rhetoric. Like, this came out literally the moment. Like, this came out yesterday while the debate was going on. They wrote this article while the debate was going on. I need you to be so fucking for real, okay? He's just trying to make this an issue, and the Hasbara papers like Jewish Insider or the Free Press or the New York Post will try to make this a deal, but it's not, because most people don't know who the fuck I am. It's that simple. Most people who are voting for the New York City mayoral race do not know who the fuck I am. And the ones that do know, either by and large think I'm a progressive force, or they despise me and are most likely to vote not even for Cuomo, but for fucking Curtis Sliwa anyway. Okay? Azan, stop. Please stop being ridiculous. People know who you are. No. You're misunderstanding my point. Of course people know who I am. Obviously, if that wasn't the case, Andrew Cuomo would not know who the fuck I am and bring my name up at all. Okay? The reason why he's doing that is because this is his like last desperate gasp here. And it's nothing. It's a nothing burger. It's a dud. Because at most, even in the worst circumstance, if he was like constantly being hammered with this shit, he could just be like, listen, guys, I don't know Hassan Piker. He could just say that. You know what I mean? He could just be like, yeah, I don't know him. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm going to be like, oh, I don't support Zoran Mamdani any longer, right? Like, it's not a real line of attack. It's not a real avenue of attack, as I also described, because Zoran Mamdani could just as easily have turned around in that moment and been like, you're talking about associations and like media hits that I do. Meanwhile, you just went on the Impulsive podcast, which played a formative role in Trump becoming president, you know? Shouts out to Mike Malak once again. No smoke for him, but I'm just saying, if we're playing politics of that sort, you know, he could return fire in a similar vein. He doesn't even need to do that, of course, because it's stupid. It's a stupid argument to make. And that's it. It's that simple. Have you reached out to him about any of this, or do you just trust him and his team to do the appropriate combination of what's right for the campaign and mostly fair to you? I will not be confirming nor denying anything of that sort. But in any case, listen. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I do not matter. I mean, I'll take the W. I'll take the mention. Okay, I'll take the mention overall. But this is not a consequential line of attack in general, especially considering that even though the moment was very funny and I appreciate it, okay, even though that moment was great for me at least, it's a nuisance for Zoran to have to address at all. I work with more Democrats than Andrew Cuomo does. Okay, that's the other thing. Like, as a matter of fact, a lot of the people to my left flank oftentimes will say I'm a sheepdog for the Democratic Party for this reason. Like, I have a consistent track record of opposing Republicans, as I also called out here. I said deeply unserious person to bring up a Schumer twice, especially considering I oppose the Republicans. Cuomo works with them to gridlock New York state politics. That's it. But I think this recognition or this mention is more indicative of the failure of his campaign. You had to apologize for the 9/11 comments before Zoran was even a state assemblyman, so it's extra dumb. Yeah, but that was precisely what Andrew Cuomo was doing. His only line of attack was the annoying, like, oh, you said this in 2020, you said that in 2020, you flipped off the Christopher Columbus statue. Things like that. And that's not a significant line of attack. You're not talking about anything serious. And the only reason why this line of attack also doesn't work at all is because Zoran's on that stage talking about what he wants to do for New Yorkers, and Andrew Cuomo looks like a weak, flailing, aggressive, demented old man with a horrible track record, crying about old tweets and Twitch streamers, deeply insecure, deeply unserious. Do you understand? If Zoran didn't have policies that you could define him by, this line of attack would probably be more successful. Okay? That's it. If Zoran didn't have 5 key policies that everyone can point to when they think about why they want to vote for him, or why they want to oppose him, then yeah, this might be a more sticky issue for him, right? After all, he himself is visibly Muslim. He's also 34 years old as of this weekend, and also a socialist. He has a long track record of anti-Zionist activism. These would be issues of consequence if he did not present a robust policy platform that people can associate with, that people can actually look at and say, I want that. I don't give a fuck what his background is. This is something that I always talk about, putting class first politics at the forefront of your communication, putting policies that seek to improve the material harm that the largest swaths of society are experiencing at the forefront of your platform will make it so that anyone who opposes you with silly culture war narratives and lines of attack like this look even more unserious. Because any moment that he's talking about policy and you're talking about this other dumb shit is a moment where you're losing. Okay? That's it. And yeah, the reason why Andrew Cuomo is bringing me up is because Zach Sage Fox is a part of his social media team. And Zach Sage Fox is a major Israel dick rider and a deeply unserious person. Okay. And also has been pictured next to Benjamin Netanyahu. Like, this is the guy. That's him. That's his social media team. If you want to know where this like Hassan Piker mention is coming from, that's it. If Andrew Cuomo was smart, he wouldn't be doing this shit. He would probably be trying to regain some confidence from voters by presenting like a reasonable, the moderate approach that resembles resembles Zohran Mamdani's campaign, which at times he has tried to do. Okay. Oh yeah, here.
I feel like women in Israel especially think I'm gay.
That's the guy. You shouldn't help them. It's too late. Andrew Cuomo does not have the capacity to win back people who he has lost at this point. Okay? But that's it. You have bad instincts and you have a bad team. You're a bad person as well, and people can see it. Even the dumbest guy at the end of the day understands that when you're voting for a politician, that politician needs to give you shit. That politician needs to give you things. And if one message out of these two different messages, which one resonates better with voters? I'm going to give you fast and free buses and a rent freeze versus why are you not condemning Hamas and Hassan Piker? Which message do you think is going to resonate with a broad base of support? That's it. Anyway, here's the moment.
Protected, but they will belong.
Mr. Sliwa, we will get to you. First, I'm going to ask a question of Mr. Cuomo. While you are a strong supporter of Israel, you have also been slow to develop a relationship with the city's Muslim community.
Thank you, Universal Power user, for this one to get the subs.
A terrorist sympathizer. How do
Bros, 2025, and you still think policy matters? Zohran has proven that policy matters. His success in the crowded primaries is proof of concept, okay? That is literally objective proof, because although there were plenty of people who, for example, disagree with Zohran on his opinions on Israel, amongst like New York Jews, for example, that voted in the Democratic Party's primaries, they still ended up voting for Zohran over Cuomo and all of the other candidates in ranked choice voting. Why is that the case? New York Jews were recently polled. 60% of them still either strongly or somewhat support Israel over Palestinians, as opposed to only 30% of New York Jews that either somewhat or strongly support Palestinians over Israelis. That means that the majority of New York Jews still have sympathies towards Israel and not a lot of sympathy towards Palestinians. That means that, they're pro-Israel. Okay? And yet, there was still plenty of New York Jews that voted for Zohran over anybody else, in spite of Zohran's clear-cut advocacy against Israel. Why is that the case? Perhaps there were other policies that they liked from Zohran Mamdani. Because if you simply look at the aesthetics of it, no one who is pro-Israel after 2 years of fucking genocide is going to vote for the Muslim anti-Zionist in this race. If you look at the aesthetics of it, there has to be something else that caused them to vote for Zohran in spite of their support for Israel. And that is the policies. That is the material improvements that Zohran is promising. It's that simple. Okay? That's it. That's it.
How do you assure those New Yorkers, especially Muslims and Arabic New Yorkers, that you will be a mayor for all? You'll have 1 minute.
Yeah, well, first, I think the Assemblyman created the perception himself. Why wouldn't he condemn Hamas? Why wouldn't he condemn Hassan Piker? Why did it take us here tonight for the first time for him to say it? He still won't denounce, globalize the intifada.
I think his face is so funny here. It's just like what a spectacle this is. It's just, you might as well throw in the towel at that point.
which means kill all Jews. Just say, I denounce it. He won't do
older
it.
Jewish
That's
Americans
the
are
issue.
looking
And
up
his
right now.
divisiveness.
Can you please answer about your own relationship with the Muslim community?
What is this? Cuomo, do you condemn Hassan Piker? Mamdani, free buses increase safety and efficiency. Sliwa, it was a cold night in 1998. Frank Sinatra had just faked his own death, and the Yankees were headed to the World Series. Yeah. And even though that was an idiotic fucking take, he did it again. He brought it up again when asked about his Islamophobia. Okay? It's ridiculous. But anyway, I digress. Let's get to some other shit. Let's get to the issues that really matter for the New York mayoral debate. You got the Yahoo article? Yahoo. Oh, from Mediaite. Mamdani condemns Hassan Piker for reprehensible 9/11 comment in heated battle with Cuomo during debate. Anyway, most of it is just like his takes on the occupation. This is just like a SEO bait article. But in any case, your heart must have sunk into your stomach when you heard your name like that. No, I knew that it was happening. I knew that it was going to happen. How else would I have been able to predict it ahead of time? I said it. I said it before the debate. Do you have a Planet Cuomo's team who filled you in? Maybe. Yeah, here is me saying it before the debate that I know for a fact almost that I will be brought up in tonight's debate.
You think so?
As a line of attack. Have you seen the Andrew Cuomo press conference that he did on 9/11?
Oh, yeah. That quote. That's going to be on your tombstone, brother.
He's going to bring it up, I think, to be like...
You really think so?
Oh, 100%. He's so desperate. He has nothing.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hassan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11. The assemblyman just said in his response, well, it depends on occupation. That is code, meaning that Israel does not have a right to exist as a Jewish state, which he has never acknowledged. That is from the river to the sea. That's why he won't denounce globalized intifada, which means kill. Why wouldn't he condemn Hamas? Why wouldn't he condemn Hassan Piker?
Pre-watch Piker.
Why did it take us here tonight for the first time for him to say it? He still won't denounce globalize the intifada, which means kill all Jews. Just say, I denounce it. He won't do it.
Older Jewish Americans are looking up right now.
Divisiveness is
open presence. Thank you for the 25 bones. I still think he had a third one in the chamber if Zoran hadn't swerved him later. Yeah. I wonder if he is dumb enough to try it again. Because, like I said already, at most, what Zoran will do if he's consistently fucking backed into the corner is just be like, yeah, fuck him. I don't know him, right? I don't know the guy. He could just do that. Obviously, that's a little fake if he were to do that. But regardless, like at most, if he kept pushing it over and over again, that's what he could easily say. So it just doesn't make any fucking sense for him to keep pressing this because, like, you're trying to win. If you're Andrew Cuomo, you're trying to win, right? You're trying to win the mayoral race. Your higher priority here isn't to disparage me. Because at most, if he fucking threw me under the bus, then all that does is just fuck me over. You know what I mean? For a little bit. Like, are you running? Are you running to be the next mayor of New York? Or are you running to, I guess, attack Israel's critics? You know? Hasanabi is the Jeremiah right to Barack Obama? No, it's different than that. Especially because, remember, I platformed Zoran in the primaries. Like, there's a difference. Like, I'm a separate person that has his own, his own work in the Democratic Party alongside like other Democrats and stuff like that. Whereas Jeremiah Wright is a local religious figure who is, who did not actually do anything or say anything wrong, in my opinion. You're missing the bigger point that Majority Report brought up. He answered a question about Islamophobia with blatant Islamophobia. Exactly. No, I'm going to get to that in a second because that was the second time. That is that is the second time he brought me up. Zoran will win the race if he said, I don't care what he says 7 years ago. He's too far ahead. Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. At this point, it's not like, at least this line of attack is not going to work. Please don't ban me. I'm curious. And we've moved on. Wait, what is this? But do you think in the wake of Collargate, Mamdani saying he condemns your comments looks bad? I've seen weirdos try to interweave this into the smear campaign. No. This is you have to be imaginably online to think that is an issue of consequence here. Please, chatter. Yeah, ultimately, the second mention was basically this. What will you do to make the Muslim community feel safe? Cuomo, here's another brown fella I hate. Like, this guy, Hassan Piker, you won't condemn him. He loves 9/11. He wants to do 9/11. You want to do 9/11. Like, that's what this is. The association of not only one, but two Muslim dudes with 9/11 is exactly what he's trying to do there. And he ain't slick. And I think that's the reason why the second time when he responded to the moderators who asked, when they asked, like, well, don't you think it's appropriate for Zoran to call into question, like, what you've done for Muslim New Yorkers, considering that you couldn't even name a mosque? He still turned around and was like, name a mosque? How about name Hamas and Hasanabi Piker, who he refuses to condemn? Fucking ridiculous. Yeah, both of the Muslims that Cuomo mentioned, by the way, were 8 years old during 9/11. 8. All right.
Of course, I believe that they should lay down their arms. I'm proud to be one of the first elected officials in the state who called for a ceasefire. And calling for a ceasefire means seizing fire. That means all parties have to cease fire and put down their weapons. And the reason that we call for that.
Yeah, I mean, this was when he said all parties should put it down. He was trying to do the both sides thing, which I think is like not necessarily a retreat in general, but he was trying to do the same, like, oh, I think Israel has a right to exist as long as everybody has equal rights and representation. He's basically doing that same thing where he's saying, like, look, I think it's fine for both parties to disarm and put their weapons down, knowing that is the most, like, liberalized version of like the most liberal way of communicating that position.
Is not only for the end of the genocide, but also an unimpeded access of humanitarian aid. I, like many New Yorkers, am hopeful that this ceasefire will hold. I'm hopeful that it is durable. I'm hopeful that it is just.
The President of the United States should have been applauded by you, Zoran Mamdani, and you, Andrew Cuomo, on the day that he brought together that international coalition that met in Egypt, that came from the Middle East and the Persian Gulf. I certainly applauded him for bringing peace to Gaza and trying to end the hostilities in the war between the Israelis and Hamas, so there can be peace between the Israelis and peace between the Palestinians. But you seem, Zoran, to be incapable of praising our president. And Andrew, you were incapable of praising our president.
Gentlemen,
give credit where credit is due. He's brought peace to Gaza.
I did applaud President Trump and his.
This is the fucking stupidest question. Why won't you applaud our big, beautiful president for putting forth the same ceasefire conditions that existed for a year now, after 9 additional months of genocide? Like, stop, dude. Is he a fucking king? Is he a god? He's the goddamn president. Calm down. How is this even? This isn't even relevant to the Israel-Palestine conversation. Like, we've moved even beyond that. One should ask, why is this even an issue of utmost importance in the fucking New York mayoral race? And that's a valid question to begin with. But then to move beyond the Israel-Palestine situation and be like, why won't you praise Donald Trump? Like, what are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? What a fucking idiotic spectacle, dude. So dumb.
Administration, I think it was a great accomplishment. I hope the peace holds. The assemblyman will not denounce Hamas. The assemblyman will not denounce Hassan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11. The assemblyman just said in his response, well, it depends on occupation. That is code, meaning that Israel does not have a right.
Bro literally took the long road to be like, he is doing taqiyya, the Muslimic Mohammedan practice of lying to the Christians in an effort to implement Sharia law. He's doing taqueria, and it's not Taco Tuesday. He's in code signaling to his Mohammedan counterparts that he wants to do Sharia jihad. Yeah, look at the comments. Look at the fucking comments. New York City mayoral candidate spar over Israel-Gaza positions. Is this a debate for the mayor of Tel Aviv or New York? What does Israel have to do with New York City? Mayoral candidate for New York, America. X. New York, Israel. Check. Again, why was the host asking Israel questions? Just focus on New York City, please. You didn't denounce Hassan Piker. Jesus fucking Christ. This is what political debates are now. Why we have Israel and New York City mayor elections for what? Always Israel. Why do they always talk about Israel? What's this got to do with the mayoral race? As a non-American, it's astounding to see how deep and strong Israel's hold on American politics is. Public office candidates, even at the city level, which has nothing to do with foreign policy, are required by the state mechanism and media to pledge their allegiance to Israel. Haaretz reporter, New York correspondent for Haaretz, Etan Nechin says, I didn't know Israel and Gaza were boroughs of New York. What do your parents think when they see former governor and still sex pest Andrew Cuomo trying to drag you on TV? I mean, they don't give a shit. They know what this is. They're used to it. It is what it is. But yeah, I think this is the broad, if you want to understand like what the average person's perspective is on this shit, okay? That's what it is. Why the fuck are these guys talking about Israel so much? Who cares? And not only do they take this approach, but they also agree with Zoran's position as well. Okay? That's the other thing. They don't. This is not an issue that's important in this debate. And even if it is, even if people are thinking about Israel, they are not siding with Andrew Cuomo's position. They're siding with Zoran Mamdani's position. Do you understand? Most people are saying, well, what the fuck? Mayor of Israel or New York City?
To exist as a Jewish state, which he has never acknowledged. That is from the river to the sea. That's why he won't denounce globalize the Intifada, which means kill all Jews.
Let's give Mr. Mamdani a chance to respond to that.
I want to be very clear. The occupation is a reference to international law and the violation of it, which Mr. Cuomo has no regard for since he signed up to be Benjamin Netanyahu's legal defense team.
Bars. Absolute bars. Once again, boom. Roasted.
During the course of this genocide. And I find the comments that Hassan made on 9/11 to be objectionable and reprehensible. And I also think that part of the reason why Democrats are in the situation that we are in, of being a permanent minority in this country, is we are looking only to speak to journalists and streamers and Americans with whom we agree of every single thing that they say. We need to take the case to every person, and I'm happy to do that.
We thank you. And then they cut him off, but no, dude, are you kidding me? Throwing me under the bus in that situation would be, I don't know Hassan Piker. I'm sorry for ever talking to Hassan Piker. He is a bad guy. You know what I mean? That's a bad thing he said, and he's a fucking bad guy. That's throwing me under the bus. Him saying, I don't agree with his statements, they're reprehensible on 9/11, that is perfectly valid. What do you want him to do? Make it an actual fucking issue? Are you stupid? Because if he were to turn around and try to defend this, okay, and be like, well, what Hassan was talking about is actually America's adventurism in the region leading to 9/11, and he misspoke in 2019, then all of a sudden, that's going to be the major issue here. That's so stupid. You have to tactically retreat in situations like that. He literally defends talking to me and others like myself. Of course, he did he worked through that in the best possible way. He has, 15 seconds to respond to a packaged smear. Obviously, he has a finite amount of time there, very limited amount of time to respond appropriately, and he did it perfectly well, as he has done time and time again. I guess the strongest way to approach it, if we're going to talk about like the worst possible way to approach it, is like throw me under the bus, saying like, yeah, I shouldn't have talked to him or whatever, which would have been horrible, by the way, because that would make him look weak. Not that like people give a shit about me in general, but that would just make him look weak, right? Like it's not that like my fans are so important or so consequential or I'm so important or anything like that. I'm not saying that at all. But that would literally look like he's folding for no fucking reason on an issue that he doesn't have to fold on at all. My Muslim parents only heard Cuomo bring up 9/11 after the Muslim question, and their immediate reaction was not who is Hassan Piker. It was why is he bringing up 9/11 in context to how he'll help Muslims. And yeah, my position on the 9/11 statement is also identical to Zoran's. I should have worded my position more carefully because a lot of people bastardize the quote understandably and maliciously. But having said that, he made the most of that. He made the most of that situation. But remember, wait, what? When addressing the supposed grievance or complaint here, it's important to chat ask themselves if they're hurt because their fave streamer was microaggressed or because they think Zoran is betraying the left. Yeah, but I don't even think most people in here think that that happened anyway. I think most people understand exactly what that looks like. You know what I mean? I do not condemn Hassan Piker. Yeah, he handled it perfectly well without retreating, without folding, without apologizing, because there's no need to apologize for that. And he tackled it. He tackled it in a packaged line of attack that was supposed to heighten his like Islamic background and with as many Islamophobic stereotypes as possible. And as a 34-year-old Muslim socialist who's been in politics, he understands exactly what's going on there. He understands exactly what's going on there, especially because like he's in a double bind. He's in a double bind in my situation because any line of attack that he concedes against me could very easily also imply him as well. That's the other unfortunate circumstance for him. Do you understand? Because he too is a 34-year-old Muslim socialist with a long history of criticizing American intervention around the globe. I found you from your 9/11 clip. Initially, I was outraged as much as I was much younger and had very different views. Staying and listening to you explain your position was my opening point to leftist ideologies in general. My hope is that this guy shit can pull more people into the same pipeline, if you will, that I went through, realizing in time that the narratives I had heard about you were simply not true. Yeah. I don't know. That one is political. This is an abject smear, but it's one that I think most people don't. It's one that most people don't understand, especially if they don't have dogs. Like if you have a dog, or especially if you've like trained a dog, you already know what responsible dog parenting looks like. But most people don't. Most people either don't have dogs and they don't know that, like, you know, dogs will move around weirdly sometimes. Sometimes they yelp. Sometimes they try to get your attention. And also, what do you call it? Dogs they need to like constant supervision and training as well. I knew about you, but I didn't know how left you were. I thought you were a whiny lib or something like that. Turns out you're much cooler than that. I have dogs. Like, this shit is the most manufactured outrage ever. Kaya is an amazingly trained dog. I knew you were a good owner as soon as you said the cooked bone thing with Jason the Ween's Hot Ones bit. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the real shit.
Democrat. You're a Democratic socialist.
Candidates. We have
you didn't vote for Kamala Harris, right?
We have other ground to cover. We have other ground.
Said leave it blank in the presidential primary because primaries are a place to air dissent. And like many Americans, I was horrified by the Israeli genocide of Palestinians. And if you want to look for me on the ballot, you'll find me as the Democrat.
Mr. Mamdani, thank you.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hamas. The assemblyman will not denounce Hassan Piker, who said,
God damn, how many clips did this get featured in?
America deserved 9/11.
The occupation is a reference to international law and the violation of it, which Mr. Cuomo has no regard for since he signed up to be Benjamin Netanyahu's legal defense team during the course of this genocide. You know, it took Andrew Cuomo being beaten by a Muslim candidate in the Democratic primary for him to set foot in a mosque. He had more than 10 years, and he couldn't name a single mosque at the last debate we had that he visited.
Zoran Mandami, the president has already...
Yeah. It would, first of all, demonstrate very poor political instincts and somewhat poor on him as a human being. You're also right about your multiple overlapping significant categories and not showing solidarity, which shine a poor light on his abilities as an activist too. No. Throwing me under the bus if they kept up the pressure would have been appropriate to do. Is just that the only thing that would make him look bad on is that he's like folding on something that he doesn't need to fold on. But I don't even think that it would be all that consequential in the grand scheme of things, regardless, because this is not an issue of consequence. It's not. At the end of the day, people fucking go on and appear on a million different outlets when they're trying to promote their policies, right? They do that. That's normal. I mean, he fucking went on Fox News. You know what I mean? Like, it's very stupid. It's very stupid to be like, oh, one of the people that you actually align yourself with is a dangerous radical or some shit. Especially when my positions overall, aside from, let me say this, aside from the negative filtering that people engage with all the time, my positions are not unpopular at all. They're not even fucking radical. The average liberal wine mom at this point has quite similar opinions around, demanding that the Democrats become more aggressive and become fighters and do right by their neighbors and denounce ICE. Like, those are the things that I want from the Democrats. You understand? And many in the base, if we had like an objective reflection of my worldview, many in the base, if they were asked, do you agree with Hakeem Jeffries or this random person, that random person being me, and they just presented our perspective, our political perspectives side by side, who do you think they would agree with? 9 times out of 10. Do you think it would be with Hakeem Jeffries, who has a very low approval rating, or do you think they would agree with the positions that I'm fucking pointing to? That's it.
Said it's going to take $7 billion out of the budget right from the start if you're elected mayor. People are going to suffer in this city. People who need those federal funds. What I would do is sit and negotiate.
Mr. Trump is already suspending infrastructure grants to this city, and he's doing it in a blatant act of political retribution.
I went through this with him. He sent the National Guard to 20 cities when I was governor. You know what city he didn't send them to? New York. Why? Because I said to him, don't you dare, we don't need it, and he backed down, and he will again.
I agree with Police Commissioner Tish in that we do not need the National Guard here in New York City. We do not need them for the purpose of safety, because if it was safety that President Trump was so concerned about, he would send them to the 8 out of 10 states that have the highest levels of crime in this country, but he won't, because they're all run by Republicans. I'd be proud to be the first immigrant mayor of this city in generations, and it's at 26 Federal Plaza that I've seen what used to be moments when New Yorkers would be getting their citizenship turn into moments of tragedy. Andrew Cuomo thinks it's all right to spend $60 million to fund his legal defense from accusations of more than a dozen women of sexual harassment. But if I say we should spend the same amount of money on delivering cheaper groceries in this city through a pilot program, that is unfathomable. You've heard it from Andrew Cuomo that the number one crisis in this city, the housing crisis, the answer is to evict my wife and I. He thinks you address this crisis by unleashing my landlord's ability to raise my rent. If you think that the problem in this city is that my rent is too low, vote for him. If you know the problem in this city,
this is the best line in the entire debate,
is that your rent is too high, vote for me.
I was the HUD secretary. I built affordable.
That was such a fucking bar, dude. That was such a goddamn bar.
Housing all across this nation. I built affordable housing in this city when I was in my 20s. I know how to get it done.
Well, Zoran, boy, your fantasies are never going to come about in terms of funding everything you want that's going to be free. It's a fantasy. Let's deal with the reality.
Are you crashing out about what?
In other words, what the Assemblyman said is he has no experience.
What I don't have in experience, I make up for in integrity. And what you don't have in integrity, you could never make up for in experience.
Yeah.
That's another fucking bar. That was the other really good moment as well. Basically, total and utter defeat for Cuomo, it's Cuomo over, and absolute victory for Zoran, and maybe even the Republican protectorate of Curtis Sliwa. Just say yes and move on. Stop feeding the trolls, King. What, like about crashing out? Yes, I'm crashing out. I'm crashing out extra hard. By the end of this debate, if you were a Zoran fan, you left a bigger Zoran fan. If you were a Sliwa fan, you left a bigger Sliwa fan. If you're a Cuomo fan, you left a Sliwa fan. I don't know. Maybe even if you were a Cuomo fan, maybe you became a Zoran fan as well, potentially. It's really cooked. He cooked himself. He was so unnecessarily combative. He was just so bad. He was unironically crashing out half the fucking debate. It was horrible showing, horrible performance.
He has no experience.
What I don't have in experience, I make up for in integrity. And what you don't have in integrity, you could never make up for in experience.
We have the architect and we have the apprentice of no cash bail, which has been a disaster.
Just some of the fiery moments from the New York City mayoral debate last night. Andrew Cuomo, Zoran Mamdani, and Curtis Sliwa touched on topics from crime and affordability to who would be most likely to stand up to Donald Trump. With less than 3 weeks until Election Day, voters are thinking critically on who they want to lead the city. And joining us now is Nick Reisman, Politico reporter. And Nick, what's your reaction to last night's debate? Who would you say came out on top?
Well, really what happened was you had Zoran Mamdani going into this as the clear front runner in nearly every poll that we have seen since his upset Democratic primary win back in June. And quite frankly, he left this debate as the clear front runner. Mamdani did not have really any major mistakes that he made. Andrew Cuomo tried to trip him up on a few key issues that have been really kind of difficult for Mamdani during this campaign, like Israel and public safety. And Mamdani, for the most part, was able to parry a lot of those attacks, and he got through on his message about affordability and the cost of living, something that has been really kind of dominating this campaign throughout. It's one of the top tier issues for nearly every single voter in New York City, and it's something that Mamdani is likely going to be carrying into this general election. So he had a pretty good night going forward. Andrew Cuomo did not land that knockout punch, however.
So affordability, safety, the major topics, and you said that the candidates, how well did they do addressing them?
Well, you know, when Andrew Cuomo had his strongest moment of the evening, that was likely when he was attacking Mamdani over his criticism of Israel, especially the war in Gaza, the way that Mamdani has declined to fully condemn Hamas, the way that Mamdani appeared with streamer Hassan Piker, who has said that America deserved the 9/11 attacks. That was ultimately the strongest moment for Andrew Cuomo in this debate. It's the
this guy speaking wrote this hit piece, yeah. The guy who's writing that wrote this. Mamdani passes on condemning the Holocaust. Just so you understand what his background is, okay? If you think that he's if you think that he is behaving here in a consistent manner, this is one of the fastest ways to sniff out someone who is being insincere. If they spend any fucking time on that line of attack as though it's like a solid one, you know that these people are 100%, 1000% deeply uninterested in the actual race itself, but are simply attacking Zoran Mamdani because they are pro-Israel. Okay? That's it. It's probably one of the easiest telltale signs that someone is not all there. Obviously, there are even clearer markers such as this one, but oh yeah, this was a funny take as well. It kills me that Curtis and Zoran will address each other moderately cordially, but every time Cuomo speaks, they're both like, oh, so now the sex offender wants to chime in. Yeah, true.
The part of the debate where he seemed the most
Do you regret the 9/11 quote? I don't really give a shit one way or another.
Confident, but a lot of the forum was really dominated by the discussions that Mamdani has excelled in during this campaign, which has been, focusing on that.
To be honest, I bet you wish you never said that. Nope, I don't care. One way or another, 100%. Because there are a million. There are so many famous people that have said much worse shit throughout their career. Bill Maher, literally after 9/11, Bill Maher famously, immediately a week after 9/11 said, you want to talk about bravery? Those guys flew the planes directly into the towers. That's bravery. You want to talk about being cowardly? We lob Tomahawk missiles from thousands of miles away. That's cowardice. Okay? That right there, that is a million times more consequential and a million times more direct than my attitude around blowback, which there is academic consensus on. Okay? This type of stuff only matters as much as you place emphasis on it. Do you understand? The energy that you put into it, the energy that you, like, if you take your opposition's framing sincerely on this kind of stuff, you are giving it more air. You are giving it more legitimacy. This is a real misstep that the Democrats play into all the time. Okay? Democrats do that all the time. It's a major issue for them. They constantly concede on the cynical framing of their opposition. That's why I really appreciated the way Zoran dealt with it, which is like, yeah, those comments are reprehensible. I don't agree with it, but I'm going to continue talking to people like Hassan. Like, what the fuck do you mean? And as a matter of fact, it's bad not to talk to people who we sometimes might disagree with. Because he's right, okay? He's right.
Affordability issue. Even at the end, when Cuomo tried to debate Mamdani on the Christopher Columbus statue, Mamdani wasn't going to bite on that. He said, I'm focused on affordability, laser focused on that cost of living concern, the debate over the statue and these kind of like local culture wars. He's not going to engage on something like that. There's been a lot of message discipline that we've seen from the Mamdani campaign really throughout the summer and heading into the fall, and that served him pretty well so far.
Well, last night was very important for Andrew Cuomo, who trails Mamdani. How do you think the former governor did in convincing voters that he is the better alternative?
What Andrew Cuomo needs to do here is...
I'm pretty sure this guy wrote a new Politico article as well, also saying this exact same thing that he said about the high point in the debate in a new Politico article as well. But once again, utterly irrelevant.
It convinced moderate Democratic voters who are uneasy with a hard left candidate like Mamdani. He's a Democratic socialist.
Like he is actively trying to farm. He is actively trying to farm a pro Cuomo perspective on CBS News local broadcast. And this is what the fuck the responses are to this like otherwise idiotic back and forth here. In Manhattan, Hassan Piker is a kitchen table issue. How is a mayor going to make New York City more affordable? Is he going to make landlords charge half rent, whatever? Even though the polls say Sliwa at 1%, he's got my vote. Thank God we sold our house in Astoria, Queens last year, moved to Florida. Why do they talk about the Middle East rather than New York? Why even debate? We all know who New York City is going to choose. Cuomo's a joke. A couple takes on Curtis Sliwa. Zoran reposted this recap on Instagram.
New York City more affordable.
Zoran loves Hassan
Go
Piker.
ahead,
that guy
Madami.
is too sexy.
We
I don't
have
like
the
him at all.
architect and
I
the
don't like the
apprentice.
way that he makes me feel. He
There are
gave the
hooligans
finger
in
to
the
Christopher
streets. You
Columbus,
can't
one
walk
of the
down
best
the
Italians
street
we've
without
ever
getting
had.
shot
He's
at. Take it
literally
from
a
me. I've
terrorist.
been
He
shot
wants to kill all
17 different
Jews.
times.
He refuses to
I
denounce
don't have a
Hamas.
credit card. I
He
have
refuses
a
to
debit
denounce
card.
Hassan. Are they
Trust
the same
anyone.
thing? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I've smoked weed. I'm cool as hell. As mayor, I will make New York City more affordable.
Zoran.
Hell yeah. I like that. I was waiting for Cuomo to say Hamas Piker. That would have been even funnier. And it would have basically proven that he's completely fucking brain broken by his extremely online team.
He also doesn't have really any experience in managing a government. Andrew Cuomo does. He was governor for a decade. He was attorney general, housing secretary for President Bill Clinton. And he has a track record of managing big, complex bureaucracies that you really kind of want in a mayor. So he tried to hit him also on the experience factor. Of course, on the other side of that is the fact that Andrew Cuomo resigned 4 years ago in scandal. He's denied any wrongdoing, but he's been accused of mishandling the COVID COVID pandemic, and of course was accused of sexual harassment, which he's denied. So the experience argument can really only take Andrew Cuomo so far. Again, he did not land that knockout punch that's really going to make up that double-digit polling deficit that he has against Mamdani at this point.
And finally, Republican Curtis Sliwa, the middleman in the debate. We all know his biggest issue is safety. How effective was Curtis, and is this still just an uphill battle for him?
Well, if you were watching X or any social media during the debate, Curtis Sliwa was clearly the favorite candidate of social media. He is a longtime anti-crime activist, kind of a fixture in New York, something of an eccentric character. He really went into this debate, though, trying to appear mayoral. He wanted to seem like a steady hand at the wheel, not the usual eccentric Curtis.
Very cool. This guy is basically... Everyone is good by my book except for Zoran, it seems. Okay? It seems like everyone did a great job. Everyone did a great job except for Zoran. He was really bad. Have you guys thought about how much he criticized Israel? That was pretty bad. Please, let's not do that.
That we often see in New York City over the last several decades. He didn't even have the red beret, which he usually wears as the Guardian Angels founder. But ultimately, Curtis Sliwa did have some interesting and fun moments. Look, he's got an uphill climb. He's a Republican running in a very Democratic city that tends to elect Democrats, with some exceptions. So it's going to be interesting to see if Curtis Sliwa can somehow retain enough Republican votes that Andrew Cuomo, quite frankly, is going to be competing for if he wants to stitch together a winning coalition.
All right. Nick Reisman, Politico reporter, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
We have much.
Why are they talking so much about Curtis?
Meanwhile,
because every moment that you talk about Curtis Sliwa's debate performance and every moment that you talk about Andrew Cuomo's performance is a moment that you don't have to talk about how well Zoran did.
New York City mayoral frontrunner Zoran Mamdani lead is growing among likely and registered voters, according to Fox News polls. 52% of likely voters back in Mamdani, with independent candidate Andrew Cuomo trailing behind at 28%. GOP candidate Curtis Sliwa polling at just 14% before the candidates met to debate their policies last night.
And there'll be another debate, but last night was a big one. Mamdani faced a lot of pushback on how he plans to pay for his costly agenda that includes rent control, universal child care, and free and fast buses.
Tell New Yorkers tonight how you're going to pay for all of this in 1 minute, if you can.
Look, a lot of people have called even my campaign a non-starter when we first began. And now I stand before you proud to be the Democratic nominee who got the most votes in city primary history. And I believe we will see the same thing with our push to ensure that we are taxing the wealthiest and the most profitable corporations the fair amount that they should pay.
But again, Mr. Mamdani, I know Governor Hochul indicated this week there may be some open windows, but more or less income tax on millionaires is off the table, according to the governor.
Look, I've said very clearly, making buses fast and free costs about $700 million a year. Making universal child care a reality costs about $5 or $6 billion a year. If you raise the state's top corporate tax rate to match that of New Jersey, you'd be raising $5 billion in and of itself.
Well, Zoran, boy, your fantasies are never going to come about in terms of funding everything you want that's going to be free, free, free. It's a fantasy. Let's deal with the reality.
The Assemblyman's whole plan is based on a myth. He said he's going to raise the taxes the same as New Jersey, corporate tax. No, it would be double the tax. You would see New Yorkers on I-95 fleeing to Florida.
Governor Cuomo is 100% right, but I digress. And just over the bridge in New Jersey, Republican Jack Ciattarelli is closing the gap on Democrat Mikey Sherrill. According to a Fox News poll, get this, Ciattarelli is now trailing by only 5 points among likely voters after trailing by 8 points last month.
Sherrill, on the other hand, losing points on honesty and trust among registered voters, dropping 4 points since September. Ciattarelli losing just 1 point in that category.
All right, so you said Hochul's a clown and will get primaried. It's actually really interesting because I think she recognizes that as well, except for that reason, she knows which way the winds are blowing and has been kind of glazing Zoran. If you notice, I expect her to literally say that she would abide by a potential tax increase if it meant paying for all of these like wonderful things that make New York City more affordable for all New Yorkers. And she is, for all of her faults, even though she stood in opposition initially of congestion pricing, she bent the knee on that and actually saw that it was impactful in a positive way. So I think she knows. She knows what's up. Hochul wants Zoran's endorsement, and once Zoran wins the election, she'll say she supports his agenda if it gets her his endorsement. She doesn't care at all about principles. She's a machine politician. Yeah.
We have a lot to go over now. Let's begin, of course, let's go in New York City. So in New York City, Mamdani needed a knockout. Excuse me, Cuomo needed a knockout.
Yeah, showing that.
And basically, they say he didn't answer any questions, Mamdani. And look, he was smooth, but he didn't really come to define any policies. And I thought Governor Cuomo spent a lot of time explaining, what's about the accusations? What about the COVID deaths? What about the advance you got on your book? So when you're explaining your own background, it doesn't really work. The best, most clearest guy is Curtis Sliwa. He's just trailing by way too much.
Well, it was really the top two individuals in this race are Mamdani and Cuomo. So the gloves really.
I don't know, man. After last night's performance, maybe the top two are actually Mamdani and Sliwa. He just said Mundaji. Dude, it's awesome. How once he is mayor, inshallah, how will they bastardize his name further?
Came off between those two. And Mamdani.
Because, like, I do think it's half because, like, people just have a hard time saying his name. Like, white people especially, I think, have a hard time saying his name. Because there are plenty of prominent allies of Mamdani that sometimes have a hard time saying his name as well, right? But there is definitely an air of racism associated with it too.
Mamdani said he would not denounce global.
Yeah, the Mamdaji is like dodging. It's a pun. I thought the chatter was talking about the hosts. Mamdaji is a pun on his name, saying he was dodging the questions.
Mobilized the Intifada and said he was horrified by the genocide of the Palestinians. And remember on Martha's show, he said, I really don't have an opinion on whether or not Hamas should put down their weapons. When he was asked about that, he said, of course, I believe they should lay down their arms.
Yeah, how do you do that 2 days later? I mean, that's how you know you can't trust anything that he said. He was given an opportunity in a show to just condemn Hamas and go after it. And then 2 days later, he all of a sudden gets an answer for it.
And he said that Israel shouldn't be a Jewish state.
Right.
He said that in the past.
But do you understand?
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. He says Israel shouldn't be a Jewish state. He's against ethno-states. Can you believe it? We here at the Fox News broadcast obviously want Israel to be a Jewish ethno-state and want America to be a white ethno-state. That's what we like. We like ethno-states here at Fox News. Can you believe it?
That's how we feel. But do you know the next generation of Americans, even Republicans, are not pro-Israel? Oh. So he's worried about, doing the thing that would help him with mainstream. But he didn't get a bulk of mainstream. He got new voters. So how do you not alienate them? Plus, he probably agrees with them.
Right.
And go ahead and try to win the general population.
Well, in a Fox News poll, voters were asked, what's the #1 problem facing New York City? And the most said crime, 25%. 20% said the cost of living. 16% lack of affordable housing, and 8% homelessness and mental health.
I would just add to this, when you say crime is the #1 thing, it comes, how does Mamdani want to handle crime? He has not agreed to renew Jessica Tisch, who's done an unbelievable job here.
He says he's not ready to make a decision.
That would be the biggest layup. And he's got this this must drive you crazy. The Civilian Complaint Review Board. No, he can't explain what it's going to do, but his board will decide how cops will be punished or not punished, fined or fired. And you never take that away from the commission.
How is that going to work out? This is the shocking part when it comes to the people and the candidates that they trust for the best job on cost of living. Mamdani gets it by 49%. Sliwa's at 17%. Cuomo's at 32%. On housing, 49% is for Mamdani. 16% for Sliwa, 33% on.
Mamdani's beating them on crime. Oh, it's so over. Oh, smoke them. Oh my God. Come on, brother.
for Cuomo and Ainsley when it comes to taxes.
Yeah, Mom Donnie's winning. Look at that. He gets
That's crazy.
47% on taxes. And then crime, he gets the most with 40%. They trust him the most. He'll do the better job, they say.
How crazy is that? That a guy that wants to let criminals out, close Rikers Island, have social workers to domestic disputes, and he gets the best marks on crime.
I'm not a New Yorker, so maybe
You live in New York.
I don't understand. I don't understand the connection. Maybe there's just a different. I get the housing thing because he's talking about affordability and all of this, but the crime thing, saying that you're going to defund.
I think it is nutty. It is totally nutty that Zoran has basically repackaged funding the police by being like, we got to take some of the toll off of these wonderful law enforcement officers and focus on areas where crime manifests, improve people's material conditions, and also hire a network of social workers to be tasked with dealing with a lot of these like mental health crises as opposed to cops. And people were like, wow, that's a brilliant idea. I love it. That is a brilliant idea. What a spectacular message. I have never heard this before. Certainly no one has ever brought this up. No one has ever brought this up. Is he wrong, though? What do you mean? This is the position. This is the left position, okay? This has been the left position. It turns out just describing the process was so much better. And I will say a big part of the reason why he has been able to do this is because he just says it how it is. Okay? And also, Democrats are too weak to launch a significant opposition against one of the only figures in the party right now that is actually motivating people, that is actually making people excited. Takia. Yeah, I mean, this person is probably joking when he says it's Takia. I don't think they're being like actually Islamophobic. That's it. Message packaging on the left is so ass. Yeah, I think that's part of the problem for sure. That's definitely part of the problem. But make no mistake, Republicans make their messages stick because they have a unified front. The Democrats and their left flank are constantly at odds with one another. They are constantly opposing one another. You see what I mean? And therefore, there is no unified messaging front on issues like this one. Because if Democrats were like, hey, guys, we don't mean like literally fire the police or abolish the police. We mean that like cops are busy tackling crimes as they're supposed to be. But unfortunately, they can't tackle all the crimes when they're doing like when they're handling domestic disputes, things of that nature. If like establishment Democrats actually described what defund the police meant, I think that there would be a very different approach to it. Now, it's because Democrats at the national level did not want to do any of those things regardless. That's precisely the reason why they were acting scared. They were operating from a scared position. Scared money don't make no money. This was my advocacy throughout the entire duration when we were talking about defund the police during Black Lives Matter. I was so frustrated. I was so goddamn frustrated with the way that Democrats actually instantly locked in on their left flank and were like, we're not like them. We're not like them. They did this with fucking October 7, post-October 7 protesters. They did this with like anti-Semitism on college campuses. They did this with immigration. They do this with everything. The National Democratic Party are seen as insincere, hypocritical, whiny little smug, entitled babies for a reason, for a very good reason, because they are that. Okay? Because they consistently lean into the most cynical oppositional framing on every single issue. And they hand victory after victory on the messaging front to the Republicans. Okay? And this is a product of that. Zoran is not doing that.
Police, I don't understand how that's good.
But here's the problem with housing, Lawrence. Your bills are, you're going to make less money.
100%.
Your taxes will go
100%.
up. So when it comes to your housing, you're going to have to skimp in other areas. Yeah.
So here is a look at how the candidates tackled crime.
We have the architect And we have the apprentice of no cash bail, which has been a disaster. We have the architect and the apprentice here of Raise the Age. My own son was almost killed because of that in a gang attack. We have the architect and we have the apprentice of Close Rikers Island, which would just release criminals in the street. Thank God I'm not a professional politician, because they have helped create this crime crisis in the city that we face.
I would add 5,000 police, put 1,500 in the subways.
Dude, that is such a crazy fucking way to talk about this issue, by the way. No wonder people, I think, like Zoran's, no wonder why people think Zoran's method is actually smarter. Like, we're gonna put 1,500 cops in the subway, 5,000 extra police units. Like, by the way, no one ever asks, how are you gonna pay for that? When it comes to 5,000 new cops, 5,000 new heads, training, gear, overtime pay, hazard pay, Candy Crush subscription, so you can get like tier 3 drops on Candy Crush when you're in the fucking subway station. None of that is ever called into question. People only ask, how are you going to pay for it, when it's about fast and free buses. No one ever says, how are we going to pay for 5,000 extra cops? I mean, I guess they technically did ask Andrew Cuomo. He didn't end up answering it, but like, you know, just broadly not a thing. How are we going to pay for it with military expenditures? Never asked at the national level. It's only a question for when politicians accidentally arrive at like a reasonable policy that actually helps working class Americans.
Raise the starting salary because you can't hire them. Part of that is going to be saying to the NYPD, I respect you. I don't think you're wicked, as the assemblyman said. I don't think you're corrupt. I don't think you're racists. I value you. I will have your back. I'll be a mayor to work with you.
If you want an actual approach to lower crime, look at our Department of Community Safety. That is something that has been hailed by experts as addressing so many of the pieces of why New Yorkers are not feeling safe today. We will ensure that no longer are police officers asked to do the job of both policing and responding to the mental health crisis. This is evidence-based. It's been successful elsewhere in the country. It's time we deliver it right here in New York City.
He's delusional. You're going to have mental health experts, counselors, social workers show up to the most dangerous call a cop can get, which is a domestic violence call. So you're going to have people that didn't sign up for that profession have violent attacks against them.
Wait, what?
That is the most. What are you going to put bulletproof?
Dude. Every fucking EMT, first of all, every EMT unironically signs up for that profession. And it's completely unacceptable when violence does take place at times. But like the notion that healthcare professionals and social workers do not realize that there is also potentially a violent altercation that could take place in these calls is ridiculous. It is literally an unfortunate but foreseeable part of this job. Okay? It's crazy. It's crazy. Also, an altercation of that sort becoming violent is infinitely more likely if it's a fucking cop that's coming in. Social workers and emergency room nurses oftentimes deal with people experiencing mental health crises with they do it all the time. They do it daily. This is their job. And they are able to deal with those incidents without that incident turning into a seriously violent altercation, also with regular fucking frequency, as opposed to the success measure of cops who don't have any tools to deal with someone experiencing a mental health episode and will just take their gun out and shoot people. Police are also an objectively threatening presence. It is the job. It is a part of the requirement. Like, you have to have authority over the person that you're commanding. In many circumstances, that's not the appropriate measure. Saying that social workers and mental health professionals are not trained to deal with these sorts of incidents is like saying firefighters are not tasked with combating fire. It is exactly what they're tasked with dealing with. That is their fucking job. unlike cops, social workers, and many of them that are in this chat right now, will tell you personally that they are trained to de-escalate. They are trained to de-escalate. Cops, on the other hand, only can escalate. There's no de-escalation.
Best on them as they're going out there to talk with these candidates. It's crazy.
My daughter's calling.
So I just to add to this, one of the other categories is how you going to deal with President Trump. And Governor Cuomo says, look, I've had fights with Trump, before, but I have to work with him. Sliwa says, I don't.
This is such a funny approach that these guys have because they're obviously objectively pro-Trump, but also they have to be pro-Cuomo here. So I wonder what they're going to say. They're going to be like, well, Cuomo and Trump have a better working relationship, I guess. Like, so he'll be better at opposing Trump. Is that because they have to farm Cuomo here because they know that he's the only shot that they have of thwarting a Zoran victory that is imminent. It's just, let's see.
I don't have a great relationship with President Trump, but I'm going to work with him. I think that Mondami is going to be Pritzker 2.0.
What is this? Look at the New York moms discovering you.
Who the fuck is Hassan Piker? What? Oh. 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 Wow. Oh.
They found the meat pig. New York moms. New York moms found the meat pig. Oh no. Enemy of my enemy ass, Fox News segment. Yes.
Everything. He's pro-sanctuary city. He's pro-illegal immigrants. There is going to be, and we know they use the National Guard in the subways to make us feel better, thousands of them. So when President Trump, if he wins, and when President Trump goes to crack down on crime, because this guy's going to let open the floodgates to Rikers and not arrest anybody, there's going to be solid.
Those are the Ryder memes. The SEO is not depicting you in a good light right now, bro. Potentially. But also, your expectation is that all of the fucking moms are on TikTok or the spaces where that's like pumped out through the SEO or TikTok, Reddit, and Twitter. I know for a fact that no mom is on TikTok or fucking or Reddit. At most, they'll see it on, I know for a fact that no mom is on Twitter or Reddit. And there are moms that are on Twitter. Everybody's on Twitter. But it ultimately still doesn't matter.
Friction. And as Cuomo says, are you an idiot? How can you possibly fight with a guy that has billions of dollars in his coffers to give you or not give you? You have to work with him.
I just can't believe these.
What the fuck? What did the interest happen here? Hassan Piker naked spiked? Wait, what the fuck? October 17th? This morning? Why did it spike? That makes no sense. What? Oh, Trump commutes George Santos's sentence? Oh, my goat. My goat. He's a prison abolitionist.
I can't believe so many people in New York are falling for this guy based on his policies. But I guess they hear in an area, New York's expensive. And I guess they hear, oh, this guy's going to lower my costs. But every politician has said he should have done that when he was an assemblyman. He had the ability to do all of these things. But we had Eric Adams on our couch, and he said, trust me, I'm the mayor. He doesn't have the ability to change all of these policies.
Okay, enough.
Don't look now, but it's getting cooler in the air, and we are 19 days out from Election Day. And there is one local race.
This was also a good take from Sturgeon's Law. New York City is 28% Latino, 20% black, and there were no questions about plans to help either of those communities, but the debate for who will be their next mayor spent 13 minutes on Israel, Gaza, and New York City. Sturgeon's Law says, we need to be able to have an honest discussion about why the moderators ignore local communities and give so much time to questions about a foreign country most New Yorkers don't support without the usual false accusations of anti-Semitism, terrorist sympathy, etc. It's true. Probably because the leading candidate started his political career with a crusade against it. I love these guys. I love the Georgists on Twitter, the rapid urbanist Twitter that weirdly enough hate this guy, even though he's Mr. Urbanist himself. Okay. And also seemingly find themselves constantly feeling maybe a little ashamed about their position on Israel, but constantly fucking attacking critics of Israel, weirdly enough. I wonder how that works. I wonder why. I mean, it's literally, he has Mossad in his fucking username. I know. I know the answer. No, it's not just that they're Islamophobic. Obviously, Islamophobia is a big component to the Zionist charge. Fucking Hasbara bots everywhere. Anyway, in spite of the Hasbara bots and all this other shit that's going on, obviously people are not as oblivious.
That's getting more national attention than most. And tonight, in the very first general election debate of the New York City mayoral race, Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani faced off against Andrew Cuomo, the disgraced former governor who is now running as an independent, along with the Republican nominee Curtis Sliwa, who is sandwiched.
I guess that's what you call a Pisaki bomb, baby.
Right in the middle there. And there was a lot in this debate, but one of the questions the candidates were asked was how they would respond if Trump deployed the National Guard in New York City, like he has in so many other cities. This is how Zohran Mamdani responded.
I agree with Police Commissioner Tisch in that we do not need the National Guard here in New York City. We do not need them for the purpose of safety, because if it was safety that President Trump was so concerned about, he would send them to the 8 out of 10 states that have the highest levels of crime in this country, but he won't, because they're all run by Republicans. What New Yorkers need is a mayor who can stand up to Donald Trump and actually deliver on that safety. When Donald Trump sent ICE agents on people in Los Angeles, Andrew Cuomo said that New Yorkers need not overreact. That is the furthest answer that New Yorkers are looking for. They are looking for someone who will lead, someone who will say that they will have their back, someone who will actually fight for the people of this city. And that's who I am, because I'm not funded by the same donors that gave us Donald Trump's second term, which isn't something that Andrew Cuomo can say.
Joining me now for an exclusive interview following that debate is the Democratic nominee for mayor of New York City, Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani. I should just note for viewers, you just did a 2-hour debate, so I appreciate you still being able to talk and being here with me this evening. So we watched, of course, the whole debate. For a mayoral debate, a lot of the debate was about Donald Trump and what he might try to do to the city. We played one part of it there. But what did you make of your opponent's answers on how and if they would stand up to Trump?
You know, I think we saw the fact that while Donald Trump wasn't on that stage, his puppet Andrew Cuomo was. And we saw not only just the same kind of name calling and distractions, but the inability to stand up to the very billionaires that have been funding both the Trump administration and the Cuomo campaign. And what New Yorkers are looking for right now, as the Trump administration is detaining young girls as young as 6 years old and deporting them out of the city, is a mayor who will actually stand up for the people of the city. And frankly, we did not see that in Andrew Cuomo. And we even saw more willingness to stand up from the Republican candidate, because unlike Cuomo, he can't be bought by the same donors.
Quite a place to find yourself. Let's talk about a specific example, because I think the reason this question was so important is that cities like New York City and Chicago and other blue cities are just the targets by the Trump administration, as you've talked about. Now, Trump is currently trying to withhold billions of dollars of infrastructure funding from New York City as part of his shutdown strategy, as you're well aware. You talked about this a little bit in the debate, but how specifically would you respond as mayor to make sure his retribution campaign doesn't hurt everyday New Yorkers? Because it could have a big impact if he keeps holding it back.
You know, I think time and time again, we see Donald Trump try to make this into a personal battle of political retribution. But these are attacks not on any one representative. They're attacks on the entire city. And what my job as mayor would be to tell New Yorkers how the suspension of $18 billion would continue to trap them in bumper-to-bumper traffic. It would continue to leave them in long train delays. And it would actually rob tens of thousands of New Yorkers of the jobs that they could have if this money that were owed was actually to be delivered to them.
I think two things that Curtis Sliwa definitely fucked up on, in spite of the fact that he actually looked more progressive than Andrew fucking Cuomo did, was when he said we can't expand the subway into Harlem, okay? Because that's very obviously not only like a racially charged thing that he's stating, but also it's not even like it doesn't even make sense for this day and age. That's like 1970s racism. And the other area where he fucked up was when he talked about the congestion pricing, saying that he was the only candidate on stage who was against congestion pricing. Those were two those were two moments where it was like very obvious that he just looked silly and stupid. And I think that made him look worse overall. But also, his background is already pretty silly. I mean, there's a reason why he's run a million times for mayor and has lost consistently.
And what I would also do is not treat the words of Donald Trump as law just by virtue of them coming out of his mouth. We've seen Democrats across the country, especially in California, come together to put together legal lawsuits that have then resulted that for every dollar they spend, more than $30,000 in federal funds being received that would have otherwise been withheld. It's important that we have a mayor who can work with the attorney general here, work with the governor here. I'm proud to have both of their endorsements. We would work together to protect New Yorkers from these kinds of political acts of retribution.
Yeah, preparing for legal action feels unfortunately like the part of every elected official's job in this moment. Andrew Cuomo said a lot of things tonight. He said during the debate that you are not, quote, representative of the Muslim community of New York. What on earth do you think he meant by that? And what is your message to Muslim New Yorkers about why they should choose you over him to be the next mayor?
You know, I can't tell you what exactly he meant by that. I can only say that it took this campaign for Andrew Cuomo to actually understand that there is a Muslim community in this city and in this state. He was the governor for 10 years. He couldn't name a single mosque that he went to. I'm proud to be the first Muslim candidate on the verge of becoming the mayor of this city. And I know that what Muslim New Yorkers want is what every New Yorker wants: respect and dignity. And too often it's been denied on the basis of bigotry. And we saw some of that bigotry right here on this stage today. And we've seen it from Andrew Cuomo's campaign that has sent out mailers artificially lengthening my beard, where he's smeared me as a terrorist sympathizer. He has used the very kind of language that has pushed Muslim New Yorkers to the margins of our society, when in fact what we should do is treat each and every New Yorker as the same. And that's what I would do as the next mayor of this city.
Your relationship with New York's Jewish community.
Speaking of which, by the way, Elise Stefanik apparently came out and did that horrible Islamophobic shit again. Representative Elise Stefanik calls Zohran Mamdani definition of a jihadist. I hate this stuff so much. It makes me so mad, because it's like it's doubly fucked, because on the one hand, it's like very transparently a racist thing. Okay? It's a transparently racist thing to say. But on the other hand, every single Muslim living in the United States of America knows, regardless of how they practice the faith or not, it doesn't fucking matter. Okay? Regardless of that, they know that broadly, no one looks at that shit and goes, that's racist as fuck. It's so fucking annoying. Like, there is no world where you could make an equivalent counter to any other marginalized identity in this country, like actually marginalized identity, not like Polish people or Italian people or something. Like, I'm talking straight up like Jewish people on the virtue of their religion. You know, you can't get away with, or like black people or Hispanic people in that way. Anyone that transparently reduces someone to a racialized stereotype like that would get called out. And yet when you do it to Muslims, it's fine. You just get to do it. You just get to do whatever the fuck you want. It's so fucking annoying. I hate it. Yeah. And then she doubled down, by the way. Representative Elise Stefanik calls Zohran Mamdani's definition of jihadist because he is.
Community also came up in tonight's debate. I know that you recently have been reaching out to rabbis and community leaders. There's been some reporting about this too, who you disagree with and who disagree with you on your positions on Israel. And I think you're trying to build bridges. You can talk about this. But we've also seen some polling, which is quite interesting for people who aren't embedded in all the New York City politics like we all are, that shows there's this growing generational divide within the Jewish community when it comes to Israel. This is in other parts of the country too, where many younger Jewish people have moved away from the positions their parents had when it comes to Israel, and maybe still have. If you're elected mayor of the city with the world's largest Jewish population, what will you do to make sure that you're healing those generational divisions and really trying to continue to build bridges, or better build bridges, with people who have concerns about you and feel fearful?
I think the first thing is to make clear that I'm looking to lead this entire city. not just the New Yorkers who vote for me, whether in the primary or the general election, but all 8.5 million people who call the city home. And that means a number of Jewish New Yorkers who I've had the pleasure of meeting with over these last few months and even before that during the primary. And what I have said time and time again is that no matter what a New Yorker feels about Israel and Palestine and whether they disagree with me, I'm looking to be their mayor as well. And I know that a number of Jewish New Yorkers are seeing a rising anti-Semitism in this city, and they want a mayor who can actually address it directly. And I'm committed to doing that, increasing funding for hate crime prevention programs, ensuring that police continue to have a presence outside of synagogues and temples during the high holy days, and that we are actually implementing a curriculum that celebrates the breadth and the beauty of Jewish New Yorkers right here in New York City. Because too often, frankly, the language is...
Oh, yeah, by the way, look, I hope Schumer and Jeffries take a moment to think about how Stefanik cites their refusal to endorse Mamdani here as a justification for her insanely bigoted defamation of him. Hi, New York Times. Hack Emma GF, Emma G. Fitzsimmons. You asked us for a comment at 5:28 p.m. for a lengthy story published at 5:43 p.m. Epitome of New York Times hackdom. Here's my statement in full. I call Zohran Mamdani a jihadist because he is. Zohran Mamdani is a raging anti-Semite. Mamdani is the definition of a jihadist as he supports Hamas terrorists, which he did as recently as yesterday when he refused a call for Hamas terrorists to put down their arms. The same Hamas terrorist group that slaughtered civilians, including New Yorkers, on October 7, 2023. He is Kathy Hochul's endorsed jihadist communist who she has empowered to destroy New York City. It's why the New York State Democrat Party chair refuses to support him. It's why multiple Democrat members of Congress refuse to support him. It's why Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have still not endorsed him, because Zohran is a jihadist who will destroy New York. This was the AIPAC attack dog in New York State politics that rose to prominence under the leadership of the Democrats, mind you, when she used the committee position that she had to get a bunch of Ivy League presidents to resign in disgrace because they were not sufficiently pro-Israel. And they were already. These Ivy League presidents were already pro-Israel, obviously. They're fucking Ivy League institution presidents. Okay? The ADL praised Elise Stefanik yesterday for her tolerant approach in the aftermath of the leaks that came from young Republicans, New York young Republicans, talking about praising Adolf Hitler and putting gas chambers and putting their enemies in gas chambers. Okay? It is so fucking frustrating to have to deal with this shit with regular frequency. You are expected to be perfect at all moments. I think people from different marginalized backgrounds know this, whether they are trans, black, brown, they know that they are the singular sole representative of all trans people or all black people or all brown people in every single moment. And they have to be perfect all the time. And the knives are out all the time. And there is this like very clear cynical framework that you need to operate within, where you have to choose your words carefully all the fucking time. And the moment that you even seemingly overstep, the moment that you seemingly can come across as like, saying something that you don't mean, they pounce on you, while the opposition can fucking say whatever they want. The opposition can call you whatever the fuck they want. They could be like, oh, Zohran is going to strap himself with TNT and blow up the One World Trade Center. It's just such a clearly, it's such a transparently asymmetrical approach to communication. And it's one that you just have to eat every single fucking day. It makes me so goddamn mad. Yeah, here's another way that Mehdi Hasan is calling here. Here's another fucking way that the New York Times also plays a role in this. Did you change your headline and change Islamophobic attacks on Mamdani to just attacks because Elise Stefanik and the GOP bullied you into it? Really? Why are they no longer Islamophobic attacks, as your headline originally incorrectly stated? Mamdani faces attacks after comments about Hamas. Mamdani faces Islamophobic attacks after comments about Hamas. That was the original title. They changed it to Mamdani faces attacks after comments about Hamas. Zohran Mamdani, the frontrunner in the race for New York mayor of New York City, was attacked by lawmakers from both parties over comments he made in a Fox News interview. Then they made it worse. Zohran Mamdani, the frontrunner in the race for mayor of New York City, was criticized by lawmakers from both parties after he dodged a question about Hamas's future. So fucking stupid, man. Like, I'm not I don't run around crying about racism all the fucking time. But goddamn, dude, there's a level where it's just like, please, be fucking normal. Bro, please stop sending me this shit, okay? Stop, Corso, stop spamming it. I'm not going to click on your link. Please. It's so frustrating. It's doubly frustrating because it's transparent what this is. And if you're Muslim, you know exactly what it is. And you also fucking know that there's nothing you can do about it because the broad majority also think that that is an appropriate way to fucking approach the conversation.
Only will you protect Jewish New Yorkers? It also has to be, will you celebrate and cherish those New Yorkers? And I will do that for Jewish New Yorkers and for every New Yorker because this is their city.
You seem to have said, and you tell me, these are your words, that you believe that Israel, of course, has the right to exist, but not necessarily that it should be a Jewish state. Help explain for people who are concerned about that or feel like it's a threat to their religion why that's not the case.
You know, I've said time and again that my focus...
Even with like the jihad thing, okay? Like, do you talk about the actual definition of jihad and correctly point to, or the definition of like martyrdom or definition of jihad, and try to explain to Americans the cultural references being completely distorted? Because that requires time, that requires effort, and many people are not going to understand it regardless of what you fucking say. So you have to operate within the confines of like American understanding of what that word implies. And that means, you know, you're going to strap TNT to your fucking chest and blow yourself up. It's so fucking annoying. It's so fucking annoying. You just have to eat it. Even when you are taking an approach that is going to be as broad reaching as possible, you still have to basically, say, look, like, you can't even explain what it actually means, what the word actually means, because no one will ever fucking take you seriously. And that was one of the things that he did with Intifada, globalized the Intifada. He first explained what it was and why it was like racially charged in this regard as an attack point, right? And then he had to concede on the opposition's framing on that issue. I don't think he should have, by the way, on globalized the Intifada regardless, but...
will be here on New York City, but when I've been asked about what's happening in Israel and Palestine, I have shared that I have a reticence of recognizing any state's right to exist as a state with a hierarchy of citizenship, be it based on religion or on race, and that would be the case if we're speaking about Israel or if we're speaking about Saudi Arabia. And part of that is being an American and learning the importance of equal rights being enshrined in the Constitution of this country, and believing that every country should be one where every single person there has the equal rights, no matter their race, no matter their religion.
There is less than 3 weeks. I'm sure you're counting down to go until Election Day. We know because it's sweater weather for all of us. And there are some New York leaders like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries who still have not endorsed you, which frankly I don't understand, and I've said many times. But if you're elected mayor without their endorsements, which you are on track to do, how does that affect your working relationship with them? I mean, how will you approach it?
You know, I don't see it as affecting our working relationship at all, because in all the conversations we've had...
Why is she being normal? Because MSNBC has, especially many of the anchors on MSNBC, have taken a much more pro-Zoran slant. They're doing a better job reading the fucking room and the expectations that their base of support has for the Democrats. Then please watch Nephew skydive. Is Nephew actually skydiving into fucking TwitchCon? Because that is insane. Oh my God. That is... maximum bit rate, dude. That is maximum bit rate. The fact that he has bit rate up there in the air, my lord, that is fucking terrifying. Yes, I know Trump is commuting. George Santos is fucking sentenced. We're gonna get to it. God damn. Holy shit. I would not do that. I can't do that. Hey, you want to go skydiving now? Weren't you dogfighting in planes? Yes, but that's different. I can't jump out of a plane. I can fly a plane. Well, not well. It's an entirely different thing to be able to jump out of a fucking plane. I would never be able to skydive.
Oh my God. Y'all seen it? I don't know what it looks like for y'all.
Bro's reading chat.
What do you mean this is staged? This is fake? It is not fake. Yeah, this is pre-recorded, y'all. Show them the time. At 3:34. You can show them your phone if you like. Hey.
I can't land a plane. I can't.
It is real. This is real. All right, you can put it in your pocket.
Dude, my hands are sweating.
All right.
My hands are sweating watching him. This is insanity, dude. This is absolute insanity, brother. What the fuck?
They are going crazy on this. Yeah, ready, bro. I'm on my top bunk mate, ready to jump.
Is the camera guy going too? I suspect, yes. I suspect that the Red Bull guy's camera. Bro's reading chat on the plane. Bit rate, W bit rate.
Right now, we have 10,000 feet to go. We're going to climb up another 10,000 feet. We're hooked up right now. We'll pipe everything up. We're all ready to go. When we go, the door's going to open up. It'll get windy like that. Your hands are going to climb out. When you climb out, it's our fun on the way. You're going to put your hands in your harness, and I'm going to stand. Ready,
I can't believe it.
bring your arms out, have some fun.
I cannot believe he has better bit rate than me on a fucking plane as opposed to me sitting in my house, by the way. My internet fucking cuts out randomly. This motherfucker's on a plane right now and he's got better internet. How is that possible? He's on Starlink. I know he's on Starlink. He has a professional literally attached to him. It don't matter, brother. What are you talking about? Would you jump out of a fucking plane? I have to pee so bad. I don't want to miss this though.
How long is the free fall? About 1 minute. 1 minute? Yeah, just under 1 minute. Okay. No way this thing. I'm going to breathe and hard. Breathe hard. Yeah. Breathe through my nose. Yeah, but it's okay to breathe through my mouth. It's totally fine. If you like fun, let's go. Rebel better give us sleep, y'all. I'm ready. How many feet are we in the air? 7,000.
Is it parasocial that I'm nervous? Or is that normal? You missed it? What did I miss? I'm like genuinely fucking nervous. I'm genuinely fucking nervous. I just, holy shit, dude. It's like, this is like a Twitch streamer meta where he's gonna be like, chat, should I jump out right now? Chat, what should I do with my arms, chat? Nothing to be nervous about. You're not jumping, dude? I know. I'm not, but I'm literally, my hands are fucking sweating right now. Chat, spam W's in the chat if you think I should do it.
8,000 feet. 8,000 feet.
Oh my god.
I love that people think this was recorded earlier. I like that. This is live, chat. All live. Today.
Now you.
It'll be a little bit chilly when we open this door, but it'll be warm. Yeah. Altimeter. Yeah, this guy's a lot. 100 more feet. That's our airport. Ground close left. Yeah, that's what we're on. Let's go! Let's go! Nervous now, I can feel it. Yeah, 50 more feet. Once they hit the 1,000, we're dropping? Yeah, we're just 13. Oh, 13. These mics over here on your right. Come on, just go around there.
Gift him subs? I already did. It just didn't show up. I would never go, I would never jump. I would never be able to do that. I'm deathly afraid of that shit, bro.
1,000 feet in the air. 300 more to go. It's crazy to every.
Oh.
Holy shit.
What would make you jump out of a plane? Medicare for all. Medicare for all. Ending the apartheid. Ending the apartheid or Medicare for all, I'm jumping. Someone in the chat said, nothing to fear. They're over the open ocean. Dog. At 10,000 feet, there is no difference between a body of water and concrete. You know that, right? What are you talking about? Like, it's just, that's the same thing at that point. Motherfucker thought this was Minecraft, dude. You can just, you have no fall damage if you fall into the water, duh. You just, if you drop out of the plane with a water bucket, you can just like release it at the last second. No surface tension. No surface tension whatsoever. That's not how it works. It's Minecraft physics. Zoran, when you jump and post a nude on main? No, Zoran's already winning. That's not happening. You look more tense than Jason? I am more tense than him. I don't know how he's keeping his cool. I'm literally, my hands are sweating, dude. It's not even a joke. It's like terrifying. Oh my God, it's coming. He's putting the fucking gloves on. Seemingly, he is not as tense. I don't know why. I don't know what the fuck's going on in his mind, but it's just tandem. Calm down. Brother, you are crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. He's celebrating. What the fuck? Oh God. Oh, door's open. Oh, door's open. Oh no. Oh no. Chad, have you never done it? I cannot recommend skydiving enough. Irrational certainty of death is such a great high. Y'all are fucking crazy. Yo, white people are crazy, bro. Abolish white people. What the hell is this? What do you mean? What do you mean? Yo, that is crazy, dude. That's crazy. It changes you, Hassan? Yeah. You know what changes you? Death. I don't understand it. You've become mega woke. I don't understand it. It freaks me the fuck out. It's like, brother, listen to me. I have literally flown a stunt plane, okay? I've engaged in dogfighting on a plane, on a stunt plane, and that was terrifying, but like, you're not falling out of the plane, okay? Because the terrifying aspect of it is, what if you fall out of the plane, okay? You look around and you see the ground and you're like, I'm 10,000 feet in the sky right now on a fucking bicycle, basically. You're just doing it. At that point, you're just doing it. You're just flying out of the fucking plane. And it makes no sense. You have a parachute, dumbass. Oh, wait, you have a parachute? Shit, I didn't realize. They make you sign like 20 papers in case you die and record a video before saying it's not their fault if you die. When I did it, they told me people say no during that process. Bro said he's not scared to die earlier. Yeah, that's different. I'm not scared to die if someone like if I go out in public and someone shoots me. I'm not gonna accelerate the process by jumping out of a fucking plane. Oh! Oh God! Oh God! Okay, he has better bit rate than me when he is flying in space. He has better bit rate than me flying in the air. How is that possible?
Hey, man! Woo! Woo! How you doing, buddy?
I'm feeling good.
Yeah!
Let's fucking go. Oh my God. That was fucking crazy.
Awesome, dude.
Holy
How you
fuck.
doing?
You're a fucking legend, bro.
You doing good?
I'm doing good, man. Let's fucking go. Oh my God.
Hey, man. That's you, buddy.
Hey.
Oh, he took the helmet off.
Hey, you can see me. Let's fucking go. Fuck Cancer W's in the job. This guy's a fucking legend, man. Ah! Look at the fucking bottom.
Look at the bottom.
Is this the mic right here?
All right. Yeah, it's live streaming right now, buddy.
What if he dropped it on accident?
I think so.
Woohoo!
This is insane.
Yeah, hold it a little further.
He jumped from
away to be able to see
10,000
your
feet.
face.
Oh, I can't. I'm gonna be on. Oh,
You got more cable.
I have 150 plus solo skydives and I've spent upwards of 100 weekends at drop zones and I have never seen someone die. You will never be able to convince me.
Let's fucking go.
I didn't see no curve. RIP Globeheads. True. That shit doesn't look curved at all. That shit do not look curvy, bro.
I'm falling. This is crazy.
You want to do a spiral?
What does that mean?
Point it out in front of us. Point the camera. We'll do a little spin here.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Woohoo! Point it down just a little bit. Yeah!
Woohoo! Oh shit. This is fucking crazy.
Pacific Ocean out there?
Yo.
Tijuana over here?
That's Mexico. That's Mexico. Oh, I'm a Red Bull fucking athlete.
Right here, man.
Yeah, that's home base. That's home base.
We got the other parachutes landing right now.
I see them.
They're circling.
I see them.
In.
This is crazy. I see the world. Lucas, I see the world.
Yeah, buddy.
That
You
is
did great,
incredible,
man. It wasn't
bro.
as scary as you thought, was it?
I'm not gonna lie. I trusted you.
We got you. Man.
I
This is
trusted
what we
you.
do.
This is insane.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah, your world is crazy. Adrenaline pumping. I can't even feel my legs. But oh my
So right
God.
now we're at about 2,000 feet.
Yeah.
We're gonna like do a couple spins.
Jason is escaping to Mexico to seek asylum, to seek political asylum in Mexico.
All right. The only thing we need to talk about is when it comes time to land. I'm gonna say three things when it comes time to land. I'm gonna say ready, set, flare. When I say flare, it's gonna get slow like this. And you lift your feet up and in front of you.
Up and in front.
The higher you lift your feet, the better our landing's gonna be.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
If everything goes perfect, I might say stand up. That means take a couple
Notice how the
steps.
skydiving
But it's much
instructor
easier
is
to slide in our
white.
butt.
Yeah.
And I heard you took
I
a little
did
spill
notice
on your
that.
ankle a while ago, huh?
I did.
So maybe we'll just sit down on our butt.
Yeah, let's do that.
I think this is primarily a Caucasian activity,
Yeah,
for
take
sure.
Deep breaths. Look out on the horizon a little bit.
Yeah.
That'll help with anything if you're feeling like vertigo or anything like that.
I'm sure there's plenty of diversity in the people that attempt it, but I'm just saying primarily it feels like a Caucasian activity.
So cool.
Yeah.
Show them what we're looking at. That is
That's
epic.
insane. Bro. Oh my God.
I'm kind of looking at the wind, judging now we're at 1,000 feet, so we'll be on the ground in 1 minute.
Holy fuck, man. One gifted equals one. I don't even know.
Yeah. So what I'm doing right now is looking at the wind, judging how we're gonna land, what the wind's doing.
Okay.
So we can have a nice tiptoe slide in right on our butt landing.
All right, I like the sound of
And
that.
I'll let you just hold that camera. You can film yourself or the ground or whatever.
I'll do both.
Nice and easy. I got a nice windsock down there showing us what's happening.
Ooh. Hey, look at the ground, Chad.
I mean, even this part is like obviously terrifying, but I guess it's not as terrifying once you get used to the scariest part, which is the part before the parachute, right?
Oh my God. Oh, please. I'm about to touch the grass.
All right, here we go.
Let's go.
All you got to do right now is remember to lift your feet up and in front of you, okay?
Let me know when.
Like once you accomplish the free falling part of it, this probably doesn't come across as scary.
Yeah.
All right.
Even though touchdown is the most dangerous part at post free fall, right?
Just lift them up. How we do it?
I can't believe he did it. The mad lad, bro.
Awesome. Oh,
The
sorry, man.
absolute mad lad.
Holy shit.
Respect.
I'm alive.
Hand me that helmet.
I'm alive.
Turn and face me when you stand up gently.
Okay.
Yeah, can you unplug us? Sure.
Yeah, let's do it.
Hold on there, kiddo. How was that?
That was fucking.
The fucking mad lad, dude.
You nailed it, buddy. Stand up. You're free, dude. Come on, kid.
What did he do this for? I mean, he's doing a subathon right now.
Hey, welcome to our world, buddy. Come on. This is how we do it.
Insane, bro. I don't
American
Every day,
Cancer
all day.
Society.
Crazy. That was fun.
Are you taking that off now?
Let's loosen this up.
Wow. What a fucking
We can take this harness off.
Bro, dizzy, man.
what
I
a
thought I was about to
fucking
pass out, I'll be honest.
crazy situation. I
Yeah?
can't believe he did
Yeah.
that shit.
Hey, dude.
I did this once in my
Go, man.
tandem. What?
That's sick.
That was sick.
You're having a good time up there.
I was having a great time.
Your turn next. Everybody needs to calm down. Unk is never doing this.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you.
I'd rather get shot at by the fucking cops than do any of this stuff.
Straight down.
I gotta have both of my feet on the ground, okay?
Nice. How can I help you?
How was it, bro?
I need to sit down, bro. That was insane. I just was flying, bro. I seen the world. I think I seen fucking like Ron and Lacey and shit.
Okay, but you've been shot at by the cops. You need a new thing? Okay, well, this is not the new thing. God damn. Congratulations to nephew. We are going to be, we're going to be talking about Brad Plattner's tweets and then also George Santos getting pardoned in a moment. Uh-oh. Gaia. I don't know what she's borking at. But yeah, Grant Plattner. We're finally doing it. We're finally talking about it. All the annoying people can now rejoice. Grant Plattner has released a statement about his previous comments after his Reddit account was unearthed. And the reality of the matter is, some of the stuff that he has said, pretty solid. Graham Plattner's, who is his political director? What? Former state rep Genevieve McDonald of Stonington was one of the most prominent Maine Democrats. Dude, is this that big of a deal? What the fuck?
Around here that I'm running for Senate, sometimes the initial reaction is, what the f?
That's Graham Plattner. He isn't your typical Senate candidate. He's a former Marine and oyster farmer from coastal Maine. He's built his campaign on blunt talk and anti-establishment energy, which has made him a grassroots favorite in the Democratic Party. His message has really resonated online. He's raised more than $4 million, he's packed town halls, scored a Bernie Sanders endorsement, and has left-wing influencers hyped for his candidacy. So CNN's K-File team found something pretty interesting while looking into Plattner. It's a deleted Reddit account that he used for years, posting about politics, war, and policing. We access them using the Internet Archive's Wayback Machine, which saves web pages. It's the same unfiltered tone that has made him so popular, but it also shows some of the vulnerabilities of his candidacy. In comments we found from 2021, Plattner said he was a vegetable-growing, psychedelics-taking socialist. In a thread about people becoming more conservative as they age, he replied, "I got older and became a communist." He often employed crude language toward people he disagreed with. When discussing police misconduct, a user wrote that police officers were, quote, bastards, to which Plattner replied, all of them, in fact. So we talked to Plattner, and he told us that he no longer holds many of those views, saying they came from a different time in his life when he felt angry and disillusioned after finishing 4 tours of duty.
That was very much me around the internet. I'm not a communist. I'm not a socialist. I own a small business. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I don't want people to see me for like who I was in my worst internet comment, or even frankly who I was in my best internet comment. I mean, quite honestly, I don't think any of that is indicative of who I am today, really.
Now, Maine has a long history of electing political moderates, something that could make his old posts politically risky. But beyond the insults and crude language, many of Plattner's posts we found were actually deeply personal, about war, patriotism, and what his service did to his faith in the country. Plattner said his 4 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan left him disillusioned and changed the way that he saw America. Writing in one post, he said, "After the war, I pretty much stopped believing in any of the patriotic nonsense that got me there in the first place. And I'm a firm believer that the best thing a person can do is help their neighbors and live a loving life." In another, he said, "It's difficult to see all the horror, all the grift and corruption, and not find the whole thing utterly bankrupt. I did used to love America. These days, I'm pretty disgusted by it all." It's that kind of authenticity that's drawn people to his campaign. And Plattner told us he no longer feels the same disillusionment with the country.
I absolutely love the place that I live, and I love the people around me. And I do actually believe firmly in the idea that we as Americans have a lot in common, and that we can be the thing that we want to be, the thing that we claim to be.
Offensive political rhetoric is getting a whole lot of attention right now.
So there are some things that he said way back in the day that are actually bad. And of course, liberals are, and even leftists are, some of the most like unbearable individuals you will fucking ever encounter. It's specifically this. In 2013, why black people don't tip, and says sexual assault victims should take some responsibility and not get so fucked up. Those are unacceptable, okay? Those are unacceptable. They're also from 2013. I thought this type of political posturing was shit that we had left behind. Yeah, he was a fucking broken-brained jarhead in 2013. This is the shit that people should actually maybe look at with more scrutiny, as opposed to him being like, I'm a socialist, I'm a fucking communist, all this other stuff. Okay? If anything, working through opinions like that, or working through opinions like that, and working through his own personal experience, and reflecting on his service and thinking about it critically is unironically the appropriate thing. I don't know the full scope or the full extent of his comments, but from what I understand, there were some statements he made that like I don't have any issue with whatsoever. Graham Plattner once called himself a communist, dismissed all police as bastards, said rural white Americans actually are racist and stupid according to the now deleted post. Okay? Oh, fuck. Do we have the paywall? Can someone link me the paywall thing? Hassan uniting people from both ends of the political spectrum. Now, since then, I mean, obviously we're going to get into the extent of what he had said in the past. Okay? But some of the comments are 100% unacceptable. At the same time, it was 12 years ago, and he said he was suffering from a lot of mental health issues and confusion because of untreated PTSD. His other posts over time show a much better attitude towards racism and victims of sexual abuse as they get more recent. Exactly. If you look at a guy who's saying like racist shit or saying, if you look at a dude who has gone through this process of saying racist shit or saying heinous shit about like victims of sexual assault in fucking 2013, who then turns around and in much recent times in 2020 and onward, talking about how like cops are fucking racist and there are a lot of rural white Americans that do exhibit like sexist and racist qualities, things like that, then I think it's a little bit, I think it's good to place the emphasis on where he has landed at rather than what he used to say, especially considering that none of this has anything to do with his like higher political ambitions. It's not like he had a fucking Reddit account where he was saying those things under the guise of anonymity, and then later on in 2020 was like, oh, let me actually change my mind or make it seem like I've gone through this fucking personal evolution in 2020 so that maybe one day I can fucking run for office as a psyop for the left or something. This doesn't mean that Graham Plattner is on solid ground in general, especially considering the Blackwater thing, which is a major issue for many people on the left, because Blackwater is beyond doing multiple tours. As far as veteran status goes, okay, going on active duty and being a veteran and then being an anti-war veteran is perfectly fine. Many Americans experience this. You have to be way more understanding, in my opinion, towards people like that. I have wonderful friends and allies and comrades who have actually gone through this process. There are plenty of them in this community as well. Now, when you add on to numerous tours, when you talk about multiple tours that someone has gone through, then it obviously makes it a little bit trickier. But ultimately, the worst aspect of this is that after numerous tours, I assume because he had, because he saw it as like a financial, the only like financial route that he had for himself, he went and joined fucking Blackwater in 2018. That is suspicious, to say the least. Having said that, he was constantly posting in fucking Socialist Rifle Association on Reddit in fucking 2020. So for those who say he himself is like a psyop designed by the state to infiltrate the left or some shit is ridiculous. I think the truth is much simpler, okay? I think this is a regular ass American dude, a regular ass American fucking dude. SRE is the most fed ass socialist org in this country, dude. Okay, dude. If you think the American federal law enforcement authorities have the capacity to literally design such a complex infiltration scheme, so much so that they're talking about like, this is what, 12 years in the making? Like a guy who in high school had on his high school yearbook was like Free Palestine, and then went and joined the fucking Marines, did multiple tours, came back, worked for Blackwater, but then totally anonymously on the other hand was leaving breadcrumbs to really hype up his leftist bona fides in the age of like in 2020 at peak woke, but did it in such an elaborate way where he had opinions at peak woke during 2020 that resembled the opinions of many people, including fucking, Zoran Mamdani, who is going back on some of the things that he said during peak woke, only to fucking win an election in Maine, only to win an election in fucking Maine, potentially, so that he can do what? Do what? Exactly. Do what? Just think. Like, not only is this an unimaginably complex scheme to fucking pull through, which requires numerous administrations to design it, okay? But to do what? There is no left. There is no left in this country. Wake up. There is no fucking left in this country. At most, it's a bunch of fucking reading groups. There is no strong labor militancy in this country. No mechanism of pressure in this country. You think the fucking federal government is doing this like super sophisticated infiltration scheme? Get the fuck out of here. I think my honest assessment, judging by like some of the things that I read about him, is that he is a regular homegrown American dummy. Okay? That's it. The most suspicious aspect of his background is the Blackwater stint that he did briefly. But everything else on top of that is just a guy trying to figure things out. Many of you are also dummies in the same vein. And it took a long time for you to fucking fully figure out what your worldview is. I'm gonna be honest. I think he's trying to hide what his true positions are because he's fucking worried that people are going to attack him with the socialist moniker over and over again, which he shouldn't be worried about, to be fair. Because this is an important moment for him not to actually stand down on positions like that, because then no one is going to believe him. People are just going to be like, "Oh, you're a coward, and you're lying anyway." Rest in power, Michael Brooks. He wrote on Monday, July 20th. It was a huge part of my politics moving further left and revolutionary. I'm feeling a serious sense of loss right now. I'm not even sure what to say. I'm just so thankful for his intellect and knowledge. We are stronger because of him, but have lost something with his passing. A war within myself. One veteran struggle for life after combat. This is from 2016. Jesus, this hits close to home. I did 3 tours in the Corps, got out to go to college, and ended up on the same exact deployment to Afghanistan with the same Iowa NG brigade. That feeling of chasing the war is something that is hard to explain to people, and it's a terrible shame this guy couldn't find something to fill that hole when it was done. Fucking sad story. For people who are saying, like, was the struggle before or after he joined Blackwater? Is being a mercenary part of serving one's country? To be honest, this reads as sarcasm because it's a joke to say that he's disgusted with authoritarianism and he calls himself a proud combat veteran of an illegal war. I know a lot of people, why are you vouching for him so much? I'm not even vouching for him necessarily. I'm not vouching for him necessarily as much as I'm like trying to make sure that people are not fucking insane. It is understandable to be heavily scrutinize someone's character if they fucking joined Blackwater, okay? It seems crazy to go from Blackwater in 2018 to be like, I'm a communist in 2020. Having said that, on principle, I'm never going to fucking be like, oh, a person is a veteran, fuck him. Okay? Instead, I think it's better to try and understand exactly what the fuck is going on in the minds of millions of Americans. Because remember, this isn't just like joining the army, joining the military in general is not like a unique thing. Millions of Americans are fucking active duty. Okay? So you need to fucking remove your own personal ideological slant out of this. This is a thing that many Americans, 1, are proud of, and 2, think is totally normal. It's the biggest jobs program in the fucking country. You wouldn't be nice to an IDF veteran? I've literally interviewed IDF veterans on this broadcast. Suck my dick. Suck my dick. I have. And I will continue to do so. I've interviewed IDF veterans, and I have interviewed American veterans as well. Here's a deleted comment. Question about Smedley Butler. Not a Marine, just have a question. It seems that Chesley Puller and Smedley Butler are generally 2 of the most revered Marines in history. I was curious what the general feeling among modern-day Marines is towards Butler's opinions on war and the things he wrote later in life, like war is a racket, etc. Do you agree with his views? I know you guys obviously don't all have the same political opinions, but I was interested in getting a sense of what the prevailing opinion is, if any. And this is his deleted comments, I guess. I think he was way ahead of his time. Is it Boat Cow or is it this one? Oh, he's the deleted comment. It's a thought that enrages me daily. I think he was way ahead of his time and gave us a first warning about war profiteering. Unfortunately, that message is lost in the simplification of his image to be based around combat heroics. I second this. How many billions of dollars did I help Dick Cheney and his lot make in Iraq? War is almost definitely a racket. Our friends die while they make money is a thought that enrages me daily. There are two things that you need to understand. Two things that you need to understand no matter what, okay? You're building a fucking broad coalition. It's going to have veterans in it, especially in a country like the United States of America. That's number one. Number two, it is probably one of the easiest vectors of radicalization. And Nazis take advantage of that all the fucking time by creating unique groups such as Atomwaffen specifically to fucking target veterans and active duty service members. Okay, that's two. A lot of you come across ridiculous when you take this approach, okay? People have the capacity to change. People have the capacity to change. People find themselves a victim to the social conditioning no matter what. If you think I'm normalizing the United States military, by the way, for saying that, and this doesn't extend to Blackwater, okay? It doesn't. It does not. But if you think I'm normalizing the United States military, then you are already living on a totally different fucking planet, okay? There is no normalizing that is required. It's the same as fucking cops, okay? We might not like cops in this community, but it doesn't matter because everybody else does. Let me tell you, they like cops a whole lot more than they like fucking socialists, okay? Do we let murderers get away with their crimes too? After all, they can change too? Yes, yes, yes. I'm in favor of rehabilitation as long as someone is taking atonement. Yes, yes. A murderer that serves their fucking prison sentence should be rehabilitated and integrated back into society. I'm not a fucking stupid draconian American, okay? Yes. God damn. I hate some of you motherfuckers so much. What atonement is he taking? What punishment has he gotten? Great question. Great fucking question. As a matter of fact, when things are not punishable by law and unironically revered as a matter of fact, and you still realize that that shit was fucked up, that takes a lot of fucking effort. It's called self-reflection, self-crit for all the fucking lefty LARPers in the chat. Also, on top of that, a lifetime of fucking PTSD probably isn't great either. Anyway, let's watch what he had to say as well. Oh, one of the funniest aspects of this argument and criticism that people are leaning on, these smoothberry morons in the chat want him slicing off his pinkies like a fucking Yakuza member to atone. Yeah, no, there are a variety of different left flank opinions here, some of which go, you're a baby killer if you're a veteran, you did active duty, you saw combat, you went and you engaged in an illegal war where you fucking killed people, okay? Where you killed people, possibly even children. That is completely unacceptable. And I understand where they're coming from in terms of like their moral posture, but a more pragmatic approach in this situation requires you to look at what a person has done, what they have personally experienced in the process, and who they are now, okay? Like, people are like, oh, you have to be publicly flogged in this situation. And it's ironic. Or people do the cynical thing, the cynical reframing of the conversation. I love my Blackwater mercenary, okay? They make it seem as though, I love my Blackwater mercenary, vote blue no matter who. I need you all to understand something, okay? I need you all to understand something. This is going to come across as hurtful for many of you because I know a lot of like long-term community members are the ones who get the most mad when I say stuff like this. But your opinion is literally worthless in the grand scheme of things. And so is mine, for the record. But like, we don't matter. I need you to understand that, okay? We don't fucking matter. We don't matter in the grand scheme of things at all, okay? We don't. We don't. Many of us do not understand, myself included, for the record, do not understand what kind of lived experiences that people have that cause them to do heinous shit, okay? But that heinous shit that we think is heinous, every fucking American thinks is awesome, for the record. Like the overwhelming majority. So pick your fucking battles, please, for once. Please stop getting in your fucking way, okay? And it's additionally funny because please point to, if you are a LARPer, right? Because many of you are. Many of you love LARPing about Marxist-Leninism and the vanguard. Please point to one historic instance where there was a militant left movement that did not almost entirely comprise of veterans as well. Just one. Please find one. I really hope you can find one. I have never seen one. There has never been a single fucking instance where there has ever been a successful revolutionary action that took place without any fucking military experience whatsoever. Okay? We need a Haas news, but for when we're discussing electoral politics from a descriptive, not normative perspective, I know. Your chat needs to read a book for once. The engine of the KPD was basically soldiers in the Navy that were so disillusioned with the Kaiserreich that they almost successfully had a revolution if they weren't betrayed by the SPD. Exactly. I'm not ready to dismiss Blackwater concerns. I worry about what that means, but I also understand that if you leave the military with no transferable skills and a deeply disturbed mental state that brings you back to the only thing you know how to do, it's hard to understand. Yes, that is the problem here. And that is my assessment as well. I think you have a fucked up guy who straight up looks at the situation in hand, tries to go to college, fails in the same job market, and goes, maybe this is my only option to get a fucking check. And also on top of that, I get to continue my adventurism, which is a heinous approach. I understand that. Okay? It's a heinous approach. It's fucked up. It's also ironically one that he doesn't even need to address. This is the only community on the internet where he does need to address something like that, for the record. But that's why I keep repeating to all of you that this is like the constant hangups that I have in my own community about someone's veteran status or even fucking joining Blackwater is completely non-existent. That is not the reason why they're criticizing him. Okay? A lot of you want to criticize him on that aspect, which is understandable. That is worthy of scrutiny. But most people don't give a shit about that. If anything, that probably is seen as a fucking benefit. They're like, oh wow, he's awesome at war. That's awesome. Revolutionary liberal. Maybe my only option is to kill a bunch of children. Our society is so fucked up that this is an option. Yes, I know. You know Plattner's racist too, right? No, he used to fucking be racist. Yes, he was a fucking, he was a 6-time jarhead, dude. He went back time and time again. You're talking about a Reddit post from 2013. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Meanwhile, people are canceling him for his much more recent posts, which is when he was saying Trump supporters are fucking racist hicks and white supremacists and that all cops are fucking bastards. Jesus Christ. Anyway, we'll get to his older racist takes as well. Where's the fucking video of him apologizing? Apparently he had a video about this as well. I can't find it now. Where the heck is it? Oh, here it is. With the most dog shit camera of all time. Jesus Christ.
As you've probably seen, there's a story that's broken about comments I made on Reddit in an earlier part of my life. As I read through them, I read things that I absolutely do not agree with. I read through and I see words and statements that I abhor. I also see the trajectory of my life. When I got back from Afghanistan in 2011, I stayed in the Army for another year. I got out in 2012. Some of the worst comments I made, the things that I think are least defensible, that I wouldn't even try to defend, come from that time. I had spent the bulk of my 20s in the infantry, deploying overseas, fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan. The infantry was a very male-dominated place. It's a very masculine world.
So is he a communist now? If he was racist once but not now, why should we believe that he was a communist and still is? First of all, you have to understand, if he's saying racist shit on the same account in 2013, as opposed to saying anti-racist shit in 2020, what do you think is more relevant in this equation? And secondly, things that he said in 2020 about being a communist or socialist, but now being like, I'm a small business owner, that type of shit, inherently is him trying to posture that he's more moderate than he actually is, most likely. Okay? But like, to me, when I look at this, he is the fucking median voter, okay? He is the most, like, people go, that's insane. How is this possible? You literally do multiple fucking tours, and then you even join a mercenary force. You leave earlier before your mission is over, but it doesn't matter. You leave disillusioned, but you still fucking chose to work for Blackwater. That's crazy. And then all of a sudden you're running around on the internet on the same fucking account saying you're a socialist communist and all this other shit, okay? And it's kind of funny because there are people, maybe not with the Blackwater exception, because that is literally the most insane aspect of this entire story. But if you were to section off his opinion going from being racist to anti-racist, then yeah, that's normal. If you talk about him being a combat veteran and then actually being disillusioned and being anti-war, that's normal. You don't understand this, chatters, but there are thousands of them in this fucking community right now. Because I'm not a fucking dickhead like you are. Because I'm not a stupid, fucking, unrealistic, idealistic, LARPing ass dickhead like you are. Because I understand that people are products of their environment. So they are going to have racist starting positions. They're going to engage in heinous acts. Okay? Ultimately, what matters to me is who they are now. Okay? Anyway, let's continue.
Women weren't allowed in the infantry. It's changed now, and that's a good thing. But when I got out, I still had the crude humor, the dark feelings, the offensive language that really was a hallmark of the infantry when I was in it. I made comments that I'm not happy about, that I do not agree with, but they came from a time and place in my life. And as I watch, or as I read through the comments that were released, I can see myself changing. My language gets less crude, my thoughts and my feelings get a lot less kind of rough around the edges. I do get almost more disillusioned though, and it's important to know that this was a time in my life where I was struggling deeply. I got out of the Army in 2012. I had PTSD, I had depression. I had all of the things that come with serving in a war, in 2 wars, that I eventually began to not believe in at all. It left me feeling very unmoored. It left me feeling very disillusioned, very alienated, and very isolated. And I think like a lot of people, I went on the internet to post stupid things and get in fights and find some form of community in some way, some outlet for my feelings, for my rage, for my isolation. It wasn't until I found actual community that all went away. And the reason that I stopped posting on Reddit around 2020 and 2021 is because that was the point in my life where I had found this. I had moved back to my hometown. I'd found community. I'd started a business. I'd met someone to fall in love with. I'd been able to really begin to feel connected again. And not only did it let me feel connected, it also gave me a lot of hope. I had spent years being entirely isolated and feeling very, very angry about the system that had made me go through that experience. Coming back to Maine, moving back to my hometown, reconnecting with the community that I'm from, building real friendships, building real networks, real relationships with people, that helped cut my disillusion. I went from thinking that people were bad to knowing that people are good. I went from thinking that there was no hope to having nothing but hope. A hope that is rooted in the fact.
My honest opinion is that as a vet, that the strange thing is that he hasn't been around any lefty vet orgs. That's not that crazy. He's in fucking Maine. I don't know how many lefty orgs exist in Maine for veterans. Not every fucking lefty vet, including the tens of thousands in this chat, are working with like, you know, About Face or numerous other like left flank veterans or any of these other organizations anyway. This is the least PR crafted statement. I believe this is sincere. Yeah, the only PR element in all of this is like when outed about like saying he was a socialist or a communist or cops or bastards or whatever, he immediately backed away. Judging by the people that have profiled him so far that I've talked to and my own assessment on it, it does seem like he's trying to communicate a more moderate position than he actually is. I like that he is being truthful here, it seems. Like I said, my issues with him are not the fact that he was saying racist shit or sexist shit about victim blaming women in 2013 as a fucking jarhead. Like, yeah, dude, he was a fucking moron. He was a Marine. What are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Of course. Wow, I can't believe in 2013 a Marine that just came out of active duty was saying fuck shit. He was probably the most woke Marine of all time. Meanwhile, half of you dumb fucks got to that same position of racism because you watched the wrong YouTube video. And you don't believe that any longer. So why the fuck are you chirping in the chat? You didn't actually go and do fuck shit and get PTSD and brick your goddamn brain. And you still arrived at his dumbass fucking positions about women and black people. Why? Because you watched one Roblox video and it took you down a right-wing fucking pipeline. And you found yourself rehashing Sargon of Akkad takes. So shut the fuck up. You don't have a moral higher ground than others because of your different journey through radicalization or your actions. Treat people like normal fucking people. God damn. Do Iraqis have a moral higher ground? Are you Iraqi? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. If you were to ask an Iraqi person, would they prefer a fucking Marine Corps dipshit who actually became anti-war over a Marine Corps dipshit who didn't, who do you think they would choose? It's always out of touch white motherfuckers living in America that have this kind of attitude, this black and white attitude. Or sometimes an unwashed Maoist in fucking Argentina. God damn. I'm Iraqi and I do not forgive him for his service, but I do hope he wins. Well, you're better off than fucking I'm Iraqi. Hassan, sit this one out. First of all, I don't care, just so you understand. I sit this one out before you explain. My bad. Damn, you really are native. What? You really are native U.S., huh? What do you mean? There is no irredeemable quality to a person, okay? Unless they're just like straight up a pedophile and exhibit no self-criticism for that sort of behavior, okay? There is no one that is irredeemable. And you have to have a different approach. You especially have to have a different approach to people who have done fuck shit, who society doesn't even think is doing fuck shit, okay? Like someone who was a cop that turned around and said, I was a cop for, 4 years or whatever. I did heinous shit. The job literally broke me. It made me into like a racist person. I hated who I'd become and I quit. And now I'm spending my time being like, policing is fundamentally broken as an institution. If you think I'm going to turn around and be like, fuck that guy, he was a cop at some point, he could suck my dick, you're fucking stupid. And the same goes for this guy. Okay? Especially because society does not fucking broadly view cops in the same narrow way that we do here in this fucking stupid ass leftist LARPy ass community. Okay? And the same especially goes for veterans. Okay? These are people who most Americans look at and go, thank you for your service. Even if it's cynical, even if it's not real, even if it's not a real thank you for your service, they still do it anyway. Okay? The institution itself is seen as an incredibly respectable institution. Okay? Relax, no infighting king, big bro. No, it's just like fucking so annoying where it's like, I can't tell if it's like anarchists in the chat or whatever the fuck people are saying. Yeah, if he was running around still being like, yo, my service was awesome, actually. There's a difference between someone who is like every other dumb fuck Democrat that the DNC puts forward, being like, oh my God, I loved being the baby annihilator in the fucking Air Force. I'm much more patriotic than the Republican on the other side. Like, and that's the norm, by the way. The Democrats do this all the time, but none of you fucking leftists have that level of goddamn smoke for people like that. Seemingly, when people are super honest about their service and love how sick it is, you have no smoke for them. You have no smoke for the veterans who are just literally still running on how awesome it was that they served. And the one time there's a fucking guy who's like, oh my God, I can't believe I served. This was really fucked up of me. You go, fuck this guy. You are destined for a lifetime of Amy McGraths. And you deserve it. You deserve Amy McGraths all around the country. And I hope you get it. That's what you deserve. You deserve the John Kerrys of the world. You deserve the Amy McGraths of the world. That's what you deserve. I'm sick and tired of this shit. It's a fundamental principle for me to analyze someone on what they are, who they are now, what they represent now, what they say now. And when making this fucking analysis, I also look at whether or not the actions that they partook in, no matter how irredeemable we see it here, right? Is that even considered irredeemable in broader society? Because that plays a role in whether or not this person felt it necessary to take atonement out of shame or because they personally arrived at that conclusion. Any veteran that realizes what they did was fucked up is not coming to that conclusion because people yelled at them. They're coming to that conclusion because they personally engaged in self-criticism. They personally arrived at that conclusion because society broadly does not give a shit. They literally say, you're awesome. Thank you for going and engaging in the most righteous act of murdering brown children, okay? That's how Americans look at it. You guys are fucking stupid. You don't realize that that's how society broadly reflects on these things. So if someone realizes that this is wrong, when society doesn't think that they're wrong, that they're in the wrong, then that's a good thing. That requires a lot more self-criticism, restraint, and critical thinking than any number of different things that you've changed your mind on. And yes, even being a Nazi is redeemable. Yes, everything is redeemable. Shut the fuck up. Derek Black is a former Nazi who was born into a very famous Nazi family. I've talked about him quite a bit. There are entire groups and organizations designed around life after hate, trying to rehabilitate fucking Nazis. And by the way, being a Nazi is literally not treated in the same fucking way as being a veteran is. So obviously his own personal journey through rehabilitation is way different than a fucking neo-Nazi. How are you comparing a fucking combat veteran in the Marine Corps to a neo-Nazi? This is how busted your brain is. In the eyes of the average American, if you were to be like, every combat veteran is a neo-Nazi, they'd beat you with hammers, okay? They would fill a sock with used batteries and bludgeon you to death if you were to make such a comparison. Some of you do need to get your ass beat a little bit to be like a little bit more normal in your analysis. Anyway, the worst aspect of his commentary, especially when it comes to militarism, is not that he's full-blown anti-imperialist, but because he says like, oh, we got to work on our shipbuilding capacity to make up for the gap between China, okay? So he's not even the best candidate regardless on that front. But you guys are so hyper-focused on like the most indefensible aspects of the commentary here that I can't even move beyond it to make reasonable criticism about some of his fucking positions. Oh.
That it was in my community here in Sullivan, Maine, that I got to come home and build a nice life. That all changed for me, but it took me a long time to get there, and it was a very long journey. And along that journey, I was in different places that I'm not in now. I had different feelings that I don't have now. I had different thoughts and opinions that I certainly don't have now. But I am very proud of the person I am today. And it was that whole journey that got me here. And while I won't defend things I said in the past, I will just say that if it wasn't for that entire journey, I would not be who I am today, and I'm incredibly proud of who I am today. And so for those of you who have read these things and been offended, have read these things and seen someone that you don't recognize, I am deeply sorry. It's something that I see someone that I don't recognize either, not in who I am today. It is somebody that I do recognize though. Somebody who is struggling, somebody who is having a very difficult.
Like, what is the lesson that we're teaching everybody if by and large people look to this and go, okay, this person is demonstrating growth and that's a good thing. And the most leftist community is like, fuck that! There is no growth! There is no such thing! Fucking kill yourself! The only way to take atonement is to kill yourself! What does that look like to the outsiders, you think? Do you think that we are actually building a serious movement? Do you think that we are actually doing a good thing? No redemption! And then we sit around and we go, oh, why is the right so effective at mobilizing? I don't understand. Why is the right so good at mobilizing? Why do they have such a wide array of different people, regardless of their heinous worldview? I feel like I'm in a constant state of relitigating 2016 era peak woke politics in this stupid fucking community every goddamn day, because all of the radlib baby leftists that come in here have the exact same hangups, We can't allow microaggressions in this community. I can't believe how you have a blind spot for this. You have a blind spot for that. No interest in allowing people to fucking learn and grow. Taking the most goddamn cynical approach to every single person. How are you any different than the fucking edgelords on the right? Yeah, your politics are good, but the fundamental driving mechanism behind your politics is identical to the fucking nihilistic edgelords, where you just think, you care. Oh, this person actually is demanding forgiveness. We must not give them forgiveness. Fuck that person. They fucked up. Or when I try to explain something, you immediately go, oh, well, it seems to me like you love how many babies he murdered. How many babies he definitely murdered. He ran around murdering babies in Iraq. That was his position. He was there specifically for baby murder, and he murdered a lot of them, and he was drinking their blood in the process of murdering those children. And then now that his appetite has been satiated, he came back and he felt bad about murdering the babies. There's a huge difference between a random person becoming a better person and someone who wants to become a political representative. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. If we're going to talk about the actual political representation, thank you for bringing this up, you have to match it against who else is running in the race. Are we going to do that right now? Who you got in that fight? Janet Mills? How many babies has she killed? I guess she's better, right? You're morally consistent. You and Chuck Schumer are on the same wavelength on that one. Yay, lesser evilism. There's a difference between advocating for vote blue no matter who versus looking at a situation in a fucking Republican district with a populist left candidate who literally, even if he won and was objectively dog shit, just on the virtue of the proof that left populism is a viable vehicle for change within the ranks of the only existing party in the two parties that at least has like a socialist flank to it, is good. Just on the virtue of saying this is proof in the pudding that it works. She supports Israel. Pretty sure she's pro-dead children. No, but she didn't actually tour. She didn't actually go to the Marine Corps. And I'm willing to bet she didn't have some stupid fucking takes in 2013 in a subreddit. So obviously she's more moral than this guy is. She is. Okay? Clearly, you have to vote for Janet Mills. I'm saying, as the most moral person, as the real leftist in this fight, as someone who abhors electoralism, only to fucking chime in on electoralist conversations to tell everybody how fucking stupid they are because socialism is going to happen one day, one way or another, most likely magically, okay? I'm going to tell everybody that, vote blue no matter who. That's what you're doing. And that instead of meticulously analyzing what a person is saying and then matching it up against their opposition, I'm just going to act like this dude is a fucking neoliberal Pete Buttigieg type. Unless it's Zohran Mamdani. Brother, there are people who literally think Zohran Mamdani is also fake too. I'm gonna be honest. I can't wait to go to prison. Straight up. I can't wait to go to prison or get fucking shot and killed by a psychopath because I can't deal with the left anymore. I can't. Like, we got an administration that is deploying the fucking military on numerous Democratic run cities. They're kidnapping people for looking Mexican with the most ferocious gang of mass thugs you've ever fucking seen with no training whatsoever. They're just rounding people up. They're tear gassing children. They're tear gassing people with regular frequency. Okay. And they're shameless about their posture towards fascism. It's no longer a posture of indifference, but welcoming fascism with open fucking arms. Okay. They're eroding all of the constitutional norms that remain, whether it be due process or free speech. The administration has basically said, if you're anti-capitalist, if you are anti-Christian, if you're anti-American, family or whatever fucking idiotic assessment that they've made, then you are branded as a terrorist on the domestic level and you will be fucking prosecuted. I cannot wait. Please arrest me now, because I would rather go to fucking prison than have to deal with dumb fuck lefties who look at all of this and go, I'm sorry, fuck this guy, actually. And there is no alternative to fuck this guy. I just wanted to say fuck this guy. I just wanted to say fuck this guy. There's no alternative to him. I will not be presenting an alternative to him. I actually don't have an alternative for change either. I just wanted to say fuck this guy, but leftistly. Okay? That's it. You have no pragmatism. You have no sincere approach to change. You don't even want to take a shot in the fucking dark on a dude who is infinitely closer to your worldview and your politics, at least in the way that he's presented it, than 99% of Congress. That's it. You are way more ruthless to what you think could be perceived as your allies than your enemies. Okay? That's it. You are, at your heart, exhibiting infantile, disordered thinking. And you also simultaneously are reactionary. You're infantile and you're reactionary. And I know this is going to ruffle a lot of feathers. I know it's going to piss a lot of people off. I'm going to say it. I have to say it. Okay? That's it. This is our community. This is what we have. We have nothing. And it's crazy because I will never, ever in a fucking million years turn heel and turn into one of those like annoying fucking neoliberals who constantly goes, oh, I'm scolding the left because I'm actually explaining to you that better things are not possible and sometimes someone has to be an adult in a room. I will never fucking become one of those like disgusting fascist little gremlins. For so many years, I've never stopped my advocacy and I will continue doing it. But goddamn, some of you fucking dumbasses really need to just rein it in, dude. Rein it the fuck in. The way we approach everything is so imaginably gross. It's so gross. It's so close-minded. It's so ridiculous. It's so privileged in many ways where we're just like, listen, I didn't go through these experiences, so I'm obviously morally infallible as opposed to this fucking guy, you know? And before any number of you dipshits turn around and cynically try to tell me, what do you think a Rocky feels about this? You already know my position on this, okay? You're not from there. You're from America. You live in fucking Connecticut, okay? In your father's McMansion. Shut the fuck up.
Time settling into a society that he felt betrayed by and left behind by after having to go fight in Iraq and Afghanistan. I'm sorry for this. Just know that it's not reflective at all of who I am.
This is not a critique, I agree with you, but could you juxtapose it with your stance on Kamala during the election cycle? I think that could help illustrate this current situation to a lot of chatters. Easy. Kamala Harris was the vice president of an administration that was conducting a genocide, and she refused to actually call it out or even demand that they stop it. Graham Plattner, on the other hand, literally was a fucking crony who actually did participate in unjustifiable illegal incursion and an illegal occupation of Iraq, recognized that was fucked up, literally is anti-genocide right now. Very easy. Just on that issue alone, super easy fucking assessment to make. I cannot wait for the next cycle when everyone's on that fuck Israel tip, and now and left is going to be even more schizophrenic. They're going to be even more schizophrenic. They're going to be like, well, everyone is for anti-Israel now, so this guy obviously is a fucking psyop. Everyone that says fuck Israel is actually psyoping us. You are not worthy of a psyop. You are nothing. I am nothing. We are nothing. We are lower than dirt. Okay? We are the dog shit that every fucking Ivy League graduate steps on their way to their fucking $200,000 job as they dominate all of us at the behest of capital. You have no movement. You have nothing. And you will never be anything if you keep up this fucking attitude. I realize I'm being a little heavy-handed here. Not even because of Graham Plattner. I couldn't give a shit about Graham Plattner in the grand scheme of things. But because this is a fundamental anger that I have for a principle that I abide by, that leftists constantly wear on their fucking sleeves as though they are doing something, as though they're doing purity politics. And then they simultaneously explain that, like, you know, purity politics are actually cancerous, but just for other stuff. Not for the stuff I care about, obviously. Not for the stuff I engage in purity politics over. God damn. My brother-in-law fought in Afghanistan and wanted to join the military, but the way America treated him showed that they don't care about the average person. I used to be a Trump supporter. Now I can't stand the American government from either side. The military contract their companies sell away our people. So what you're saying is Graham Plattner will be accepted by middle management, CEO, and C-suite class? He probably is not even going to fucking win, dumbass. But even if he did, okay, even if he did, the question is, we exist under capitalism. We understand, on the left at least some who are read enough or well read enough, understand that this is a bourgeois democracy, a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. And both of the parties under this current duopoly, obviously, first and foremost, serve the interests of capital. All of our institutions serve the interests of capital and capitalism, and our two-party system also reflects that reality. So unless you have some kind of viable alternative, see yourself out of the conversation of electoralism, because at least within the confines of what is permissible, I think expanding the boundary of permission with candidates that have at least in the past said that they were socialist communists, or candidates that at least say Israel's doing a genocide at a time when seemingly 99% of fucking politicians still refuse to do so. I'm going to take a guy who does say those things. I'm going to be skeptical. I'm going to be scrutinizing their background. But if you're going to make a blanket statement about someone across the board and be like, well, every veteran's a baby murderer, then you are an unserious person. You should not have a conversation about this stuff. You just shouldn't. You shouldn't be a part of this conversation. I've never been a fucking troop exploder style leftist, and I never will be, okay? This is not because the military industrial complex is good or permissible. This is not because the military actually does any good whatsoever. It doesn't. I see it as a fucking jobs program, okay? That's what it is. But because it's a jobs program, that means there's a level of normalization of what the military does. So you have to work within those confines when you're fucking messaging, and you can't be one of those dumb fuck baby leftists that LARPs as though you're a revolutionary and you're going to be the real warrior of class. Meanwhile, everyone in the military has already done irreparable harm and therefore are irredeemable. You are delusional. You are so fucking outside of the confines of what is normal politics in the United States of America that no one will ever take you seriously. No one will ever listen to what you have to say. People will just go, okay. And they will never treat you with the same fucking level of respect ever again. I'm warning you right now. It saddens me how your ego, your inability to take accountability is actively hurting the left's image. Don't be pirate software. What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm literally covering a dude who's taking accountability right now about things that they have said in the past. What? Please explain to me what you're talking about. I'm talking about you. Okay, what do I have to take accountability for? What have I done? Explain to me what I have to take accountability for. Do you think the left needs to take a step back from trans issues in order to regain momentum? Wait, please tell me you're not actually in here talking about drama. Oh my God, please tell me that wasn't like, hey man, enough about like American politics and the left's inability to organize. Can we talk about drama again, please? Is that what that was? That's the D community talking point about Kaya. We don't see it. Yeah, it was. This person is basically saying like, look, it doesn't even matter if you were right. It's just that you didn't approach it with the seriousness, and it made it so hard to defend you amidst the conversation about Graham Plattner's run against Susan Collins. No, it was Kaya Gate. Now you understand why I say I welcome death. I welcome being arrested by this administration if it happens. We are never getting health care. It's not happening. It's just not happening. We're not. We're in a fucking death spiral in this stupid fucking country. And people seemingly enjoy it. People like these conditions. They're like, hey, there's new shit that I can get mad at every day.
I don't want you to judge me on the dumbest thing I ever wrote on the internet. I would prefer if people could judge me on the person I am today. And I just want to say thank you all very much for your time.
Incredible stuff. Yeah, this was another one that I thought was really funny. Politico. New Graham Platter once wrote that an armed working class is a requirement for economic justice. He also said if people expect to fight fascism without a good semi-automatic rifle, they ought to do some reading of history. Funny, when boilerplate pro-gun rhetoric is recontextualized in left-wing political demands, how much pearl clutching it solicits. When tyranny in question is moderately higher taxes and integrated schools, we yawn. When it's workers' rights, it's presented as per se a scandal. Yeah, great stuff. That's exactly what it is. If it's tyranny of the right-wing sort, if you're combating tyranny of the right-wing sort, fascist tyranny, then it's actually a threat. If it's when right-wingers talk about tyranny, they mean like having to exist around a trans person. Then an international call to arms is appropriate and just. Awesome. The left is like restorative justice, and then let's not shun people who try to restore. Yeah, no, a lot of people on the American left especially are not invested in restorative justice. Yeah. Leftists are attacking him for his military service. Mainstream media, on the other hand, is attacking him for his ostensible leftist values. Look at how they are defending the Nazi group chat on the right. How can people be this blind? Exactly. This is why we will never have anything. We are deeply unserious. We will never be organized. We don't deserve anything. I'm sorry. We just don't. That's it. You guys did it. You successfully broke me. Okay. No amount of like right-wing smear campaigns or even liberal smear campaigns getting on board and being like Hasan is a fucking dog abuser is going to break me in the same way that listening to a bunch of fucking annoying leftists will. It be your own ones. Then stop streaming and get out of the way. Sure, chatter. Okay. You got this from here on out. Join DSA chat. Oh, yeah. Notice what the mainstream outlets are looking at and yelling about with Graham Plattner's background. And then think about what you're pissed off about. They do not ever bring up his military record as a negative. As a matter of fact, the things that they're presenting as negative are things that are objectively not negative. Sometimes you need to suck it the fuck up. Obviously, I'm not going to fucking quit anything. I'm too angry and too stubborn to do so. It would be a dramatic fucking layup for all of the worst pedophile, rapist, neo-Nazis on the internet. Only the racist stuff was negative? Yes. But that's not how the media is covering it. The media is covering it as a big controversy because he said he was a commie and that the only way to fucking fight back against tyranny is by people arming themselves. But leftistly. Yeah. The worst shit that he said was actually, the shit that he actually said that I think is fucked up, that I will not be spending any time on, is all the way back in 2013 when he belittled a victim of, well, not belittled, but victim blamed a victim of sexual assault, talking about how they got fucked up, like too fucked up or something. And also a comment about black people not tipping. All the way back in 2013 in an anonymous Reddit account. And obviously on that same anonymous Reddit account, his opinions on all of those issues have evolved in the past, in the 7 years from 2013 to 2020, where he became ultra woke. So woke that he has to actually feel like he needs to moderate his position so that mainstream media stops yelling at him. I'm literally black and hardly tip, but I don't tip white people. What the fuck is that statement, chatter? First of all, I didn't even know that was like a stereotype or something. But it is broski. He said, I don't tip white people. Oh, that's funny. Can you please just endorse the Republicans so the most annoying people in the chat will shut the fuck up? No, I refuse. I'm endorsing the only honorable and just person in the fucking main elections.
Project.
And her name is what is it? The fucking old ass person, the Janet Mills. Okay? I am endorsing Janet Mills in the race. Okay? She is obviously the most honorable and the most just. I wish you got this angry at Ethan Klein. Why the fuck would I get this angry at Ethan Klein? Ethan Klein is irrelevant. Of course I'm going to get this angry at people who present themselves as leftists in my fucking community and use every waking moment being annoying. I expect better from long-term community members. Ethan Klein is washed and irrelevant. Who gives a fuck? about Ethan Klein. He has lit his own goddamn career on fire because he wanted to defend a genocide for 2 fucking years, and now is actively trying to change that image to the best of his ability by being like, I actually didn't spend the last 2 years defending genocide. Everyone was lying about it. Who gives a fuck what that lunatic has to say?
Obviously, there are investment projects happening in Indonesia. First off, have you heard from the president? Has he called you?
No, not about that, but I'm glad he acknowledges that I'm a good boy. I am a good boy.
This is the country, man. That's awesome. Country's sick.
I'd say, you said I'd never been to a mosque. You've never been to a gym. You couldn't even bench 100 pounds. You said you bought pot at a pot shop. Were you high when you came up with these policies? Are you high now? That's how you got to throw him off his game, because he's all smiles. He's all super relaxed.
Yeah, Andrew Cuomo should do that. Like, he's demanding. Oh, Gavin Newsom actually went to TwitchCon. He's in the partner lounge for A-listers. Gavin Newsom is at the TwitchCon partner lounge right now. He's at the event holding meetings with Twitch streamers about how to reach young voters. Some streamers declined to meet with him because they weren't letting the creators stream the one-on-one meetings, apparently. To clarify, he's in the purple lounge where all the A-list creators are, not the main creator lounge that's open to all partners. People are debating whether the streamers are clout chasing Newsom or if Newsom is clout chasing the streamers. The answer, yes. Yeah, also, yes. The best possible way to approach this is, and you did a great job of this, Shady Tales. How the fuck do leftists expect other people to become leftists if there's no way to redeem yourself once you do some stupid shit? You cannot have the approach that someone is irredeemable. New orbiters entered the arena. Oh, it's Gavin Newsom is my new orbiter, yeah. Why did they let him in? I don't know, because he's the fucking governor of the state that Twitch's headquarters are in. Anyway, Donald Trump is showing his LGBTQ plus bona fides by offering clemency to the gay criminal George Santos. George Santos was somewhat of a rogue, but there are many rogues throughout our country that aren't forced to serve 7 years in prison. I started to think about George when the subject of Democrat Senator Richard Da Nang Dick Blumenthal came up again. As everyone remembers, Da Nang stated for almost 20 years that he was a proud Vietnam veteran, having endured the worst of the war, watching the wounded and the dead as he raced up the hills and down the valleys, blood streaming from his face. He was a great hero. He would leak to any and all who would listen, and then it happened. He was a complete and total fraud. He never went to Vietnam. He never saw Vietnam. He never experienced the battles there or anywhere else. His war hero status and even minimal service in our military was totally and completely made up. This is far worse than what George Santos did. And at least Santos had the courage, conviction, and intelligence to always vote Republican. George has been in solitary confinement for long stretches of time and by all accounts has been horribly mistreated. Therefore, I just signed commutation releasing George Santos from prison immediately. Good luck, George. Have a great life. I mean, this is, first of all, Diva recognized Diva. Okay? That's number one. Number two, I, of course, have always voted Republican. So, Mr. President, please do not arrest me. Because it seems like that is the easiest way to get out of that situation, or any situation, as a matter of fact. If you want to do a crime, any crime, it's very obvious that you should first run for office as a Republican and say you love Donald Trump and say you love the Republican Party and you always vote Republican, and then do whatever crime you want to do, and Trump will at least take a look at your sentencing. It is crazy. I don't fucking give a shit about George Santos being in prison, for the record. I don't. And I don't think he's this like rugged criminal. I think he's going to be extra annoying out of prison now. But I think what's more consequential about this story is that Donald Trump is basically signaling that if you do crimes as a Republican, he will let you go. I do feel like campaign finance laws should be upheld. It was good that he was convicted. 7 years a bit harsh, though. Yeah, that's true.
This guy hates Columbus. This guy hates cops. I'd look him square in the eye and say, you want to lead the financial capital of the world? You can't even do math. I'd actually ask him a math equation. I'd say, what's 17 divided by? He couldn't do it. And I just watched the clock tick and sweat. Then I'd say, who's your favorite player on the Knicks?
I like that he said 17 divided by, because it's a prime number and the worst, like one of the worst, like as it was coming out of his mouth, he realized, like, okay, if I actually divide 17 by anything, I'm not going to be able to do it. So we should just move on quickly from this. Because, like, what is he going to say? 17 divided by 1? Okay, well, hear me out. What I heard you say is, I'm leaving the left, and I think we as a community should sadly watch you go as you run on a pro-Trump platform, and I hate you for it. Yes, that's what I'm doing. Today is the day I left the left, and I'm becoming a Trump supporter.
Name one player on the Knicks. Just name one player. And then I'd say, who's your favorite pitcher on the Yankees? Ever. You can name any pitcher on the Yankees. Name one.
I think what's funnier about this is that Zoran could answer all of these questions, and I'm not certain Andrew Cuomo would be able to. Like, that's, and the hilarity of this situation is that most voters that watch that debate, that was also their takeaway. That Zoran at least, like, knows what the fuck he's talking about. Andrew Cuomo is unnecessarily contentious with even simple questions like, what's your name? Like, I'm sorry, what? What did you ask me? That's what it came across as. And yeah, Zoran is already a Mets fan regardless, even though he expertly chose the Knicks.
And then I'd say, could you imagine this guy throwing out the first pitch at a Yankee game? He's got no arm, he's got no brain, he's got no taste. Where's your favorite slice, buddy? Name your favorite slice in New York City. He could.
Wait, what? This is like the strong suit of Zoran. Brother, he unironically addressed all of Zoran's strongest elements. Like the fact that he is more of a real New Yorker than Andrew Cuomo is transparent. It is a part of the core identity of his campaign. Andrew Cuomo, if left to address any of these questions, would wither away. He has answered all of these questions, by the way. It's so funny that Jesse Waters is just like chirping about shit. Like he just gave up on like the he's Mohammedan elements. Okay. He just gave up on that and instantly hit the he's actually not a real New Yorker shit, which is funny because these are literally some of his strongest qualities that have made many other New Yorkers who might have been racist towards him, given his Muslim background, have decided, nah, he's a real New Yorker, just like us.
Earlier this month, a conservative magazine revealed Democratic candidate Jay Jones sent texts suggesting that a Republican lawmaker should be shot and killed. Now, Jones has apologized for those comments, which came up repeatedly at a debate last night. At the same time, some younger Republican leaders are losing their jobs over their racist texts.
Oh my God, CBS is literally, this is the most right-wing framing on this issue.
Torian Small has our report. We have to warn you ahead of time. It mentions those offensive statements.
You've seen a window to who Jay Jones is.
Republican Jason Miyares, Virginia's incumbent attorney general, led off Thursday's debate with pointed criticism of Democratic candidate Jay Jones.
Jay Jones had said that he wanted to piss on the grave of his political opponents.
Miyares was referring to excerpts obtained by the National Review of text messages Jones sent in 2022 about then Virginia House Speaker Todd Gilbert, a Republican. In them, Jones writes in part, "Put Gilbert in the crew with the two worst people you know, and he receives both bullets every time." He later made reference to Gilbert's children.
CBS News using National Review headlines. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. This, I need everyone to understand, and I need everyone to spread the word that CBS News is now a right-wing institution, is a right-wing outlet. The most consequential aspect of this Barry Weiss move is that CBS is still seen as like somewhat liberal by many people who are oblivious to this deal that took place. And for like a brief interim period, people will not realize that this is basically Fox News, but not as unhinged. The National Review is a right-wing dish rag. What the fuck? There is a reason why many, unless they do like investigative reporting every now and then, because like sometimes they do, right? No serious reputable media outlet, like no objective or no media outlet that wants to present themselves as objective, will ever report on National Review headlines.
Dying in their mother's arms, writing, "Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy." Thursday, Jones offered this apology.
I am sorry to Speaker Gilbert.
In an effort not to in an effort not to give credit to National Review. Like there would be CBS probably did its own reporting, and it would most likely would give credit to its own reporting on this issue rather than National Review.
I'm sorry to his family. I'm sorry to my family. And I'm sorry to every single Virginian.
It comes amid another controversy over political rhetoric. Earlier this week, Politico reported on a trove of racist, anti-Semitic, and violent messages allegedly exchanged by leaders of the Young Republicans, a national political advocacy group.
It's called the Young Republicans, but these are, full-grown adults, 18 to 40 years old.
Jason Bieferman broke the story and joined the Takeout with Major Garrett to discuss.
They referred to Black people as monkeys or the watermelon people. They called rape epic.
Like there is no reason to bring up Virginia Democrat text messages on a story about a young Republican group chat. Do you see what I mean? Like they're talking about this because that is the same framing on Fox News. That is the exact same framing that you hear on Fox News. Those are separate stories. The only reason why they're being packaged as the same story is to do a whataboutism and to bring these two stories together. It's basically trying to show no favor to either party while simultaneously doing so, giving Republicans a protective cover, which is what Republicans did. That is basically a reflection of what J.D. Vance said. No Democrat has been like J. Jonah Jameson's text messages were awesome. No Democrat. They should not say that he's awesome for saying those things, but they should maybe not outwardly condemn him as aggressively as they have. But J.D. Vance, the vice president, did quite literally defend the group chat by bringing up Jay Johnson's fucking text messages. Okay? J. Jonah Jameson. Yeah. Spider-Man. He's now, after failing to capture a photo of Spider-Man's true identity, he's decided to run for attorney general. Yeah. That's why he was mad in the text messages. He was like, get me photos of that menace Spider-Man. I'm going to shoot the children of Spider-Man. I'm going to run for attorney general of Virginia. That's what he said. That's the real story.
King's movement is holding a second day of rallies nationwide to protest President Trump and the administration's policies. The No Kings Coalition says there are 2,600 events scheduled. Millions are expected to participate. This week, Republicans looking to get ahead of the events with their own messaging about Saturday.
We call it the Hate America rally because you'll see the hate for America all over this thing when they show up.
It's all the pro-Hamas wing and the Antifa people. They're all coming out.
There's considerable evidence that George Soros and his network is behind funding these rallies.
Who's running the show in the Senate? Chuck Schumer's not running the show. The No Kings protesters or organizers are running the show.
The farthest left, the hardest core, the most unhinged in the Democratic Party, which is, a big title. And, no kings equal no paychecks.
In response to those comments, one of the organizers of the No Kings event had this to say.
The question is there any truth to their claims about this? Obviously, these are peaceful protests at enormous historic scales. The question is, why now? Why are they coming at us now? And it's because they are worried that they are losing their grip on power. They are worried that other people in blue states, red states, and purple states, in rural communities, in Trump country, are going to see the public doesn't support this, and that makes them scared.
Rob, is this about fear?
I do think that we're in a different moment than we were during the first No Kings protest. I mean, we've had the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We saw a peaceful response.
It's so funny because it's like No Kings protest is the most libbed up version of expressing discontent. It straight the fuck up is overtly refusing to address like Israel in any capacity. And even then, these guys are talking about how unacceptable this is. Here's what Caroline Leavitt had to say about the No Kings protest.
Proved that the Democrat Party's main constituency are made up of Hamas terrorists, illegal
Oh, wait, not the No King's protest. This was about Mamdani.
Aliens and violent criminals. That is who the Democrat Party is catering to, not the Trump administration and not the White House and not the Republican Party.
Yeah, wait, why would the Democratic Party cater to the White House or the Trump administration or the Republicans?
The Trump administration and not the White House and not the Republican Party, who is standing up for law-abiding Americans, not just across the country, but around the world. And that proved that.
Wait, what? That doesn't even make... God, they're so stupid. They're so dumb. Oh my God, I hate how stupid the Republicans are. Yusuf Munayer says, we have been saying for so long the repression against Palestine activism, which Democrats have for too long been supportive of, will ultimately be a gateway for the right to use against all critics. How are we losing? We're losing because we're disorganized. We're losing because we're unserious. We're losing because there is a metric ton of evil that this administration is capable of dishing out at any given fucking moment. And we don't have a united front. The last No Kings had a ton of pro-Palestine stuff. PSL was involved, so there were a ton of orgs. There were tons of Palestinian flags and signs everywhere. No, I know. I'm saying that participants in local No Kings rallies abso-fucking-lutely brought their, Palestine merch and stuff like that. But the organization did a lot of weird things. And if left up to their own organizational capacity, it would have been a very libbed up, like Walmart funded ass protest where they gave really silly directives to people where they were like, oh, if cops like decide to rush you, just like sit down or something. Like, it was crazy. Or they demanded that in some of the protests that you RSVP. The fuck? Yeah, there is no sign-up sheets for a fucking rally. What are you, crazy? Yeah, the main org behind it, I think, did some weird stuff. But obviously, any kind of initiative to bring people out in the streets to protest against the administration is going to bring crowds from all walks of life. And it's going to bring people with different opinions together. But that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing.
A lot of people returning to church for the first time or going for the first time. So a largely peaceful response in response to what was a horrific moment. Now, I think you also have a situation with No Kings happening at the same time where there is a crackdown in many of these major cities, which has animated the left in this country. And I would just point out that despite all of the criticism they have for President Trump, they are allowed to organize and demonstrate their freedoms. A king would not allow a No Kings protest, let's face it.
We should also point out these were all largely peaceful as well. In June, when they happened, all these events, in terms of looking at how it went the first time. What's your response to what we've been seeing?
Well, John Lewis would call this good trouble, unnecessary trouble. The late, great Byron Rustin would say we need angelic troublemakers, good troublemakers in every community. This patriotic act is very consistent with the First Amendment right to express yourself and also to petition your government for change. We've seen this before. I'm a 40-year-old black man, proud son of the South. Peaceful, nonviolent protesting is in my DNA. That's how we've always advocated and pushed for change. So this conversation is not new to some of us. The difference is the right, the extreme right, in many cases are trying to act as if it's something is not. We've seen them protest, and that's okay. And so in this case, it should be okay for us to peacefully protest. Unlike January 6th, we had people storming the Capitol saying, hang the vice president, putting nooses up in places and spaces and so forth. Totally different.
What has changed, though, since June, given what we are seeing in a lot of major cities, and what could that mean?
I was there in June. I covered the president's birthday military parade, and there were No Kings protests kind of happening outside adjacent. And one thing that really surprised me, because I covered the summer of 2020.
Your people are out there, Hassan, go get them? What do you mean?
I said to myself, okay, this is going to get out of control. And then it didn't. It was like nobody there wanted to be out of control. Everyone I interviewed was like, let's keep it peaceful. Let's keep it fun. We're just here to express our, joy at the president's birthday and the military, or our dismay at the president. Great, great, great America. Now, as you said, in the meantime, Charlie Kirk has been killed. The rhetoric has been ramped up about this is anti-American. These are pro-Hamas supporters. The thing that worries me is that it just takes one person. It doesn't matter what party they're from. It takes one person to act out, and then things go sideways. And you're right. We have a right to protest, and we should, but everyone just cross your fingers.
There will be extra scrutiny. It's impossible to ignore that.
If you're planning on attending a No Kings rally this weekend, know your rights. You have the right to peacefully protest, including along sidewalks and on the streets, as long as you do not obstruct traffic or building access. When in public areas, you also have the right to take pictures and video of anything in plain view, including law enforcement. If you get stopped by the police, ask if you're free to go. If they say yes, calmly walk away. If you get arrested, ask for a lawyer immediately. Do not sign, say, or agree to anything without a lawyer present. For more information on your protest rights, visit ACLU.org.
Do you genuinely think peaceful protest in the street does anything meaningful? Yes. Yes. Yes, it does. Yes. It's better than not doing it. Okay? Of course it does. What the fuck are we doing, man? You want to know how hard it actually does move the needle? The Los Angeles Police Department seemingly asked the judge to lower restrictions on violence against the press before the No Kings protest.
/KYR.
Okay? Yes. Every bit helps. It helps a lot more than fucking sitting around and watching me stream on Twitch. That's for sure. I think it helps in so many different ways. It helps because one thing that you very quickly realize is that there is a lot more like-minded individuals out there, even if they don't fully subscribe to your worldview. It's one of the most amazing feelings to just experience solidarity of that sort. Is amazing. Okay? Exercising your rights and realizing that there are more of you than there are of the people that want to stop you is a good thing. Okay? PD wants judge to lift an order restricting use of force against the press. Ahead of the Saturday's No Kings protest, the LAPD has filed an emergency motion asking a judge to lift an injunction that restricts the use of force against the press. The injunction creates undefined and operationally impracticable standards that expose the city and its officers to contempt for good faith actions taken to protect the public, according to lawyers of the city. Adam Rose, press rights chair at Los Angeles Press Club, told LAist in a written statement, Karen Bass is quick to run to the media for attention to criticize Trump for violating court orders, rightfully so. But when the media is assaulted by her own LAPD, she never says a word. Rose continued, instead of holding the department accountable, the city is spending even more money to hire an outside law firm so they can effectively beg a judge for permission to keep assaulting journalists for just doing their job. The mayor of Los Angeles needs to take charge, and Bass has been completely absent. The emergency request comes ahead of around 80 different No Kings protests planned across greater Los Angeles area to demonstrate against what they call authoritarian power grabs by the Trump administration. Protests, especially protests of this sort, to show exactly how many people are out there that are saying enough is enough. Fuck the Trump administration. It's massively consequential. It's very important. Okay? Very, very important.
Damn, this guy's good.